Chapter 31. Warning. This chapter may contain snogging. Proceed with caution. Or excitement. Cassian didn't dive in with the rest. He started slow. Bit of veg first, steamed and healthy. Fiber, thank you very much. Followed by a decent portion of protein, roast lamb, a slice of chicken breast, and something suspiciously like lentils hiding in the corner of a bowl. Healthy fat next. Bit of olive oil from the salad. Few walnuts scattered into his plate like contraband. Then a small serving of barley pilaf, finally finished with a scoop of sauerkraut. Prebiotics. Gut health, apparently. Hogwarts kitchens, bless them, cater to every possible taste, including historically accurate dietary quirks. Bathsheba gave him a look like he just performed surgery on his plate. Are you portioning that by color or size? I am trying not to die of nutritional incompetence. You work at a castle where the pudding refills itself. And I plan to live long enough to judge that fact for several decades. She huffed and passed the potatoes. He learned this diet thing in 2025, back when everyone on Earth had a spreadsheet for their macros and gym bros carried peanut butter, like it was a birthright. Cassian had never quite reached the eat 6 eggs a day and talk about nothing but creatine stage. But he was close. Just close enough to get twitchy when a meal had no fiber. He was even considering. At one point, during a rare burst of delusional optimism, min-maxing his intake. Maybe get some muscle back. If he could convince his lazy arse to lift something heavier than a textbook. Didn't happen, obviously. But the dietary knowledge stuck. So now, in a castle full of gravy boats and bottomless pudding, Cassian portioned like a man dodging death by insulin spike. Hogwarts didn't stock kombucha, but sauerkraut did the job. Gut health mattered, even in a world where ghosts gave directions and staircases moved like drunk cattle. He was even considering doing his own yogurt. Not the sugary sort with a cartoon on the lid. No thank you, proper yogurt. Greek, Turkish, Bulgarian, whatever region claimed it first. Cassian didn't want to offend anyone's ancestral dairy. He just wanted it thick, tangy, and not stuffed with the magical equivalent of corn syrup. Hogwarts had a pantry, didn't it? A cauldron. He could probably rig a fermentation charm without setting off the castle wards. Probably. That reminded him of the time he stole eggs from the poultry. Wasn't the pantry right next to it? He scraped the last bite of roast, watching a third year from Hufflepuff try to sneak 2 treacle tarts into his robe pocket. Bold, he respected that. By the time the meal wrapped up, and Dumbledore gave his usual. Don't go into the forest unless you want to be eaten speech. Cassian had already started counting how long it would take the first years to forget that entirely. Maybe 3 days. 4 if they were cowards. When students rolled out with prefects leading them, Cassian stood and stretched, joints clicking in place, then caught Bathsheba's eye across the table. "Shall I walk you to your chambers, Professor?" he asked, full mock chivalry. "Promise not to faint dramatically en route. You are lucky I haven't tripped you in front of the students," she said. But rose anyway. They walked together, past the trick stair and the tapestry where Peeves had once hidden a live toad in someone's tea. She keyed open her door with a flick of her wand. He followed her inside without asking. It wasn't the first time. The wards let him through without a twitch, which meant he was still keyed in. Bathsheba dropped her bag onto the small desk by the window and pulled off her coat. Cassian stayed standing, watching the flames dance for a second before he peeled off his outer robe and flung it over the arm of the couch. He sat on the couch, elbow on the armrest, hand half curled at his mouth like he was thinking too hard. She perched on the arm opposite, one leg drawn up, hair slipping loose from the twist she always wore. He glanced at her. She didn't look away. He tapped his fingers against the armrest. So, she echoed. Well, they hadn't done it yet. That the deed. They graduated from mouth-adjacent kisses to proper ones sometime before they left Norway. Still new, still odd in the quiet moments. It hadn't gone further, not because they swore off it, just hadn't crossed the line yet, which, for 2 supposedly mature adults, was either restraint or extreme cowardice. Jury was out. Now here they were, her perched on the armrest, one leg tucked up like it belonged there. Him lounged across the sofa like a bloke who absolutely thought about shagging his colleague and then taken notes on why he hadn't cozy. Civil. Definitely not staring. Cassian scratched his jaw. So, she echoed again. He gestured vaguely at the space between them. We going to acknowledge the part where this is becoming a thing? Or just keep pretending it is all very scholarly and coincidental? She didn't flinch. Depends. Are you planning to start a bibliography? Already drafted it in my head. Chapter 1. How not to panic when your research partner kisses you in a magical tent. Bathsheba's mouth twitched, but she didn't look away. And Chapter 2? Chapter 2 is still being peer-reviewed. Lots of footnotes. Some debate about sources. She leaned forward, resting her elbow on her knee. It is not complicated, Cassian. That is what people say right before it gets very complicated. Then don't overthink it. Oh, I don't overthink. He paused. I marinate. Her hand darted out and slapped his shin. He grinned. See? Physical contact? That is progress. She rolled her eyes, but didn't move away. Her hand stayed on his leg, fingers tapping, then stopping. His throat went dry. I don't regret Norway, she said. Quiet now. Cassian leaned back against the cushion. No, he said. Neither do I. She shifted slightly, the edge of her knee brushing against his thigh. It wasn't an accident. He didn't pretend it was. Are we doing this? He asked, voice husky. She looked at him. Yes. Then she kissed him. Straightforward, no hesitation. This one landed right. No cheek, no corner, proper contact. He matched it, one hand finding her waist without any flair. It wasn't rushed, wasn't theatrical. Just good. Her fingers curled in his robe. His hand found her face. Not pouncing, just following the natural line of where this had been going since somewhere between collapsing caves and frostbitten cliffs. She pulled back slightly, breath warm against his skin. Still overthinking. Cassian's eyes flicked up to meet hers. I am thinking just to savor it. Thanks. She didn't move far. Her thumb brushed the corner of his mouth, then lingered there. He could smell her. Tea ink. That strange rune dust scent that had clung to both of them since Trondheim. He dropped his voice. Should I draft a consent form? Or are we trusting each other not to hex anything midway? She didn't laugh. Stop talking. So he did. Her weight shifted again, and the sofa dipped. His hand slid further up her side, just learning. She kissed him again. Firmer, this time, less exploratory. More assured. Cassian had the fleeting, ridiculous thought that he should catalog this. Not in words, but in sensation. How her breath hitched right before she deepened the kiss. The press of her hand against his ribs, the smell of cold air still clinging to her clothes. He would remember all of it. His fingers brushed the back of her neck, caught a curl that had escaped the twist. She pushed him gently, just a reminder that she wasn't above taking control if needed. Your boots are still on, she muttered. Cassian glanced down. So are yours. She raised an eyebrow. Fix it. Yes, ma'am. He kicked his off one by one, the thuds soft against the carpet. She followed suit, a little less graceful, one boot catching the edge of the coffee table and sending a book skittering off. Neither of them bothered picking it up. He caught her again when she leaned back in, this time guiding her gently into his lap. Not a power play, just comfort. Familiarity growing roots. They kissed until the fire dimmed. Somewhere between kiss 12 and 15, give or take. Her hand slipped beneath the hem of his shirt, fingers skating the edge of his skin. He startled slightly, not from the touch, but the simplicity of it. How easily they slid from dry sarcasm into this. Cassian leaned his forehead against hers. You are aware this is an extremely questionable use of school resources. Bathsheba hummed. We are not on school grounds. Private rooms don't count. Let's hope the wards agree. They will. Good. I would hate for Hogwarts to cockblock me with magical contraceptive fog. She smacked his chest again. You are ruining it? I am documenting. They didn't rush. They didn't undress. It wasn't about that yet. Just warmth, skin, contact. An agreement made without dramatic declarations. Later, much later, she curled against him on the sofa, his arms slung around her back. Her fingers tangled in his. The fire had gone to embers, but neither of them made a move to fix it, He leaned in, nose brushing the back of her neck. Warm skin, faint smell of fire and tea. Full disclosure, he said, tone easy. My father told me you are a tool. She didn't twitch, just tipped her head, eyes still on the fire. And what do you think? Cassian hummed low in his throat, mouth so close that his words stirred the loose strands of her hair, trying to figure out the best way to break it to him. Something theatrical. Enough shock to get a mild heart attack, but not full cardiac failure. Don't want to cut the party short. She glanced sideways, one brow raised. That is oddly specific. Needs planning, he said, arms slipping round her waist. Timing. I was thinking, walk into the study with you hanging off my arm, announce the engagement, and maybe have you call him Dad by accident. That should do it. Overkill, she murmured. Don't worry, he said. You will be holding my wand the whole time, figuratively. She snorted and dropped her forehead to his shoulder. The laugh shook them both. Cassian rested his chin lightly on her head. The room was quiet now, only the soft crack of the fire filling in the blanks. She pulled back a little to look at him properly. What did he really say? He rolled his eyes. Something poetic, that you are not one of us, that you are useful. Her lip curled faint and sharp. Ah, classic pureblood charm. He said, followed by a suggestion to course correct, which I believe is code for ditch the brilliant mudblood sympathizer before she makes you start liking books not bound in dragonhide. I do like being useful, she said. He looked down at her. You also like hexing people who treat you like you are disposable, only when they deserve it. Cassian's smile faded slowly. I didn't say anything clever, by the way, he said. Just left. Told him I respected you, which, apparently, is worse than sleeping with a werewolf these days. He scratched his jaw. So, if you've been picturing your boyfriend as this dashing, courageous sort, prepare for crushing disappointment. I tucked my tail and bolted. Bathshada didn't respond straight off. She just adjusted the hem of her sleeve and leaned further into the crook of his arm. Her thumb brushing lazy circles on his wrist. It just stretched long enough for him to start wondering if she fell asleep mid-pity. She hadn't. You didn't hex anything, she asked finally. I briefly considered setting the curtains on fire, he said, but they were velvet, and I am not a savage. She gave a soft laugh. Missed opportunity. Chapter 32. Cassian woke up with someone's hair in his mouth and a cramp in his lower back that made him regret all life choices, including the one that involved falling asleep in his colleague's arms on a couch, not designed for overnight use. Bathshada shifted sometime after midnight and wedged herself against his ribs like a very dignified heat pack. Her leg was across his. Her hair, somewhere near his collarbone. He peeled a strand off his tongue and sighed through his nose. The fire had gone out. The room was dim, blue-gray light seeping in through the curtain edge, the kind that only meant one thing. Morning, not the gentle, let's stretch and have a lazy breakfast kind. Number, this was the Hogwarts special, the kind that brought early rising students, curious ghosts, and at least one unhelpfully talkative portrait with opinions no one asked for. Cassian shifted, careful not to jostle her. His shoulder cracked like an old hinge. His leg was asleep. Dignity was nowhere to be found, right? Option A, embrace the walk of shame and hope the students respected discretion. Option B, sneak out before breakfast, avoid eye contact with everyone, and pretend nothing untoward happened. Option B it was. He slid his arm out from under her head. She stirred, fingers curling slightly, but didn't wake. Her breathing stayed even. He paused to take a look. Her face soft in sleep, hair rumpled, one cheek squished into the cushion. She looked. Safe. A person who could gut a rune trap and hex a bureaucrat in the same breath, and still fall asleep on him without a second thought. He bent down, pressed a kiss to her temple, and muttered, You snore like a dignified eagle. Then he was up, cloak slung over his shoulder, boots in hand. He didn't bother with the wand light. He knew the layout, knew which floorboards creaked, and which tapestry concealed a shortcut back to his side of the staff wing. He'd done dumber things at worse hours. Old Cassian was not good at anything except stupid decisions. The corridor outside was empty, blessedly. No, curious. Second year's out for an early vomit after the train feast. He padded barefoot along the stones. A thief fleeing an extremely consensual crime. By the time he reached his own door, the first hints of breakfast smells were beginning to creep up from the kitchens. Toast, sausage. Maybe eggs if the elves were feeling generous. He shut the door behind him and dropped the boots with a soft thud. Right, he muttered. Operation, not seen cuddling colleague, mostly successful. He flung off the jumper and scrubbed a hand through his hair. The mirror on his desk gave an imaginative small huff. You look like someone hexed your dreams. The mirror spoke in his imagination. I am fine, he said, brushing lint off his sleeve. Just busy night. The mirror raised a skeptical eyebrow. With Professor babbling? He threw a sock over it and ignored the muffled cackle that followed. Showered, cleaned up, robed, and slightly less a man who slept on a sofa, Cassian headed to the Great Hall. The place wasn't full yet. Just a scatter of early risers. A few Ravenclaws hunched over toast and books. Some Hufflepuffs passing around a jar of honey? Got it? And one Gryffindor already trying to trade bacon for flapjacks as if it was a black market deal. Cassian slid into his seat at the staff table. Morning, Cassian said, reaching for the boiled eggs. Sleep well? Bathsheda's voice slid in beside him. He turned, mildly startled. She looked infuriatingly composed. Fresh robes, hairpinned. Mug of tea in hand like she hadn't just snoring when he left. He blinked. Did you teleport here? She sipped. I got up when you left. 10 minutes later, I decided I wasn't going to let you get all the toast. He stared. You were awake. For most of it, yes. And you didn't say anything. You were so smug of yourself, creeping out like a cat burglar. I didn't have the heart to ruin it. He made a face. You are the worst. She smiled into her cup. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk classes kicked in straight away. No easing in, no gentle reminder that Hogwarts was. In fact, a school and not an extended magical retreat. First up for Cassian was first-year Slytherins and Hufflepuffs, a group with the social dynamics of a duel between a Puffskein and a Basilisk, and about as much shared enthusiasm for history of magic as a group of cats faced with a bath. He walked in just before the bell and found a couple of dozens tiny faces blinking up at him like he wandered into the wrong room. One boy in green had already started yawning before the chalk hit the board. Right, Cassian said, clapping to draw attention. One girl dropped her quill. Let's get the important bit out of the way. I am not Professor Binns. You are not asleep. You are not dreaming, if you are. And I feature in it holding parchment like some dashing historian. You should probably stay in bed and thank your subconscious. Silence. Good. He flicked his wand. The classroom lights shifted. Warm, steady glow replaced the cold gray of early morning. He walked to the front desk and leaned against it. Now, he said, folding his arms, some of you. His eyes landed on the kids still yawning. Might have been told this class is the easiest way to nap through your OLs. Cassian's grin sharpened. Well, bad news. That was before. I am new. Not a ghost. Not planning to die on the job. No promises. But I would like to see at least one of you remember who founded your house by the end of the term without looking it up. He flicked his wand again. The blackboard behind him changed. Lines curved and shifted into the Hogwarts crest. Below it, 4 names: Godric, Helga, Rowena, Salazar. Today, he said, tapping each name, we start with something simple. The founders, you probably heard the basics. Gryffindor was brave, Hufflepuff was kind, Ravenclaw was clever, and Slytherin was misunderstood. A few Hufflepuffs giggled. The Slytherins didn't. Cassian gave them a cheerful nod. Relax. I am not going to insult my house. That is your prefect's job. What you haven't heard, Cassian continued, pacing in front of the desk now, is what they disagreed on. Because Hogwarts wasn't founded by 4 best mates frolicking through the Highlands. It was built by people with opinions, strong ones. And, shocker, when people with strong opinions build something together, they argue. He turned to the board. 4 lines extended from the names, each forming a little branch. Who can tell me what Salazar Slytherin wanted that the others didn't? A hand went up. not a Hufflepuff. Interesting. Mr. Elliot, sir. He wanted only pure bloods allowed at Hogwarts. Correct. Well done, Elliot. Have 10 points for paying attention to your own house history. Cassian chuckled. And what did the others say to that? More hands now. A girl near the front, yellow and black scarf askew. Raised hers with hesitant confidence. Emily, she said quickly. They disagreed. Said all magical children should be taught. Exactly. 10 points for that. Bit awkward at parties after that, I would imagine. He waved the wand again. The names faded and were replaced by 4 parchment fragments, each showing different bits of the original Hogwarts charter, copied directly from the preserved originals. Or, well, conjured facsimiles. Hogwarts wouldn't even let him touch the real ones. He let the room sit in silence a moment longer, watched their eyes flit between the ancient script and each other. This, he said, tapping one parchment with his wand, is Rowena Ravenclaw's handwriting. See the sharp curves? Elegant and vicious in her corrections. She rewrote 3 whole paragraphs of Salazar's proposal and underlined the word elitism 6 times. A few eyes widened. One boy raised a tentative hand. Is that real? Cassian grinned. As real as Hogwarts plumbing, which is older than it should be and full of secrets. Rowena's, that part is iffy. You see, she was clever enough to hold 16 ideas in her head at once, none of which ever got along. So her handwriting, bit of a war crime, really, looked like a banshee with a quill in its teeth. A few students laughed. One snorted so hard his inkpot tipped. Cassian didn't pause. That is how smart people write, by the way. Too much going on up here. He tapped his temple, and too little patience to make it legible. He paced slowly, eyes sweeping over the classroom. So is this Rowena's letter? Maybe. It got her magical signature, sure, but the letters are suspiciously tidy. Nothing like her usual murder by quill scrawl. A few students leaned in. Cassian tapped the page with his wand. Could be a self-writing quill. They've been around longer than any of you. Ancient Egypt had one in their ministry that copied official decrees and drew rude stick figures on the margins when bored. He grinned, turning toward the blackboard again. History is messy, full of handwriting that doesn't match, spells that misfire, and records written by people with agendas. Your job isn't to believe everything. It is to question the parchment until it either confesses or bursts into flames. No one was giggling now. A few heads were down, quills scratching. One of the Hufflepuffs was frowning like he just discovered he'd been lied to his whole childhood. Cassian had a strange urge to pat him on the head. Next bit, he said, pulling up the second fragment. Salazar's alleged note to Godric regarding magical dueling policies. It ends with yours in Brotherhood and Wand, which sounds slightly too bromantic for 2 men arguing over blood purity. He looked at frowning little faces. Ah, how he missed enlightening underdeveloped minds. Nothing like the suspicious squint of 11-year-olds faced with their first intellectual betrayal. He waved his wand, and the room dipped into dimness, shadows stretching long across the stone floor. One more flick, Lumos Spectaculum, and the light started to change. Shapes bloomed in the dark. First, faint lines, then color, movement. 4 figures shimmered into view in the center of the classroom, like ghosts caught mid-breath. 2 men at the front of a slim boat. One broad, dark crimson, haired like waterfall of flames, sword strapped to his back like he'd forgotten he wasn't in a battlefield. The other, thinner, sharper, robes crisp even in mist, wand clenched like it was part of his hand. Behind them, 2 women. One perched cross-legged at the stern, hair coiled like vines, eyes darting across the water, scanning everything. The other leaned back against the hull with the casual grace of someone used to being underestimated. Her smile was small, but it stuck. Chapter 33. The founders were crossing a lake. Not just any lake. Wide, still, silver dark in the illusion's low light. Looked suspiciously like the Great Lake, minus the squid. Mist clung to the surface, curling around the boat, hiding everything past the edge of the spell's radius. The only sound in the real room was a faint gasp from wide-eyed children. As the boat pushed forward, the mist started to pull back. Bit by bit, the jagged silhouette of land rose ahead. Not a gentle slope, not a welcoming shore, just rock, rising sharp from the land, like it hadn't been expecting visitors, perched high on the ridge, lit only by illusion moonlight. All four in the boat sat up straighter. Cassian stopped the spell. The figures froze. Boat caught mid-glide. Light fell in from the frozen illusion, cutting across the classroom and casting a long, blue-tinged glow that caught him square in the chest as he stepped between the desks. "Did you know," he said, "that first years ride boats to the castle because the founders wanted new students to feel exactly what they felt at that moment?" He paused, let it sit. Of course, students these days see the castle fully built, lit up like a prize hog. Bit more dramatic than a misty rock. Still, the idea stuck. He paced a little before pointing at the illusion. No big feast. No sorting hat yet. Just four people in a boat, finding the one place they might agree on something. He turned back to the illusion just as the castle started rising out of the stone. It wasn't grand all at once. Not even close. It built itself the same way any decent thing did. Slow, a bit stubborn, and with far too many arguments about what shape the windows should be. He turned back to the class. Of course, all that is just my interpretation of how Hogwarts was built. Artistic liberty, smoke and mirrors, and a sprinkle of informed guesswork. He stepped back into the center of the room, wand tucked under his arm. Truth is, we know very little about the actual process. No blueprints, no minutes from the planning committee. Founders didn't exactly leave behind a building manual. Some of the students were still staring at the illusion. The four figures locked in soft silver light, standing proudly before the castle they built. Hogwarts has secrets. Big ones. Layers under layers. Passages that don't lead anywhere until they do. Doors that vanish when you are in a hurry. Rooms that remember things you would rather forget. And here is the strange bit, he said. Even the founders didn't know all of them. Each of them built parts of the castle, enchanted them, hid things, added wards. But the castle kept changing after they were gone, as if it is still building itself, or remembering something. He stopped in front of a pair of wide-eyed first years. "There's a theory," he went on, "that each founder left behind a secret chamber. Not a broom cupboard or reading nook, proper hidden spaces, sealed with their magic, designed to open only under very specific circumstances." A couple of students were clearly hanging on to every word now. Even the yawner had stopped doodling and was watching him like he might start breathing fire. Cassian grinned. "Some of you might have heard the rumors about the Chamber of Secrets. Terribly dramatic name. Bit of a branding problem, that one." A few heads nodded, some cautiously, some like they were waiting for him to confirm every bedtime horror story they'd ever been told. He kept going. "The story goes, Salazar Slytherin built it himself. Stashed a monster in it. Locked the place tight, so only his true heir could open it. Not sure what qualifies as a true heir. Blood? Ideology? Family crest? Who knows? Magic is not always literal, unfortunately. Did anyone ever find it?" Elliot again, leaning forward now. He considered if he should say it or not, then shrugged and went with honesty. 50 years ago there were rumors about it, Cassian said, eyes flicking to the illusion still floating in the center of the classroom. But I don't buy it. That got him a few surprised looks. Raised his hands before they could ask more about it. "What I want you to learn most in history classes," he continued, stepping between the desks again, "is not the history. It is how it is told. That the narrator, me, your book, whatever authority decides the syllabus, can bend the truth. Dress it up, cut bits out, and suddenly that lie is your new truth." Some of them looked unsure. A boy scratched something next to his notes, underlining it 3 times. "Always," Cassian said, clapping his hands. "Do your own research. Ask questions. Challenge the bloody footnotes. Second guess what you read, especially if it is too neat." The sound snapped a few of them out of their fog. Quills moved faster now. "From second class on," he added, "I will start weaving magic into these lessons. Spells you already know, so no need to panic. This isn't charms. I am not your magic teacher. A few chuckles there. Someone whispered something about Binns never using a wand at all, which, fair point. Cassian walked to his desk, waving his wand. The illusion faded, the classroom light coming back in full. Magic exists in your history, and history exists in your magic. You learn them separately, which is a bit like trying to learn flying with one wing. He then waved them off. I want an essay on founders in Hogwarts. Do your research, add your insights. There won't be grading, but it will teach you how to form your own opinions, and that is the most important thing I can teach you. A few groans, a few resigned nods, and one particularly brave Hufflepuff who muttered something about already an essay first class. Cassian raised an eyebrow at him. Ah, yes, he said, pointing a finger like he just spotted a rare species. Welcome to education. Tell your grandchildren you survived it. He watched the last of them shuffle out. Elliot gave him a quick, awkward, "Thank you, sir," before dashing off. One class down. 11 more to go. He stood up, stretching as his spine popped in protest, and made his way out into the corridor. Mid-morning traffic had started, students darting between staircases, portraits whispering. Cassian passed Professor Sinistra halfway to the staff room. She gave him a look over her tea and said, "You look like you taught first years." "I have. Don't recommend it. Might sue." "On what grounds?" "Endangerment. Possibly slander." She chuckled and kept walking. Staff room was empty. Mercifully, he threw himself into one of the threadbare armchairs and kicked his feet up onto a trunk that looked like it hadn't opened since the castle was built. Bathsheba didn't show. She had back-to-back classes and a timetable that looked like a cry for help. Rune theory, ancient script reconstruction, and whatever else she decided to cram into the same day. He had Gryffindor and Ravenclaw first years that afternoon. Separate classes, but the same bloody content. Why they weren't combined was anyone's guess. Probably some forgotten tradition involving inter-house seating drama, or an old headmaster's ghost refusing to condone cohabitation of timetables. Other professors had to adjust their lessons to different levels of magical proficiency. One wand flick too far, and someone lost an eyebrow, but history. Well, his subject involved no spells beyond his own. He just had to talk. Spin a decent enough story. Keep them from stabbing themselves with quills. Didn't matter. He got paid by the class, not by the head count. He would teach the same material twice, maybe rearrange the metaphors, toss in a new sarcastic aside. Bit of variety never hurt. Asterisk, 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 he made it through both sessions without injury. Gryffindors were louder, but they asked more questions. Ravenclaws were quieter, but at least 3 of them corrected the parchment dates before he finished his sentence. By the end of the day, he'd gone through the Founder's boat ride twice, tweaked a few jokes for the Ravenclaws. They were quicker on the uptake, and managed to only get one question about whether Slytherin's monster was actually a dragon in disguise. It wasn't, probably. The next morning, second years, Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. One glance at the roll and his eyebrows went up. Well, this would be chaos. Fred and George Weasley, and Cedric Diggory. He missed those troublemakers. Well, troublemakers might be generous. Cedric wasn't so much trouble as tragically upright. The kind of kid who probably polished his wand in the mirror before bed. Not that Cassian had anything against neat handwriting and decency, but Cedric made it look like a competitive sport. He walked into the classroom and was already sighing. Fred was upside down in his chair. George had 2 sugar quills stuffed into his ears, muttering about silencio experiments, or, well, other way around. Lee was laughing, and Cedric was trying very hard to pretend he didn't know any of them. "Morning, my little budgetary burdens," Cassian said. Cedric straightened immediately. "Good morning, Professor!" Fred and George saluted in tandem. Cassian narrowed his eyes. "I assume you both know your names are not on this register twice because you are exceptional?" "We are not," Fred asked, mock-wounded. "Could have sworn it was an honor roll," George added. "It is. You are honored to still be enrolled," Cassian said, flicking his wand toward the board. "Also, if you write Gred and Forge on one more assignment, I will have your names legally changed." The twins gasped in delight. "No, scratch that," Cassian continued flatly. "You would enjoy it too much. I will tattoo your real names on your foreheads in fluorescent ink so you can't swap places to pull pranks anymore." The twins' smug grins vanished in perfect sync before anyone could cut in. Cassian rapped his knuckles on the desk. Quills out, books optional, brain cells mandatory. A pair of Gryffindors had already elbowed their way to a desk near the front. Kenneth Towler was chewing on the end of his quill. He smiled at them, which made a few flinch. "All right, let's start with the history of the summer of 1990, when my precious students studied hard, trained even harder, right?" He gave the room a quick sweep. "Am I correct? Would be quite embarrassing if I had it wrong. I am a historian, after all." Fred raised a hand with mock solemnity. "We did a lot of research, sir. Very academic. George discovered gravity." George nodded. "Only briefly. It hit me in the face and ran off." "Excellent," Cassian said. "Truly the intellectual backbone of the era," Alicia snorted. Angelina didn't look up from her quill, just muttered, "Please don't encourage them." Cassian rested back against the desk, arms folded. "Right," he said. "I asked you to write me an 8-feet essay over the summer, and some of you actually delivered, some more creatively than others." Fred was already grinning. George looked suspiciously innocent. "I had great pleasure reading yours, Gred and Forge," Cassian went on. "Though I am still not sure why you submitted identical essays, just one written backwards. Did you assume that would count as originality? Because, sadly, gentlemen, I am built in with Turnitin." Fred, or possibly George, raised a hand. "What is Turnitin, sir?" Cassian chuckled. "It is, my good students, a ward that alerts me when someone plagiarizes their essays. Also comes with a handy feature that sends a howler to your mother." Angelina raised a hand without looking up from her notes. "Did their mum get the howler?" "No," Cassian said. "I thought I would save that joy for Christmas. A little festive drama never hurts." Fred leaned over to George. "We need to rewrite the Yule Ball plan." "Agreed. Less fire. More plausible deniability." Chapter 34. Cassian. Let the murmur roll for a few seconds before cutting through it. "All right, pack it in." "Now, beside the plagiarism," Cassian went on, arching a brow at the twins. "The idea was novel. So, props, if mildly concerning. Cedric, great as always. Loved how you gave a new perspective on the Round Table era. Bit romanticized, but I will allow it." Cedric pecked his head, looking like he was handed a medal. "Alicia," Cassian continued, pointing a finger her way. "Very solid defense of witches from the old era. Morgana being misunderstood was something we've been over, but you pulled in new sources. Nice touch. That bit about the royal scribes changing her titles posthumously. Very sharp." Alicia tried to look unaffected, but her quill twitched a little faster in her hand. "Angelina," he said, flicking to the next name on his parchment. "I liked the angle you took with magical sports history. No one ever covers the anti-Quidditch leagues during the purest backlash. Strong citations, bonus points for not making it boring. That is a gift." She grinned and muttered something to Alicia. "Lee, your essay was ambitious." A snort from George. Lee straightened. "How ambitious?" Cassian held up the parchment. "Let's see. Title: Why Merlin Would Have Hated Ministry, a case study in legislative incompetence." Fred and George applauded. "You cited one source, yourself. And I am fairly sure you made up the quote where Merlin said, and I quote, 'No more laws, only fire.'" Lee grinned. "To be fair, that sounds like something he might have said, possibly after a bottle of mead and one too many wand mishaps," Cassian muttered. "Still," creativity noted, "try for actual history next time." He let the laughter settle before glancing at the last name on the list. "Kenneth." Kenneth Towler looked up, still chewing the end of his quill. "Yours was, well, it existed. That is a start." Kenneth gave him a thumbs up. Cassian tapped his desk to draw their attention and reset the mood. All right, history today, magical uprisings of the 9th century. Yes, that includes blood, betrayal, and more than one wizard who thought stuffing pixies in a cannon was a war strategy. Angelina leaned forward. Wait, they actually did that? Cassian nodded. Twice, once in Bavaria, once in Somerset. Both times, the pixies revolted halfway through. Ever seen an entire cavalry unit taken down by laughing blue imps with bayonets? They watched with jaws slacking. You will, he added, wand already out. He cast Lumos Spectaculum, and a ripple of magic rolled out. A whole camp, dozens of them. Weathered canvas flapping under phantom wind. Fire pits, spell-etched stones. Banners stitched with house sigils and symbols long fallen out of favor. One banner bore a noble family crest. Another had a gnarled wand twisted round a serpent, and others sloopy ones. Second uprising of Thistle March, Cassian said, pacing between the rows. Year is 872, somewhere near modern-day Wales. Very damp, very loud, very bloody, led by someone called Hamish the Fork. Fred raised a hand. Was he named for the weapon? No, Cassian said. He had 2 front teeth like garden prongs. Very distinctive. Bit hard to take seriously when he shouted battle orders and whistled through the S. Twins laughed too loud, others snickered. Cassian paced to the front again. The tents began moving. Illusion people appeared, armored magics, wand belts strapped to their waists, grimy, shouting across a field that looked like it hadn't seen dry sun in weeks. Mud covered everything. One wizard tripped over his own cloak. Now, Cassian said, I could stand here and recite names and casualty numbers like Professor Binns did. Or I could teach you the one spell that changed how this battle was fought. He raised his wand and cast Levitation Charm. A feather floated up from the desk. The class stared like he just insulted their collective intelligence. Seriously? Fred muttered, unimpressed. Very, Cassian replied. This, my tragically understimulated audience, is the spell that decided the second uprising of Thistle March. George gave him a skeptical look. They levitated the enemy into surrender? Number, they levitated mud. Now he had their attention. Cassian turned, flicked his wand at the board. Letters scrawled themselves across it, blocky, muddy brown script that looked appropriately awful. Battle of Dunwither Field, 872 Ad Bright. Picture it. You are Hamish the Fork. Bad teeth, worse tactical planning. You've got 24 half-trained magics, a few angry squibs with clubs, and absolutely no clue what you are doing. Opposite you, a fully staffed battalion. Uniforms, enchanted armor, budget. They even brought their own field latrine. Hamish, on the other hand, had a swamp. Angelina leaned forward. They fought in a swamp. Technically a moor, but it had rained for 6 days. So, yes, swamp. He strode to the middle of the room and drew a messy oval in the air with his wand. The illusion shimmered into life. Fields of grass churned to sludge, tents tilting sideways, and wizard soldiers with very expensive boots sinking ankle-deep in bog water. Cassian paced beside it. Hamish realized he couldn't outduel them, so instead of aiming at the enemy, he aimed at the ground, started lifting sections of the swamp and lobbing them like pies. Cedric squinted at the illusion. That is not how we were taught to use the levitation charm. No, because the curriculum was prepared by someone who has never been chased by an army of scouts across wet ground. Professor Flitwick is capable of doing so, but probably never mind, Cassian said. Watch. He flicked his wand again. A figure, the illusion of Hamish, judging by the spiked teeth, swung his wand at a patch of earth. The mud rippled, rose in a thick, wet slab, then launched across the field like a catapult. It hit an enemy wizard midcast. They vanished under a splat the size of a sofa. Laughter broke across the classroom. Hamish leveraged combat levitation, Cassian said, turning to the class. Crude, sure, inelegant. But no one expects you to weaponize the terrain. That gave his side the edge. Bought them time to retreat, regroup, and eventually broker a truce that kept their families from being arrested. Lee raised a hand. So the secret to surviving a magical war is flinging mud? He looked at their faces and sighed, loud and long. I've been trying to teach you lot to think outside the box since last year, but clearly I am up against a generational curse. Fred opened his mouth. No, Cassian said, not a compliment. The twins leaned back like they've just been told breakfast had been canceled. Cedric looked thoughtful. Kenneth was chewing on his quill again. Wizards have been indoctrinated. Yes, I said indoctrinated. Into thinking spells are one note. Use them as they are taught. Say the Latin. Do the swish. Carry on. Rinse and repeat. It is pathetic. Cassian stepped away from the board and toward the center of the room. The illusion of muddy soldiers flickered and vanished with a lazy wave of his wand. In their place, he placed something entirely mundane. A plain cup. He set it on the ground like it meant something. This, he said, is a cup. Fred nudged George. Reckon he is finally cracked? Let's wait, George said. He might do a dance. Cassian ignored them. A very secret cup. Terribly magical. You've all heard stories about enchanted objects, yes? One of them involved a cup and a name. He didn't know why, but the memory stuck. Something about a cup. His friends, old friends, Earth friends, talked about it in passing once. A tournament, maybe? Some magical event Harry Potter entered, or didn't, or wasn't supposed to. Something odd about an age line drawn around the goblet to keep out younger students. Or to keep out cheaters. Or both. It was hazy. Half a conversation buried under 20 years and a resurrection. But the line, that part stuck. I drew an age line around it. You need to put your name in it. How will you do it? The words echoed. Not his. Someone else's. Probably a grumpy wizard with a beard and a penchant for theatrics. The second year stared at it. He stared back at them. Fred was already squinting, as if trying to see if the cup would blink first. Cassian clapped his hands. Entertain me? Yeah. Let's pretend, for the sake of educational chaos, that this cup is magical. Hidden inside it is the secret to immortality. Or a good Lasan recipe. Take your pick. Cedric sat a bit straighter. Angelina narrowed her eyes. Fred raised a hand. Is it cursed? Not yet, Cassian said. Give it time. He circled the cup slowly. Now, you lot have heard of wards. Yes, magical boundaries, barriers. Some are subtle, enchantments that nudge people away from areas they shouldn't be. Others are louder, traps, explosions, singing suits of armor. Lee perked up. Can we do the singing kind? No, Cassian said flatly. We are in a magical school, not a musical. He stopped beside the cup. Come on, don't be shy. How will you put your name in it when the age line keeps you out? He turned slightly after a long silence of frowns and squints. What? None of you ever fancied sneaking into something you weren't old enough for? God, I taught rocks with more curiosity. Angelina's hand twitched. We can't just cross it, right? Very good, Miss Johnson. No, you cannot. He pointed his wand at the floor. A ring of glowing gold etched itself around the cup, humming faintly. It was just a light illusion, of course. He couldn't cast an age line. Standard age ward won't kill you. Just gives you a zap and a lecture. Fred leaned forward. What if you jump in from the side? Go ahead, Cassian said, stepping back. We will scrape what is left of your dignity off the floorboards. Fred exchanged a look with George. Nodded. Coward, intact coward. Chapter 35. Fred and George leaned in over their desk like a pair of conmen about to forge a treaty with Mordor. Quills in hand, brows furrowed. They scribbled and muttered nonsense, scratched it out, then scribbled again. Absolute chaos, but it was chaos with ambition. Occasionally one would snort or slap the other's hand away. That is not how veins work, George. It is if you enchant them, Fred. Don't question the magic. Cassian rested against the desk edge, watched the chaos, feeling like a biologist observing a nest of particularly ambitious weasels. Most of the others had taken a less joint effort approach. Angelina already jotted down 3 methods, none of which involved explosions or impersonation. She looked like she worked out the cup's security schema and was halfway through devising a proper counter-ritual. Alicia sat beside her, chewing the end of her quill. She wrote something, paused, crossed it out, then underlined something else twice like that would convince the cup to cooperate. Cedric was neatly sketching what looked suspiciously like a magical feedback circuit. Not bad. Bit textbook, but he clearly knew what he was doing. Wouldn't be surprised if he added a bibliography by the end of it. Not that it would work. Lee leaned back, legs stretched, quill tapping against his lips, the sort of posture that screamed he was about to suggest, "We bribe the cup?" Kenneth, bless him, was drawing a mustache on the cup with his quill. Cassian said nothing. Sometimes you had to let kids fail artistically. Eventually, Fred raised a hand. Not out of respect, just to demand attention. "Sir, can we use an aging potion?" Cassian shook his head. If the caster is thick enough to overlook that loophole, sure, might work. Once. Probably gets patched by next lesson. Anyone else? That opened the gates, badly. Angelina raised her hand cautiously. Polyjuice. "Ah, yes," he said. "Nothing says school charm like identity theft, a restricted potion, and a month of stirring someone else's toenail soup. You are 12. Try again." Lee looked up. Get someone older to do it? Delegation. Clever. Also known as cheating, and completely possible. Right until the cup checks magical resonance, and your name shows up with a lovely asterisk that says, "Actually submitted by a 6th year with a favor to cash in." Still, nice lateral thinking. Bit morally gray. He tapped the floor near the golden line with his foot. "All right," he said. Bit too loud to cut through whatever nonsense the twins were muttering now. "I will bite. You lot have thrown a dozen ideas at the wall, and while I am enjoying this brainstorm of petty crime and questionable potioneering, there is a better way." They stilled. "Magic is a funny thing," he said, walking a slow circle around the cup. "Most of you treat spells like recipes. Say the words, do the flick, watch the sparks fly," Fred whispered. "Like cake, but dangerous." Cassian shot him a look. Exactly. And what happens when someone forgets the eggs? Explosion. Worse. Undercooked incantations. Nasty stuff. Alicia raised a brow. "So, you are saying there is a different spell?" "No," Cassian said. "I am saying free yourself from this limited thinking you've all been conditioned into." He turned on his heel and strolled to his desk. He drew 3 small pieces of parchments, scribbling random nonsense on blank slips. 3 versions of the same name, neatly written in a way that would make his old school teacher shed a proud tear. He held them up. "Watch and learn." The first he folded into a paper plane. Nothing magical. Nothing clever. Just a bit of primary school rebellion resurrected for higher education. He lobbed it. The plane soared. Not graceful. This wasn't some enchanted swan of the skies. It passed clean through the false age line and dropped neatly into the teacup with a plunk, quickly soaking into a shade of unappealing brown. Half the room just blinked, especially the twins. Fred's jaw went slack. George leaned so far forward his quill fell off the desk. They looked somewhere between scandalized and spiritually betrayed. "That is cheating," Fred muttered. "It is worse," George said, still staring. "It is obvious." Cassian tilted his head, watching the wet parchment sink. Yes, the horror. A historian found a workaround that involved no illegal potions, identity theft, or magical age fraud. Truly, where is the fun? He picked up the second slip. "This one," he said, "is for the violent thinkers among you. Those who see a magical line and think, maybe I will just lob it really hard and hope it forgets to be magic for a second." Lee raised his hand. "That is basically my strategy for most things." Cassian tossed the paper ball. It sailed through the air, spun slightly mid-flight, then passed through the fake ward like it didn't exist. Straight into the cup, another quiet splash. 2 for 2, Cassian said, brushing his hands off. Lee pointed at a line. "Wait, so the age ward doesn't trigger if you are not touching it?" Cassian shrugged. "I don't know. Depends how clever the caster was. A fan? A gust? A loud sneeze? Any of that ruins the trick? I am just showing you that no spell needed doesn't mean no thinking needed. He twirled the last parchment in his hand. Besides, if the line is testing age and nothing else, that bit of paper is older than all of us. The tree it came from probably watched Merlin sprout chest hair. A few snickers. Even Cedric cracked a smile. Cassian folded the third slip. Wand in hand, he cast Wingardium Leviosa. The paper floated up, tilted slightly midair, then dipped over the golden glow of the fake ward and dropped into the cup with a soft rustle. 3 for 3. He treated himself to one slow, sarcastic clap. That, my dear devils, is the levitation charm. Not for feathers, not for broomsticks, for everything else no one told you it could do. Fred and George were still staring at the cup, eyes wide open, as if the cup awakened them to reality. Fred broke first, dragging a hand down his face. You are telling us all those fancy counterspells, all that charm work, and we could have just thrown it. Throw it, levitate it, catapult it with a teaspoon, Cassian said, deadpan. Angelina smirked. Honestly, it is clever. Clever, George hissed. It is heresy. Lee raised a hand. So you are saying we should start flinging stuff at magical wards? Cassian glared at him, considering flinging him to the cup. I am saying, if you can't unleash your imagination, you will spend your whole life tossing the same 5 spells around and get flattened by someone with half your talent and one good idea. The class fell silent. Fred gave a whistle. That is bleak. Accurate, Cassian said, and historical. He pushed off the desk and walked back toward the illusion. Every war, he went on, every rebellion, every mad little spell that turned the tide. None of it came from following instructions. It came from someone going, all right, what if I did this and it doesn't explode? Take Thistlemarch, he said, stepping back toward the board, showing the screen of light, where a mud-splattered battlefield, a banner half-ripped. Hamish the Fork wasn't in a dueling manual. He had no pedigree, no noble wand lineage, but he did have a swamp and a very strong sense of mischief. Lee snorted. My kind of wizard. Cassian pointed at him without missing a beat. Exactly. Lee, in 20 years, you will be the subject of a footnote in a minor conflict, and someone like me will stand up in a room like this and say, this lad expanded the limits of what he was taught. Thank God for that. Fred leaned into George. I want a footnote. You want a footnote? Only if it is scandalous, George whispered. Gentlemen, Cassian said, if you live to be less than a footnote, I will be shocked. And if it involves pyrotechnics, I will be disappointed if I am not invited. The twins grinned, their quills already sketching something that Cassian was sure would end with either applause or expulsion. Possibly both. Then he turned to the board. Now, since you've all proven you can levitate things other than feathers and your classmates' dignity, he said, tapping the slate, we will take this charm a step further. The word appeared in chalk, Wingardium Leviosa. Under it, another word formed, tactical application. Someone and tell me, Cassian said, what is the limit of this spell? Cedric raised a hand. Wait? Good guess. Still wrong, Fred. Is it imagination? Cassian gave a mock gasp. Was that genuine insight? Sweet Lord. Mark the calendar. A few chuckles rolled around the room. Fred clapped solemn. George whispered something about it being a historical event already. Cassian pressed on. The only limit is yourself. Your imagination. Everything else is just detail, math, formulas. If all magics united and cast Wingardium Leviosa together, we could stop Earth from spinning. Blank stares, right? That went straight over their heads. Not just over, soaring, comet trail level. Cassian didn't even bother trying to explain planetary motion, axial tilt, or why Earth wasn't just a floating plate held up by particularly stubborn oxen. Instead, he tapped the side of his wand lightly against his palm and sighed. You are to write a 2-feet-long essay, he said, on unconventional applications of Wingardium Leviosa. And as I said before, no, I am not your charms teacher. You are free to skip it. I am not grading these. He paused before adding, It is for your own good. Goodbye. Fred raised a hand like he was hailing a cursed taxi. Define unconventional. You will know it when you accidentally float your brother's rat through a ceiling, Cassian said, already walking toward the door. If that helps, George muttered. It does. Charlie is scary. Cassian slipped out for a moment of peace. 2 feet essays should keep them busy till tomorrow. He could practically see Fred and George now, hunched over some brainstormed monstrosity involving levitating pies, or possibly levitating people inside pies. Wouldn't be the worst idea he ever read. Chapter 36. A knock hit his door, but Cassian didn't look up. If that is you, Fred, tell George I am not giving extra credit for combat baking. The door creaked open anyway. Bathsheba stuck her head in. Combat baking? Don't ask, he muttered. How is the rune mangling going? She stepped in, closing the door behind her with her boot. There were fresh streaks of ink up one sleeve, smudged in a way that suggested she wiped her quill there more than once without realizing, as she always did. She crossed the room and sat on his lap, like that was where she was headed all morning. He didn't say anything, just looped one arm around her waist and let his hand rest against her lap. It was fine, she muttered, making herself comfortable like he was furniture. 6th and 7th years are still manageable. The ones who pass their owls actually want to be there, so at least they shut up and listen. 3rd years, though, they are a problem. Too much optimism. Think if they carve a single rune right, they will cause an explosion. She shifted, drawing his other hand to her thigh without really thinking about it. 4th, years forgot everything over the summer. Whole term reset, like someone obliviated them in June. Ah, yes, Cassian murmured, the sacred cycle of academic regression. They cram, they pass, they promptly flush it like spoiled potion. Happens every bloody year. They are unbearable, she said, leaning her cheek against his shoulder. You are describing teenagers. She just snorted in response. He ran his fingers along the ink on her sleeve, pausing at one smear near her elbow. What did you throw at them? Runic function breakdown. Simple chain spells. Conditional logic. Barely anything. Half of them still drew everything backwards. You didn't hex anyone? Tempted. Cassian kissed the crown of her head. You've gone soft. She snorted. You are one to talk. He huffed a laugh. They sat like that for a bit. Her thumb brushed the inside of his wrist. His hand rested warm against her hip. Somewhere in the castle, a bell rang. He didn't care which one. She tilted her head, speaking against his draw. You are getting a reputation. Always do. What is it this time? Revolutionary? Rogue educator? Wand smuggler? She looked up at him with a grin, eyes a little too smug for someone claiming exhaustion. The young, dashing professor who swooped the helpless rune expert off her feet. Cassian scoffed. Helpless? You stabbed a 6th year's essay with your quill last year. He drew a ye instead of. That is a death rune. She nudged his chest with a knuckle, which, ironically, I considered using. Might have improved his grammar, he muttered, mostly to himself. The Slytherin girls are obsessed. Half of them are convinced you used a love potion, she said with a laugh. Cassian chuckled. Brilliant. Was wondering when that rumor would start. Thought I would at least earn it with a dramatic hallway kiss or something. You do walk like you've got a dramatic song playing every time you enter a room. I do, he said. It is called exhaustion in E minor. She laughed against his shoulder. How are the darlings of 4th year runes? He asked. Collectively, useless. One of them tried to translate an Icelandic binding glyph with a textbook from Beauxbatons. Half the class copied him. Oh, good, he said. Cultural misunderstanding and academic laziness are 2 core values. They think runes are a puzzle game. Plug in a few symbols and poof, enchanted tea set. He shrugged. A rather genius muggle calls it natural selection. Bathsheba blinked at him like he just started speaking gobbledygook again. Cassian sighed and leaned his head back against the chair with a quiet thunk. Right. Add Darwin to the list, along with rockets, jet engines, microwaves, and basic risk assessment. She squinted. Natural? What? Selection, he repeated. The scientific concept, not a game show. Muggles figured out survival favors the ones who adapt, change, learn, or you die. And those who adjusted carry on, she snorted softly. We have that in magic too. It is called don't stand in front of a basilisk. No, that is called instinct or reason, or running for your life, he said. Muggles built entire systems around this. Genetics, evolution, breeding charts. Though some of them also thought cucumbers cured depression, so swings and roundabouts. Bathsheba gave him a long look. How do you know all this? I read books, big, terrifying ones with no moving pictures. He shook his head with a laugh. Also, I lived a whole other life, but that is a longer story, he added in his mind before sighing. In short, your rune kids failing their logic exams is just Darwin in action. She looked mildly horrified. You are saying I should let them fail? I am saying they are choosing extinction with every reversed binding rune. Who am I to interfere with the natural order? She dropped her forehead against his collarbone. You are the worst. Statistically improbable, he muttered into her hair. I am at least in the top 20%. So tell me, she said after a beat of silence, about your second years. You looked smug when I came in. He rolled his eyes, rant brewing within him as if was waiting for anyone with ears to ask. The way magics think is limited. Rigid, boxed in. You've got to swish the wand just so, pronounce the syllables like a bleeding opera singer, and cast the spell exactly the way the first bloke did it 1,000 years ago. God forbid you get creative. Break the mold, and suddenly you are reckless, irresponsible, possibly dark. This sort of generational cloning, it kills imagination. Nature trims the fat. Stop using a part long enough, and it withers. I think magics have finally evolved into losing their bloody imagination. Bathsheba murmured something unintelligible against his shoulder. You sound personally betrayed. I am, Cassian muttered. I drew an imaginative age line around a cup and asked them to put their names in. Their first idea. Polyjuice or aging potion, she scoffed. They are solid choices. I would probably use runes, but... She waved a hand at herself. Occupational hazard. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. How about just throwing a bloody paper over the line? You know, the kind of thinking that doesn't involve stealing someone's toenails or waiting a month to digest shame. She blinked. Took a second to answer. It sounded silly, but she was caught off guard. Not by the idea, exactly. More by how simple it was. Obvious even. Toss a slip of paper across a line instead of crawling through magical red tape? Ridiculous, and completely valid. The problem wasn't the idea itself. It was the instinct. Every kid in that classroom had been taught, formally or not, that if something couldn't be solved with magic, it had to be ancient, cursed, or written by Merlin's personal assistant in blood and dragonbone ink. Anything else was a trick. Bathsheba looked faintly scandalized. So, you are saying the answer to a magical challenge was not magic? Oh no, I am saying the answer was gravity. That terrifying muggle concept, dropping things. Wild, I know, he sighed. It wasn't that they were stupid, just trained, indoctrinated. Really, the same way he would flinch at a dragon instead of trying to cast a shield, or, hypothetically, apparate away if he could. Because somewhere deep in the spine, that is what the body thought survival looked like. Pure reflex. Brains were literally muscles. Neglect them. They shrivel. Magics, far as he'd seen, had spent centuries lifting the same 5 mental weights. Spell, counterspell, charm, rinse, repeat. Any idea that didn't start with a wand and end in Latin got tossed in the bin. He didn't blame them. Hogwarts, the Ministry, even bloody bedtime stories, they all ran on a script. One way to win, one answer to the riddle. And if you tried anything else, you were reckless, dangerous, or worse, a muggle-born. Bathsheba didn't say anything at first. just blinked slowly like someone trying to process the idea of butter that didn't come from a charmed churn. Cassian watched the mental cogs churn behind her eyes, faintly amused. "You were saying," she said eventually, "they failed because they were trained to fail?" "Not trained to fail," Cassian said. "But yes, no one tells them to think sideways. They are told what wand movement to use, how many flicks, and when to say the incantation. You try anything else, they act like you've slapped the founders." She frowned. "It is not that rigid. Name one Hogwarts subject that encourages rule breaking?" A pause? "Divination," she tried. "Please, that is not a class. It is a lottery." She snorted a laugh, leaning into him more. "So what? You are going to retrain their instincts? Teach them all to throw things at wards instead of using their wands? I am not trying to turn them into magical gorillas." He shook his head slightly. "I just want them to stop treating spells like bloody vending machines. Tap the button. Get the effect." Bathsheba tapped his wrist idly. "You know this won't win you points with the parents." "Good," he said. "They are the ones who need deprogramming first." She didn't argue, just let out a long breath and went quiet. It struck her again. How different Cassian was. Not just the dry jokes, or the way he taught like he was holding court in a pub rather than a classroom, but at the root of him, if he wasn't a Rosier, and if she didn't know him from school, she would have put money on him being Muggle-born. Maybe not even a bet, just a fact. One of those quirks you spotted after the 5th time he asked a question that didn't belong in their world. Even back in that cave, when the ceiling had started to give, her wand had been in her hand before she blinked. Instinct, Protego, classic. His hadn't even left his coat. He just grabbed her arm and yanked her sideways like instinct didn't start at spell work but at move or die. It made her feel stupid, later. All that training, all those drills, and the man next to her moved faster without even drawing. He thought in straight lines, sometimes brutally so. And it wasn't just caves. She was often baffled how Cassian could navigate Muggle infrastructure like he built it. Just move through the mess like he was born with a street map stitched behind his eyes. There was also traveling. She used Muggle trains in Norway with him. Straight through the barriers, picked the right platform, like it was second nature. Tube map lit behind glass, half the colors rubbed off, and he barely glanced at it. She was shocked to see how evolved Muggle transportation was. Last time she boarded one, it was all steam and creaking metal, every carriage rattling like it might come undone if someone sneezed too hard. Like Hogwarts Express, but worse. Now they went underground. Underground! She read about tubes before, but when they stepped into one, she stood still for a full 10 seconds trying to understand how the bloody ceiling wasn't caving in. It didn't help that the train shot forward like it was being chased. No horses, no steam, just noise and a blur of light, and something that felt very much like being kidnapped by a steel coffin on wheels. She gripped the overhead bar the whole time, silently reciting every defensive rune she knew. He just sat, legs stretched, reading a book as if the screeching metal tube wasn't dragging them through the belly of the earth. She made it 2 stops before she bolted out like a spooked Kneazle. Cassian, of course, had loved every second. He had laughed for 10 solid minutes. "Didn't even make it to Berg," he wheezed. "Brilliant. I am putting that on your grave." "Shut up," she snapped, dragging herself away from the edge of the platform. "You can't tell me that wasn't cursed." "Nothing is cursed. You just don't trust anything that moves without a wand." "Of course I bloody don't. That thing didn't even puff." He grinned, utterly smug. "That is called engineering." Bathsheba glared, pulling her bag up like it might shield her from further nonsense. "You are a Rosier. You shouldn't even know that word." There were little slips like that all the time, moments where he referenced things she didn't understand. Offhand mentions of nuclear power, of satellites, and the internet, like they were old family friends. He didn't flaunt it, just said them like everyone knew what they were. And now, curled on his lap in his room that smelled faintly of ink and whatever coffee he was hoarding, she could feel it again, like his brain was wired a bit differently. Built somewhere else. Chapter 37. Bathsheba and Cassian had to get up eventually. Lunch didn't wait, and neither did the timetable. A quick rinse, half a sandwich, and 1 tea later, Cassian was back in the classroom. This time, it was Ravenclaw and Slytherin's second years. Same lesson, new flavors of headache. Ravenclaws, to no one's surprise, were better at thinking sideways. Not perfect, but they at least poked the edges of things before throwing themselves into the center. One of them had actually asked if the age line was physical or illusory. Slytherins, on the other hand, didn't just detest the lack of wand work. They looked personally insulted, as though anything that didn't sparkle or require a Latin incantation was beneath them. The idea that a spell could be circumvented by physics? Blasphemy. Cassian watched them glare at the challenge, getting offended. One of them muttered about muggle tricks. He didn't say anything, just gave them a long, slow look until the room remembered how silence could be weaponized. They tried everything else, of course. Tried overcasting detection charms, tried siphoning the boundary with mirrored spells. One even asked, dead serious, if the answer involved using a cursed dagger. It didn't. One Ravenclaw girl, Callahan, just stood back and threw her slip of paper with a little flick. The parchment floated down, landed in the cup, and stayed. Half the room froze. Cassian cheered with 2 fists in the air. Great thinking. 20 points. The Slytherins were glaring daggers at Callahan, their collective dignity crumpling faster than her parchment had. One boy looked like he might start drafting an official complaint to Salazar's portrait. The Ravenclaws, meanwhile, began exchanging rapid-fire whispers, already plotting 6 more ways to break the age line. This was the fun bit, not the spell work, but the moment when one idea cracked the dam. The moment they realized magic wasn't the only tool they had. All in all, it was better. Cassian stuck to the strategy that worked last year. Teach them history, slip in an old spell they already knew, and let their own brains do the heavy lifting. Simple, efficient. A good way to sneak mastery under the radar. Most of them didn't notice they were getting better at the basics until they were doing it sideways, blindfolded, and probably mid-duel. He reckoned an ancient variation was close by. Should be, with the way the stats were nudging up every time someone had a halfway decent idea. The problem was, he would start seeing visions again, and those were never pleasant. Always damp, usually underground, and full of screaming. Sometimes mostly his, which was rude. The first month ticked by before Cassian even noticed, mostly because he spent the bulk of it trying to keep teenagers from setting their desks on fire in the name of academic curiosity. Somehow, the second years had collectively decided that the correct way to test ancient spells was to throw furniture at them. He was beginning to suspect the twins had started it, but no solid proof. Yet, by the end of September, he settled into a rhythm. Older years were a harder nut, slower to break habit, but they were getting there. And the more they got used to his style, the easier it was to guide into thinking outside of the box. Then came the summons. He was halfway through stealing one of Bathsheda's shortbread biscuits when the parchment dropped on his desk, folded sharp with McGonagall's handwriting on top. Staff meeting, he said, glancing at the time. That is new. Bathsheda looked up from her essay pile, quill still in hand. We had them occasionally. Aurora mentioned Dumbledore might revive the habit. Thrilling. He pocketed the biscuit and followed her out. He held the door open for her at the staff room, eyebrows raised. Place your bets. Actual meeting or secret intervention for Sybil? 5 sickles on Kettleburn requesting leave again? She muttered. Cassian stepped in after her. Most of the staff were already there. McGonagall stood near the long table, parchment in hand, brows furrowed, meaning someone had irritated her before the meeting even began. Probably Snape. Flitwick waved cheerfully from his seat near the end, as Cassian's eyes landed on one of the new faces. Sikander smiled when he saw them. Cassian gave him a 2-fingered salute and dropped into the empty chair beside him. Settling in? He asked. So far, Sikander said, though one student did ask if the internet was a type of magical net that detects intruders. Cassian snorted. Tell them it is worse. It knows what shoes you want before you do. He then blinked. Did the government start tracking people through it? Probably not yet. It was the age of floppy disks and questionable mustaches. 90s internet was noisy, patchy, barely useful. Much like Quirrell, Cassian got on well with Aerith as well. The Muggle Studies professors were the closest thing to sanity this castle offered. Or at least the only ones who didn't think electricity could bite. Well, it shocked. Still, Cassian nudged his chair back. So, who won? You or the second year's theory that microwaves work on runes? Sikander smirked. Lost that round. And they are convinced Telly is dark magic. Hard to argue with that. I've seen EastEnders. McGonagall cleared her throat. Right? Meeting. Cassian straightened, smiling sheepishly at her. She glanced over the rim of her glasses, gave him the kind of look that could turn oak to mulch, and went back to the parchment in her hand. Now that we are all here, she said, I will make this brief. Headmaster requested an early term review. We will be receiving visitors from the board next week. A groan from Kettleburn cut her off, not subtle at all. Cassian spotted Hooch elbowing him under the table. McGonagall continued without missing a beat. Which means your classrooms, materials, and lesson logs should be in order. That includes proper safety protocols. No exceptions. Snape didn't move, but the way his mouth twitched was practically a monologue. McGonagall turned her head. Professor Snape, if you have something to add. No, he said, dry as always. Only that I find the board's timing consistent. Cassian tilted his head. Consistently awful? Aurora and Flitwick chuckled. A few others failed to hide it. Consistently inconvenient, Snape replied, eyes flicking sideways. Sikander leaned closer. Does this happen often? Once a year, Cassian muttered. Twice. If someone's kid turns into a turnip during a lesson. McGonagall gave him another look. Cassian smiled back like he didn't notice. She rolled on. There has also been a formal complaint from a parent. That quieted the room a bit. Not naming names, she went on, but suffice it to say, if you are assigning spells that result in taming livestock, perhaps reconsider your methods. Kettleburn looked up. Oh, come on, it was a Niffler. No one believed that. Flitwick piped in, flipping a page. It mooed. Cassian sipped his tea to hide the grin. McGonagall pushed on, staring at Cassian. Lastly, a reminder to review your curriculum if you've introduced significant deviation from standard Newt preparation. He didn't rise to that. He just slowly reached over and stole Sikander's biscuit. Bathsheba, across the table, arched a brow. Professor Rosier, McGonagall insisted. Cassian looked up. Yes, I trust your materials align with the new ministry guidelines? He gave her his most innocent face. Of course, Deputy Headmistress. They are all proper and enlightening, but not enough to turn them against. Bathsheba kicked his shin under the table. Cassian paused mid-sentence, winced slightly, then cleared his throat and gave McGonagall a freshly polished smile. She did not return it, just turned her attention back to her notes. Good, she said crisply. Then I trust there will be no further issues. She gave one last glance over her glasses before moving on to Flitwick's section of the table. Professor Flitwick, I believe you had something to report regarding the charms curriculum. Cassian slouched a bit lower in his seat, casually nudging Bathsheba's boot with the side of his own in retaliation. She didn't look over, just reached for her quill like she hadn't just committed shin-based assault. Cold. The meeting went on. Flitwick launched into some new safety measures for summoning spells. Apparently a fifth year had nearly pulled a chandelier down while aiming for a teacup. Kettleburn snored. Loudly then, pretended he sneezed. Cassian zoned out for a bit. Not out of boredom, exactly. He was more preoccupied trying to remember whether he left that experimental rune map in the drawer or on the windowsill. If the board caught a glimpse, he would be writing apology letters until summer. That thing insulted. Beside him, Sikander was doodling in the margin of his notepad. It looked like a stick figure being zapped by a toaster. Eventually, McGonagall wrapped it all up with her usual steel-spined efficiency. Lesson logs are to be submitted by Friday. Please ensure any significant deviations from ministry guidelines are clearly annotated and justified. That includes you, Professor Rosier. Cassian gave her a two-fingered salute. Would I ever leave you hanging? Yes, she said, without looking up. Meeting adjourned. The staff scattered like students after a surprise quiz. leaving Cassian, Bathsheba, Sikander, Trelawney, Septima, Sinistra, and Snape lingering. Snape, naturally, pretended he wasn't part of the room. He had a stack of third-year essays out. Quill held like a weapon, eyes locked on parchment that looked suspiciously blank from Cassian's angle. He didn't blink. Definitely wasn't reading anything. Cassian slouched further into his chair. I think he is waiting for the ink to rearrange itself into better answers. Bathsheba didn't look up from her cup. Be nice. I am. That was admiration. Trelawney, from the far corner where the lighting was 2 notches too dramatic, swirled her teacup and muttered something about energy shifting. No one asked which ones. Chapter 38. Sikander kicked his chair round to face Cassian more fully. All right, tell me, what is the deal with you and the second years? Cassian shrugged. I gave them a cup and a boundary line, told them to get their names in, and they immediately tried to commit identity fraud or commit potions-based self-harm. Bathsheba leaned forward a little. He is annoyed they didn't throw anything. Snape's quill stilled midair. Sikander blinked. Throw? Paper? Cassian said. Floated in. Gravity does the rest. The spell never said they couldn't. Trelawney sniffed. A cup that accepts offerings. The imagery is potent, Sinistra smirked. Please tell me someone tried to crawl through. Oh, absolutely. One Slytherin genuinely asked if stabbing the line might weaken it. Like wards bleed, Sikander laughed. Inventive, concerning, Cassian said, but I will take the initiative. Snape finally moved, so you mocked their attempts and praised the one who used a muggle workaround. Cassian tilted his head. You say that, like I should feel bad. You should feel accurate. Your exercise wasn't about magical theory. It was about tricking children into looking stupid. Cassian smiled. No trickery involved. I asked them to solve a problem. They assumed the answer had to be dramatic and magical. That is on their training. Snape squinted. Your teaching methods are unorthodox. Good. I've seen the orthodox ones. Half the class can't name 3 founders without picturing chocolate frog cards. Snape's expression fixed somewhere between vague disdain and active offense. So you are teaching them to ignore magic to fix that? Cassian shrugged. I am teaching them to use their brain before their wand. If that is a crime, lock me up. You made your stance clear, but Hogwarts has a curriculum for a reason. Yeah? And it hasn't changed since dragonhide robes were in fashion. Snape's mouth twitched, possibly a sneer. Possibly just his face reacting to the word fashion. You were always this arrogant. Cassian didn't even flinch. Doubt you would know me well enough. I was a first year when you were off brooding in 7th. Snape's expression flattened. Even in your first year, you walked like you were the Prince of Slytherin. Cassian shrugged. I was young, spoiled, and very impressed by how I sounded. It happens. I've changed. You, meanwhile, have maintained your commitment to being a major git. A snort came from the other end of the room, Sinistra, barely muffled. Snape ignored it. Your games will catch up to you. Oh, probably, Cassian said. But I am charming, so they will take longer. Snape turned back to his papers like he was done, not defeated. Just bored of the flavor. Cassian let it drop. He wasn't here to win points, and he didn't particularly fancy digging up whatever festering opinion Snape still held over teenage Cassian. He hated old Cassian more than Snape did anyway. Bathsheba nudged his foot again under the table, not looking up. More of a don't start than a nice one. Septima glanced up from her book, bringing subject back to second years. Did they really think the ward could be intimidated? Cassian raised a finger. No, that was just not. He claimed there were faint whispers arguing when he stood near it. Sikander raised a brow. We're there. I might have added a bit of pizzazz to the light illusion, just a little bit to make the cup shimmer if someone got too close. Bathsheba sipped her tea with a look, suggesting she was weighing whether she should bother finishing it or chuck the cup at his head. You will traumatize them? Cassian gasped. I would not do such a thing. My intentions are so pure, unicorns would feel ashamed. She stared at him. He stared back, unrepentant. If you weren't a professor, you would be a problem. I am both, he said, grinning, multi-talented. She muttered something into her teacup that sounded very unprofessional. Probably accurate, though. Cassian turned back to Sikander. Anyway, the whole point was to see how they would handle a problem without being spoon-fed a solution. Guess what they did? Drew blood and wept? Clothes. They tried every spell in the book and then some not in the book. One of them actually wanted to bring out a charm designed to bypass dragon wards. For a cup. Bathsheba cut in. What he is not saying is that the Ravenclaws solved it. Hey, Cassian said. Only one did, and she was a muggle-born. Thank you very much. The rest were halfway through writing to their great-aunt to borrow cursed heirlooms. Cassian lowered his voice slightly. The worst part, they looked insulted it didn't need a wand. Probably felt cheated, Sikander said. Cassian scoffed. Good. That is the first step towards recovery. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk next day, Cassian was visited by a student he liked to tease a lot. He looked up from his grading stack. Half-marked essays and a very artistic attempt at drawing Helga Hufflepuff as a badger. Just in time to catch a flash of wild hair and a scowl that could scare thunderclouds. Nymphadora! What a pleasant surprise. How may I help you? She stopped in the doorway like she was bracing for impact, her fists clenched. Professor R, can you not call me that, please? He tapped his pen against his chin. Depends on why you are here. If it is interesting, I may stop calling you that. For a week, she looked like she might bite him. It is Tonks. Everyone calls me Tonks. Yes, yes, he waved a hand. And some people call jam conserve, but we can't stop society from collapsing. Professor, she said, with a warning tone that had all the weight of a kitten threatening an easel. Fine. Tonks. There. That cost me a sliver of my soul. She marched forward, pulled out the nearest chair, and dropped into it. Her eyes, always the giveaway, were darting, restless, and fiery purple. You are clever, right? Tonks said, fingers laced. I mean, you teach us to think outside the box. I saw how it helped others, and me too. I got better at a bunch of spells thanks to that. Cassian raised a hand. If this is you buttering me up, continue. I like it. Bonus points if you add how devastatingly handsome I am. She groaned, slumping forward till her forehead thudded against the edge of his desk. It wasn't. Pity. He nudged a parchment aside with the tip of his pen, pulling another one. Go on, then. What is the actual request? She didn't look up right away, just sighed into the table, then quietly said, I was wondering if you could help me with, with my condition. Cassian froze mid-scribble. He set the pen down and gave her a look. Metamorphmagus? He asked. That condition? She nodded. Yeah, that one. He crossed one leg over the other. Tonks, you are one of about 2 people on this continent who can bend their face like toffee and still moan about homework. What is the problem? She sat up. That is just it. I can do faces, hair, height, whatever. That stuff is easy, but it is all reflex. I don't control it. Not really. Half the time it is just mood swings, and the other half, guesswork, stressy days. I grow a beard sad. I go gray, angry. I turn into my mum, and that is not a therapy session I am ready for. Cassian blinked. Sounds like an identity crisis with bonus features, she huffed. It is a bloody nuisance. What is? Professor Vector caught me yesterday mid-argument with my nose turning into a hooked monstrosity. He coughed into his fist. I am serious, she snapped. Everyone thinks it is hilarious or cool or like, I dunno, some kind of party trick. But I can't sit still in my own skin. I keep changing even when I don't mean to. I thought maybe with how you teach, maybe you would know how to help. He studied her. She was sitting dead still, jaw clenching, fingers curled together like if she moved too much she might turn into something she would regret. Have you talked to Madame Pomfrey? He asked. She shrugged. She gave me grounding charms and a breathing exercise, helped for about 5 minutes. I nearly turned blue in potions trying to calm down. Cassian tapped the edge of the desk, thinking, all right, not a healer. But you are not asking for potions, are you? No, she said. I need structure. like what you gave the others. He considered it. Not impossible, just tricky. This wasn't a spell to tweak or a rune to draw. This was identity, and Tonks wasn't wrong. Most people did treat her ability like a parlor trick, entertaining, but shallow. No one had probably ever taught her how to master it. Right, Cassian said. Standing up, he circled around the desk. I am not an expert in magical transformations, but he gave her a look, one brow raised. I got a few ideas rattling about. Give me a bit to think. Tonks looked up, hopeful but stiff, like she didn't want to get her expectations up for nothing. You won't tell anyone. Only if you turn into McGonagall and catch me off guard. Then I reserve the right to scream and point. She snorted, pushing herself upright. I would pay to see that. Cassian tapped the side of his head. Careful, I might invoice you for emotional damage. He stepped past her, grabbed a spare scroll off the side table, and started scribbling something down. Notes, thoughts, nonsense. It would sort itself later. He handed it over without looking up. Start tracking it. Times, changes, what set it off. Think like a cursor breaker for your own face. Patterns matter. She took the scroll, brow creased. Isn't that, I dunno, too simple? If it works, doesn't need to explode or glow. Chapter 39. A few weeks later, the peace in Cassian office was shattered when Flitwick barged in. The board is here to inspect. He squeaked. Are you prepared? Cassian groaned as he shoved back his chair. Of course they are. He grabbed his coat off the backrest and muttered something about cursed timing under his breath. By the time he stepped out into the corridor, the voices had already reached him. A small entourage was sweeping through the halls, all cloaks and polished boots. At the center of the group, a figure stood out. Lucius Malfoy was striding ahead, cane tapping lightly against the stone, as if to let anyone with ears know that he had indeed arrived. His platinum blonde hair gleamed like it was waxed that morning, and the faint sneer on his lips said he was waiting for this moment. Ah, Professor Rosier! Lucius's drawl cut across the corridor as soon as he caught sight of him. How delightful to see you. Still standing, Cassian raised 2 fingers in a lazy salute. Watcher, Uncle Lucius. Lucius scoffed faintly and strode ahead. Flitwick hurried along behind him, muttering under his breath about lesson plans and inspection forms. Cassian trailed at a comfortable distance, hands in his coat pockets. Why are you so bloody casual? Flitwick hissed under his breath, half running to keep up. Cassian shrugged. I am a Rosier, Flitwick faltered mid-step. Ah, right. The Greengrass Patriarch walked alongside Lucius. The man was all sharp lines and thinning silver hair, the sort who looked like he would rather be anywhere else. Lucius probably dragged the rest. Thankfully, Magnus wasn't among them. Cassian wasn't in the mood to dance verbal circles around that old stubborn coot today. Lucius didn't bother to glance back. You certainly made yourself comfortable here, dear nephew. Dumbledore's favorite pet, from what I hear. Cassian's lips twitched. Oh, I wouldn't say favorite. More like the odd spice he sprinkles in just to make people wonder if the dish is poisoned. Lucius only huffed dismissively, not bothering to answer. Board business was board business, wandering the halls like they were founders. Fair enough, most of them were established magicians, powerful ones too, but that only made it worse. Half these people had either openly or quietly supported Voldemort. And now they were here, scrutinizing the next generation's education like it was their sacred duty. Cassian didn't know what was worse, Dumbledore letting them in or the Ministry pretending they weren't a threat. They paused outside Bathsheda's classroom. One of the witches, tall, hawk-faced, reached for the door handle. Cassian stepped in front of the door. Class is in session. You lot aren't bloody Ufstead inspectors. The hawk-faced witch froze. Lucius clicked his cane to the ground, sharply. Dear nephew, it is our duty to inspect the quality of classes. I shouldn't have to remind you of that. Cassian's smile didn't reach his eyes. Of course not, dear uncle, but this happens to be a rune class. If you barge in now, there is a fair chance at least one rune will explode if anyone is startled. Might be a small one. Might take off your eyebrows. If you are desperate to inspect, feel free to sit in before the lesson starts. Lucius's lip curled, but he didn't move. Greengrass cleared his throat. I see no harm in waiting. Cassian gave him a nod. Wise man. They sat in on a few more classes that afternoon, trailing each other like vultures in expensive cloaks. Poor Trelawney nearly cried under their stares. When it was time for his, Cassian rapped the board with the edge of his wand as the seventh years filled the room. Right eyes front. This isn't a Renaissance portrait, though God knows the hairstyles are criminal enough. What you are looking at is the court of King Gwenthar, circa 1423. And these, he gestured at the cluster of overdressed figures whispering around the throne, are the finest collection of magical advisors ever to ruin a kingdom without lifting a single wand. A few students chuckled under their breath. Weasley, Cassian called, pointing to the Gryffindor boy near the back. If you were king, would you listen to that lot? Charlie frowned. Depends. Are they actually competent? Cassian grinned. That is the twist. They weren't. They spent more time squabbling over titles and elbowing each other for influence than, oh, I don't know, protecting the kingdom from a plague of bloodthirsty creatures. By the time the king realized, his magical defenses were a joke. His treasury was bleeding gold, and half his advisors had buggered off with cursed heirlooms. Tonks raised a hand. So what happened? Did someone finally hex them? Cassian shrugged. Not quite. One clever healer put a curse-breaking clause in the council's charter and banished the lot. Too late, though. Kingdom collapsed in a fortnight. Moral of the story? Andre piped up from the Ravenclaw side. Don't trust sycophants? Close, Cassian agreed. Don't surround yourself with idiots who value their own pockets over the state of your wards? And yes, Andre, sycophants. Count double. Cassian spent nearly the whole class staring straight at the Board of Governors, as he explained in painstaking detail how incompetent advisors had toppled empires. Watching Lucius barge out with the rest huffing behind him was almost better than tea. Almost victory. Petty, but satisfying. He would take it. The board didn't linger after that. They left a few notes of caution, scattered advice for the professors, and a chest full of pride for having done their part. Flitwick and Sprout caught Cassian just as he was stepping out of the classroom. You are going to get yourself fired, Professor Rosia, Sprout said with a sigh. Cassian chuckled, completely unbothered. Flitwick gave a small shrug. He is a Rosier. Sprout's brows lifted, and then she nodded in understanding. Ah, right, Cassian smirked, waving his hands without turning back. Anyway, if the board didn't like my methods, they shouldn't have sat in on my lesson, he said. And if Lucius Malfoy chokes on his own ego because I compared him to a court jester, well, I will sleep soundly. Flitwick's lips twitched, but he said nothing. Sprout pressed her lips together, half amused, half exasperated. Cassian, honestly, one of these days, that sharp tongue of yours will land you in a cauldron of trouble you can't wiggle out of. Cassian looked over his shoulder, grin widening. And until then, I intend to enjoy myself thoroughly. He disappeared down the corridor, leaving the two professors exchanging looks. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 weeks later, he prepared everything he needed. Or, well, prepared was generous. He couldn't cast half the spells he was meant to demonstrate, but he could hold chalk, so really, that made him a solid 5 steps ahead of Binns. When Tonks turned up, it wasn't to the classroom. It was his room. Not his office, his actual living space. She shoved the door open and froze. Her gaze darted over the chaos. Books teetering near a kettle, a lone biscuit trapped under a paperweight, and Bathshada perched on the low couch, notebook in hand like she'd been there for hours. She had Tonks stared. You said you wouldn't tell anyone, she muttered. Cassian, seated cross-legged on the desk, like it was a throne, raised a hand. First of all, he said, you were in a male professor's private room. Tonks blinked, then blinked again, as the implication properly landed. Oh, he gestured vaguely at the door. See, headlines write themselves. Student in professor's quarters, Ministry scandal or romantic subplot? She muttered something under her breath, either an apology or a curse. Second of all, he added, tipping his head toward Bathsheba, Professor Babbling was gracious enough to help, so we should thank her. Tonks crossed her arms. Why don't you just say you were scared of going behind her back? I am, Cassian said cheerfully. That too. Bathsheba didn't say anything, just sipped her tea and gave Tonks a slow once-over. Tonks shifted. So what is the plan? Am I going to sit on the floor and breathe until I stop turning into other people? Not. Unless your animagus form is a cushion, Cassian drawled. You are going to learn control, like the rest of us. Only your muscle happens to be your face? She frowned. Not a great sales pitch. Not a great condition, he countered. You came to me. You want help, you get the full experience. That includes surprise supervision and unhelpful commentary. Tonks glanced between them, then let out a sigh and dropped onto the nearest chair. Fine. But if I start growing extra limbs, I am blaming both of you. That is fair, Bathsheba said, setting her cup down. Cassian clapped his hands together. Right, let's get started. He got up, stretched the stiffness from his shoulders, and walked over to the worktable shoved against the far wall. Row of identical potions waiting, each marked with a neat Roman numeral on the neck. Bathsheba helped stabilize the brewing process last week. Well, she did most of it. Really. He didn't know how to brew even the simplest potions. Yet, Cassian picked up the first vial, then reached into a narrow wooden box tucked beside it. Inside, a careful row of tiny glass tubes, each sealed with wax and numbered. He plucked one out with 2 fingers. Tonks squinted. Wait, is that hair? Yes, Cassian mumbled without looking up. Not yours. Relax. Also not mine. Not hers either. She sat straighter. Whose then? He popped the cork on the vial and tilted the glass tube to drop a single strand in. You see, I have this genius idea. Shocking, I know. If you transform into someone else with polyjuice and then try to morph back into yourself without waiting for the potion to wear off, you might start getting a grip on your default state. Train your muscle memory from the inside. Tonks stared. That sounds like a very clever way to die. Cassian grinned. Please. If this kills you, I will just tell the prophet you were trying to turn into a teacup. No one will question it. She groaned. You are the worst. Again, highly debatable. Now, listen. When the polyjuice kicks in, I want you to push your form back to your usual face. Not some random thing, not purple hair and a lopsided smile. You. Think of forcing your shape back to baseline while it is resisting you. Chapter 40. Bathsheba came to stand at the edge of the desk now, watching closely. Tonks took the potion with visible reluctance, staring down into the sludge. Cassian raised a brow. Problem. It smells like a damp sock, she muttered. It is not a cocktail, Tonks. Bottoms up. She downed it in one gulp, gagging halfway as her face twisted. The sound she made belonged to someone drinking sewage. That is foul. Yes. Well, so was the man whose hair you just swallowed. Let's see how you wear him. Tonks doubled over as the change hit, spine bowing forward. Her skin rippled, shoulders broadened. Fingers stretched out longer, thicker. Her nose cracked slightly as it bent into a new shape. Whole process took 10, maybe 12 seconds. And then the chair was occupied by someone else entirely. Tall, gaunt, graying temples and narrow brown eyes. Cassian looked her up and down. Right then, meet Fergus McNair. Lovely chap. Does wand maintenance in Nocturne. Bit of a limp. Why the hell would you pick him? Tonks asked, though now the voice came in a low, almost graveled growl. Because he has very recognizable ears and bad posture. Should give you something to wrestle. She looked down at herself. This is wrong. My joints feel like they are on backwards. Cassian clapped. Perfect. Now try to undo it. Tonks scowled, or tried to. The borrowed face didn't quite get the expression right. She closed her eyes, sat stiff for a moment. Then her nose shrank, jaw pulled in, hair flickered blonde for a second before snapping back to graying. Nothing else moved. Bathsheba stepped forward. You are overcorrecting. You are trying to rewrite the entire body at once. Cassian nodded. Start with one thing, your hand. Maybe. Anchor yourself to it. Don't force it. Let it remember you. Tonks drew a sharp breath, focused on her right hand. For a moment, nothing. Then the fingers twitched, grew smaller, knuckles softening. The nails rounded back to her usual bitten tips. Her wrist followed. Then the elbow jerked as though it didn't quite want to go. Cassian tilted his head. Keep going. She gritted her teeth and kept her focus locked on the sensation until the right arm was hers again, but the rest of her looked like someone halfway through a bad transfiguration. It was clumsy, but it was working. Cassian gave a nod. Now hold it. Don't lose the hand. Tonks took another breath, went for the face. The McNair nose collapsed in on itself, then stretched sideways. She yelped, and her face half shifted into what looked like her mother's wedding portrait before snapping violently back into McNair. Cassian winced. All right, no, stop, pause. Bathsheba stepped in, a vial out. She fed it to her, and Tonks slammed back into her own skin. Literally, her whole body jolted. She fell forward, caught herself on the desk. Bloody hell, she muttered, hair smoking slightly at the roots. That sucked? Good, Cassian nodded. Means it is doing something. Tonks didn't answer, just sat there breathing heavily. Bathsheba handed her a glass of water. You did well, but don't push it. Cass, maybe don't give her McNair next time. Fine, he said. Next round she can be Dumbledore. She will sparkle. Tonks took the water and drained it in one go. Her hand still trembled. But the look she shot Cassian wasn't scared. It was hungry. You think this will work? She asked. Eventually. It is like any reflex. You train it enough, it stops fighting you. She nodded, still breathing hard but steadier now. All right, let's do it again, Cassian snorted. Number sit. That was round one. You will get more chances, don't worry. But unless you fancy permanently turning into Snape, we are spacing these out. Tonks flopped back into the chair and slumped. You know, she said. When I came in here, I thought you would laugh me out. Cassian snickered. Oh, I preserve the right to laugh at you. I just have too much pride not to fix it first. Tonks rolled her eyes and let her head flop against the back of the chair. You are the worst. Thank you. He tossed a scrap of parchment into the bin and missed by a heroic margin. Now drink your water before you pass out, and I have to explain to Poppy why one of her wards smells like damp socks. Bathsheba went back to flipping through her notebook. Occasionally, she scribbled something in the margins, but whatever she was thinking didn't make it out loud. Tonks rubbed her temples. You know, I thought this would be like some advice and a hug, not forced potion therapy and amateur exorcism. Cassian reached over, plucked the empty glass from her hand. I doubt your mum refrains from giving you hugs. I met her once. Lovely woman. Gave you such a good name, too. Tonks scowled, though her cheeks went a shade redder than usual. Shove off, he chuckled, setting the glass down. All right, that concludes the first session of whatever this ends up being. Go on. Rest. You look like you've been steamrolled by your own bones. I feel like that, too. And that, my little hatchling, is my reward. She shot him a look. It wasn't even angry. Just tired, annoyed, and faintly betrayed. Oh, he added, lifting a finger. This whole thing, highly illegal. Even the potion, brewed in the dark, away from nosy portraits and nosier policies. Tonks straightened slightly. Wait, illegal? Do you know any other kind? That is not. She paused, then squinted. You are serious. Cassian raised an eyebrow. No, he is your uncle. I am Cassian. Try to keep up. She let out a groan and buried her face in her hands. I am going to get expelled. You won't, he said, unless you brag about it in the common room. In which case, yes, and I will deny everything. Might even plant evidence that you were trying to steal my identity to smear the good name of Cassian Rosier. Then people will be shocked twice. Why twice? Because they will wonder why you assumed my name needed smearing in the first place. Bathsheba made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sigh, depending on how generous one was being. Just leave, please, Miss Tonks. He is babbling when he is excited. Cassian leaned in towards Tonks without missing a beat. She is trying to force me to take her last name. Both women rolled their eyes. Tonks didn't even dignify it with a response, just shoved herself up from the chair and walked out, muttering something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like a hex, minus the wand. The door clicked shut behind her. Cassian glanced at Bathsheba, eyebrows raised. You do realize she is going to try and turn herself into me now, right? Possibly by accident, possibly out of spite. She would fail spectacularly, Bathsheba said, flipping her notebook closed. Your ego alone would snap her spine? That is fair. Asterisk, 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 they repeated the process every other day. Sometimes skipped one when Bathsheba had 3 essays to kill and no will to revive them. Of the 3 of them, she was the only adult-shaped human in the room if things went sideways, and the only one who didn't think healing was synonymous with hope for the best. By the end of the month, Tonks could pull herself back together mid-polyjuice like it was second nature. Quick breath, steady hands, and bam, her face was her own again. No beard, no backward ribs, no accidental Snape nose. Thank God. Cassian clapped after her last attempt. Look at that, all grown up. I am proud. Tonks, still panting, glared off without grace. Cassian turned, wandered to the shelf, and rattled through the vials. Right then, you mastered panic reflex. Now let's see if you can manage finesse. She groaned into her sleeves. No more vials, please. I am still tasting the last one. Bathsheba didn't look up from her notes. You need water. Not whining. Tell her I deserve sympathy. She is right. You are dehydrated and dramatic. Pick one. Cassian whistled, pulling out a bottle with a deep green slosh and a number 7 scratched into the glass. Next task, young grasshopper. Transform into a new face while under duress. Same rules, less mercy. Tonks raised a brow. Do not call me that. Cassian wagged a finger in the air. You can either ban Nymphadora or young grasshopper. Choose wisely. You only get one. Tonks narrowed her eyes. You are lucky I haven't learned how to hex with my eyebrows. Give it a week, Cassian muttered, reaching for a hair. Since you are already familiar with Mrs. Tonks on a deeply personal and possibly traumatic level, we will use her. Tonks blinked wary. Use her how? He held up the vial. Polyjuice. You drink this, you turn into someone else. Random bloke, not her. But then, while your bones are doing the tango, I want you to use your own gift to shift back, into your mum. Bathsheba glanced over the rim of her notebook. You are joking. I rarely do anything else. He puffed out his chest, unscrewing the lid with a little flourish. But no, this is serious. Don't! He raised his hand, catching the spark in her eyes. It is one thing to morph on cue, another to claw your way back when someone else is driving. Tonks stared at the potion. You are insane. Probably, he admitted with a thoughtful nod. But if this works, it will be because you forced your own identity through the mess. The human mind is stubborn, even when wearing someone else's bones. She grudgingly accepted. Well, it took even longer, 2 months in, and Tonks still couldn't manage to pull herself into her mum's face, while Polyjuice was dragging her into someone else's face. Returning to her own skin. Fine, a bit of focus, a lot of cursing, and she could snap back like a stubborn rubber band. But shifting into another specific person, especially while her biology was already hijacked, was a whole other mess. Felt like trying to balance a spinning plate on a broomstick, blindfolded, mid-earthquake. Cassian didn't push her. Not much anyway. Bit of teasing, maybe. Bit of bait. But the training kept going. That was the night work. Daytime. Still had a job to do. A horde of bright-eyed little disasters to wrangle, essays to grade, and the occasional fire to stomp out, sometimes literal. 8 weeks in, Cassian finally got what he'd been working towards. Something shifted. It started with the usual. Second years shouting over each other, arguing about which feather belonged to which owl before someone pointed out they were still inside, and that was definitely a quill. Quickly dismissing them and making it halfway through his room when something shifted. It wasn't flashy. No sparks, no thunderclaps, just a click. His magic stirred. Cassian blinked. Text scrolled across his vision too fast to be mistaken. Ancient Variant Unlocked. Gravitas Ascendio. Chapter 41. Ancient Variant Unlocked. Gravitas Ascendio condition met. Gravitas Ascendio, older form of levitation magic, draws object upward through gravitational displacement, lingers mid-air until caster severs connection. Cassian raised an eyebrow. Here we go. He dropped onto the couch with a thud and slung one arm over the backrest like a man awaiting divine punishment, then shut his eyes. Didn't help. It came instantly. No warning, no build-up. The room pulled sideways. Cold, damp air and the scratch of stone under his knees. Cassian opened his eyes into a thick darkness. Wherever he was, it smelled wet moss, rusted metal, and that sharp, mineral bite of old blood. The floor beneath was earth. His hands weren't his anymore. Fair, soft hands. The robe on his arms wasn't black. Brown soft, goat wool. He felt the sting before he knew what caused it. Sharp, across the back, like the air itself cracked open. He staggered forward. A whip. That was obvious. Either the host remembered or pain was universal. He moved forward, more like stumbled with the pain. No, the body didn't flinch, just kept walking. A slave, brilliant. He glanced down. Rope around the wrists, frayed, rubbed raw at the edges, shackled but lightly. There were others, walking ahead, line of bent backs and bent heads, all quiet except the ones who couldn't help crying. They didn't last long. Cassian didn't recognize the language of the cries. Something old, southern, could have been Akkadian, maybe even Proto-Arabic, if he squinted through 10,000 years of linguistic rot. Sounded rough, almost like stone grating on stone. The line stopped. Cassian stopped with it. Trying to look around, he learned that the hard way the last time his mind took a scenic detour through someone else's misery. Better to pay attention, collect the clues. Write mental notes, and hope he didn't vomit from the vertigo. They stood at the base of a stairway, sloped stone, wide and worn, climbing up into a shadowed arch. He didn't have time to study it. Another whip cracked. Someone shouted. Movement resumed. The host's head lifted a bit to catch a glimpse of a structure. Monolith? Cut straight into a cliff face. The entrance gaped like a mouth. Pillars flanked either side, carved with symbols that made Cassian's historian brain twitch. Another shove. Someone behind him reminded him to move, so he did. The corridor inside was dark, chilly, damp, and narrow. Laborers. Dozens of them. Some older, some no older than second years. Faces thin, eyes sunken. A few wore nothing but ragged cloth at the waist. Compared to theirs, the host's robes were much better. Goat skin was probably silk of this time. Cassian stumbled a step, caught himself, and followed the rest of the line in. Everyone else dropped to their knees the second they passed into the chamber. Some slow, some like their legs just gave out. It became clear he was the only one in the cavern who had any magic. The goatskin robe made more sense now. Cassian stepped closer to the altar. He raised both hands and spoke. Not anything modern. The words scraped the back of the throat, and still, even without knowing the exact tongue, Cassian recognized the structure. He could feel the spell underneath it. Gravitas Ascendio. Cassian didn't know why the interface gave him the Latin name. The spell rolling off his tongue now wasn't Latin, wasn't even close. He tried to memorize whatever he could and moved. The slab in front of him, wide, solid, easily a ton of cut stone, began to rise, clean off the ground, like some invisible chain yanked it upward. It didn't even shudder or groan under the weight. The guards stepped in. Two of them, robed in something darker and heavier than the others, moved around the edges of the monolith and pressed their palms to its corners. Together, they spun it. The stone spun midair, freely. The altar might as well have been a feather the size of a house. Cassian's stomach twisted. This was the host's memory, the host's casting. But he felt the spell all the same, felt how it worked, how it grabbed the world and told it to sod off. One of the guards gestured up as people on the ground started to chant, "Wake, wake, wake, and heed my command." Cassian followed the motion. Overhead, built into the cavern ceiling, was a wide notch. Stone ribs braced it, forearms extending outward like the branches of a windmill. That is where it went. The spinning altar would be lifted up, slotted in, spinning while locked into place. The whole chamber was built for it. Cassian could feel the strain building now, magic pouring out like a wire humming at full charge. A few more seconds and the spell would fray. Maybe drop the altar on someone's head. Maybe on his. He stepped forward, arms still raised. The altar climbed, faster than before, up, into the carved notch above. It fit. Not like two woods resting against each other, more like gears biting down. The massive altar didn't just float, it rotated, slotted neatly into the arms above like a key turning in a lock. The arms accepted it with a mechanical click that felt wrong for something made of rock. No grinding, no scrape. Just click, click, and settled. Cassian barely had a second to take it in before the air shifted. Light cracked across the seams of the stone. A breath of furnace-dry heat slid through the chamber, fire without smoke, as if something old had just breathed. Lines lit up, runic etchings, old ones, the kind that weren't drawn so much as carved into existence. They burned gold, then flared bright as a sunburst before dimming to a soft pulse. A circuit, that was what it was. This whole chamber was a power grid, and the altar wasn't just furniture, it was a bloody engine. Cassian tried to move. His feet didn't cooperate, but his head snapped up, catching the pattern again. The symbols weren't ornamental. They were aligned, rhythmic, humming in sync with the floating mass above. Wake, 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 wake and heed my command. He wanted to get closer, inspect the carvings. Half a dozen of them looked Mesopotamian in style, but not quite. There were gaps, corrections, etched over older glyphs, modifications probably, like someone had tried to improve an ancient enchantment by slapping on new parts without understanding what the old ones did, and it worked. That was the worst part. The bloody thing was active. Cassian tried to lean forward. He was so close, just needed to read one of the root runes, figure out what branch it belonged to. The spell snapped, the chamber vanished. Cassian hit the floor of his room with a thud and a string of words that would have got him detention in every respectable institution from here to Gringotts. He groaned, rolled halfway onto his side, and pressed his forehead to the cool floorboards. He kept his eyes shut for a moment longer, like maybe the vision would drift back in if he prayed enough. Nothing. He muttered, dragging himself upright by the desk. His limbs felt like someone else's, wobbly, too long, reluctant to cooperate. He groped around until his hand hit the edge of the table, then pawed over the mess until he found the right notebook. Not the one with the ancient rune mapping. Not the one with Tonk's therapy notes. Not the bloody map he was trying to decipher. The ratty green one with the broken spine and half a biscuit wedged between pages 13 and 14. He opened it. The biscuit crumbled. Goatskin, southern dialect, maybe Akkadian adjacent. Deep cave or constructed chamber. Gravitational lock spell system. Gravitas Ascendio used in ritual or sacrificial mechanism. Power matrix, altar equals rotor. Hybrid, Magitech. Maybe bloodbound. He paused, tapping the side of the pen against his temple. Bit of ash in the air. Definitely felt sacrificial, but no obvious offering. Unless the spell itself was draining them. That thought sat wrong. He underlined it twice and scribbled a quick note beside. Spiritual displacement? Who is paying the cost? Another scribble. Could be linked to place-based enchantment? Carvings not decorative. Actual bloody framework. Symbols overlaid. New script on top of older base system. Almost like someone took a Mesopotamian curse matrix and stapled a charging rune on top. Who does that? He sighed, squinting at the sketch he butchered for the 5th time. The runes were vague. Whatever the reason, they wouldn't hold still in his memory long enough to draw properly. Might have been a blessing, because the theory brewing in the back of his head, nasty business. If he was right, that altar wasn't just for lifting stone. At least he got something useful out of it. Gravitas Ascendio. Sounded like a fancy way to say, up you go. But the mechanics underneath? Different beast entirely. Not standard levitation, more like bending the field itself. Efficient. Dangerous. Very much not ministry approved. He would need to test it properly, see if the thing could hold weight or just throw it. And it came with a warning label stamped straight into his skull. Whatever that place was, whoever that memory belonged to, it wasn't ceremonial. That altar didn't rise for show. It clicked into something, powered it, and the people who built it knew exactly what they were fueling. Cassian rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling throbbing behind his eyelids. His mind felt sluggish. Asterisk, 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 when Christmas arrived. Tonk still hadn't managed to turn into her mom while under the effects of polyjuice. Bit of a letdown, considering the 3 months of damp sock-flavored trauma she choked down. But with school breaking up and no miracle morph on the horizon, she packed up her trunk, hugged Bathsheba with genuine affection, and gave Cassian a look that promised at least one prank if her eyebrows grew back crooked. "Enjoy the holidays," he told her, ruffling her hair. "Choke on a pine cone," she replied sweetly, and took the train the next morning. That left Cassian with 2 options: spend the holidays trapped in Rosier Manor with the family equivalent of a tax audit, or do literally anything else. He took the second option, of course. Chapter 42. Cassian nudged Bathsheba's door open with his elbow, a box of chocolate biscuits under one arm, roses in his other hand. "Let's go to Iceland," he said, like it was the sort of thing you suggested over lunch plans. Auroras, not the Septimas, hopefully, and if we are lucky, geothermal pools, possibly a sheep. Bathsheba didn't look up from the scroll she was marking. Her desk was a battlefield, red ink, teacups, and one poor 4th-year essay crumpled beyond salvation. She didn't answer. Cassian sat on her desk, making himself comfortable. We can build a snow angel and then bash its head with snow bats. Still nothing. He gave the box a shake. Bribery in progress, biscuits, the good kind. Bathsheba returned to grading. "Are you asking or declaring?" "Neither. I am escaping, and I am dragging you with me. You can cry about it later. We have work." Not for 2 weeks. That is the point of holidays. It is when the ministry pretends children don't exist so they can focus on pretending the economy does. Bathsheba paused, pen hovering just above the page. Does this plan involve tents? Cassian narrowed his eyes. It involves hot water, steam, and me refusing to grade another essay. Bathsheba circled a line of sloppy handwriting, looking personally offended by a paper, which, knowing her, she probably was. She gave a mock tired sigh, the corner of her mouth tilted despite herself. "Fine. Only for sheep and biscuits, though." "Deal," he said, kicking the leg of her desk as he passed. "I will get the woolier one a name tag." Asterisk, 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 they left before dawn. Cassian had packed thermal layers, 3 notebooks, an enchanted flask that did both hot and cold. Bathsheba brought a single bag and one terrifyingly thick book labeled Rune Logic in pre-classical societies. He didn't ask if she was planning to read it or bludgeon something with it. Either seemed likely. They porkied to Reykjavik first. She insisted it was safer than flying into a blizzard. He booked a tiny cottage on the edge of a geothermal field, the sort of place that came with its own personal sulfur smell and enough steam to cook a cow. The moment they stepped inside, Bathsheba dropped her coat, sniffed the air, and made a face, nose wrinkled, but her eyes were amused. "You brought me to a bog." He held up a hand. "Correction, a warm, magical bog with a roof and working taps. It smells like dragon armpit." He shrugged. "Feels like it too once we step in." She snorted at that, shaking her head. Cassian kicked the door shut behind them, dropped the bag on a low bench. Bathsheba peeled off her gloves and gave the room a once-over. Stone walls, 2 small rooms. "Didn't you say this was a cottage?" "It is," he said, mouthful of shortbread. "Technically, it has a roof and no ghost to scream when you walk in. That is luxury." She opened the bathroom door, peered in, then shut it just as quickly. "The loo is outside." He tapped the glass. "They're nature's hot tub, and no screaming children or nosy elves. Unless one followed us." She rolled her eyes. He hugged her from behind, chin dropping to the crook of her neck. "I missed my girlfriend," Cassian said, matter of fact. Bathsheba paused. aware of the very solid reason at her back, and smirked before settling in, but didn't pull away. I knew you had ulterior motives. He drew a dramatic breath. How dare you? My intentions are pure, she snorted, unimpressed. Right. You are warm. That is the only reason I am tolerating this. Romance, he said, walking past her, is truly dead. Shaking her head, Bathsheba started to peel her layers off like an onion, scarf, jumper, second jumper. That weird in-between cloak that only academics seem to own. Cassian watched, elbow hooked over the sofa arm. Are you done yet? He asked. Or should I come back when the Bronze Age ends? She tossed the scarf at his face. You picked this weather. I picked solitude. The weather was a bonus. He caught the scarf and flung it onto the backrest. The sofa gave a quiet groan under his weight. I will put the kettle on, he added, after precisely 0 movement. Bathsheba gave him a look. Will you? No, he agreed, not moving an inch. But I thought you would like the thought. She crossed the room and flicked her wand at the old iron kettle. It rattled, then obediently plonked itself onto the stove. And soon, the sound of slow bubbling started to fill the silence. Cassian watched the steam curl up the glass. Right. So, once we warmed up, I vote we go find the nearest eldritch cave and throw something into it. For science. She arched a brow. Mist cave toppling over us? Cassian gave a short laugh. It earned me a kiss first time. Reckoned it might take us further this time. She narrowed her eyes. He smirked. No, worth a shot. Bathsheba turned away, muttering something under her breath that didn't sound flattering. Cassian caught the kettle before it boiled over, poured 2 mugs. After warming up a bit, he stripped his top layers off with the sort of confidence only found in people who knew full well they were being watched. Just jumper, shirt, and undershirt peeled off, rest were still on. He was still a man, and the place was cold. Okay, he flexed. Not for her benefit, probably. Let's test the water. What do you say? Bathsheba raised a brow, summoned her wand with a flick, and conjured a curtain between them. Semi-transparent, thin as breath, but enough to block everything except the silhouette. Her shadow moved, excruciatingly slow. Each motion exaggerated. She knew he was watching, and she let him. First, the cloak came off, dropped like a silent dare. Then something that could have been a blouse. Her hands went behind her back next, fiddled with the clasp. Cassian didn't blink. Oh, come on, he groaned, forehead meeting the side of the doorway with a dull thunk. Damn woman, you are killing me. Don't be dramatic, she said. Her voice came through muffled. This is restraint. If that is restraint, I would hate to see enthusiasm. You would not survive it. Cassian muttered something rude under his breath and ran barefoot across the short hallway, shoving the door open. The cold slapped him first. The outside bath was steaming, white vapor curling around the edges of the stone rim, already silhouetting a hand in the air, inviting Cassian in. He dipped a toe in, then another, before sinking himself in with a sigh that sounded vaguely religious. The heat crawled up from his spine to the back of his skull like a potion poured directly into his marrow. Right, he said, chin dropping to the water. If I die here, bury me here. The door creaked open again. Bathsheba stepped out, wrapped in a towel. You are taking up half of it. I was planning to keep you warm with my body. You said you loved it. Bathsheba gave him a look. Let's go with that, she muttered, and stepped in anyway. Her towel ended up near the edge, kicked aside without a second thought. She slid in beside him with the grace of someone deeply unimpressed by theatrics but not above enjoying the outcome. The water shifted as she settled. Her back rested against his chest as she hummed in contentment. Feeling good, he murmured at her ear. Don't be greedy, she said, not moving. Cassian wrapped his arms around her, chin dropping to her shoulder. There we go, like 2 frogs in a fancy soup. You are the worst, she said, eyes closing. You say that, but you are here, in my arms, in the soup. You lured me here with biscuits. He grinned into her damp skin. And you fell for it like a child in a gingerbread shop. She elbowed him. Not hard, just so to get the point across. Cassian winced and tightened his grip. Steam curled off the pool, so thick it blurred the world past the stone rim. The stars above barely managed to peek through the mist. Their breaths came in visible puffs, though the water was warm enough to dissolve the chill that clung to them. Her head tilted back slightly against his shoulder, damp curls brushing his jaw. He let one hand trail along the curve of her thigh under the surface. "So?" he said, dragging it. "On a scale of 1 to Cassian is a genius. How brilliant was this plan?" She hummed. 12. He grinned. "I knew you loved me. I said the plan. You, I tolerate." "Semantics," he said. "You love me, do not. You do deep down, like fungus." She snorted and didn't move, which by his reckoning was basically a confession. Somewhere off to the side, snow crunched, some nocturnal beast, probably regretting its life choices. Bathsheba sighed and tucked her legs across his. Her skin was cold in spots, warmer in others, but she settled into him like he was furniture. Cassian rested his chin on her head, content to be furniture. Always. He started to play with her sides, hands climbing teasingly, quickly turned into a game of whack, the mole. He dared, she swatted, relentless like a trained reflex. He barely got past her ribs before the flat of her hand caught his fingers with a smack. He retreated briefly, then came back at a sneakier angle. Another slap. "Stop that!" she said with a laugh. "Never," he said, already aiming higher. "It is tradition now. You made it up 30 seconds ago. Exactly tradition, Bathsheba. The ink isn't even dry on the sacred scrolls yet." She elbowed him again, this time sharper. Water sloshed, and he nearly inhaled a lungful of steam. "You are ruining the peace," she muttered. "I am the peace. That is the whole point of me." She didn't answer, just caught his wrist mid-climb and dunked it under the surface. Cassian wiggled his fingers against her thigh under the water. "Do that again," she warned with a laugh, "and I will freeze this entire tub." "Bluff. You like it too much. You won't be saying that with icicles hanging off your..." He pulled his hands back like they touched a live wire. "You go there. Really. Attack my..." He caught himself, dragged his arm protectively across his chest. "Most sensitive assets while I am defenseless, half-cooked." Chapter 43. Bathsheba relaxed against him with a sigh. Her head tipped slightly against his jaw. Despite the barrage of sarcasm, she didn't shift away. "Iceland is growing on me," she muttered. Cassian grinned. "You hear that? That is progress. Don't get cocky. I am still debating dunking you." He just shifted, slid down, and dunked himself without warning. Bathsheba lost her backrest and made a sharp, undignified noise, part protest, part splash, as she tilted backwards. Then his face was very close to a place that made that protest die somewhere in her throat. "Cassian." It was a warning, probably. Came out softer than it should have. He didn't answer, just looked up, eyes half-lidded, steam beating across his lashes. Then, with absolutely no regard for the sacred peace of the moment, he grinned. That grin didn't last. Not when her hand threaded through his wet hair and dragged his mouth up to hers. Her legs shifted, wrapped, pulled. He caught her hips as she moved, grip tightening to anchor them both. The stone edge of the pool dug into his spine, and he didn't give a damn. How could he when her fingers were already under his jaw, her lips transmitting vibrations into his molars to communicate? She moved again, Saturday properly in his lap now, thighs around his, nothing between them. No robes, no annoying curtain spells, nothing. All hesitation melted away, every trace of second-guessing gone. His fingers skimmed her sides, cautious at first, then not. She wasn't cautious either. One hand slid over his shoulder, the other into his hair again, because apparently that was hers now. Fine. He had no objections. She kissed him again, slower this time, like she was learning him by taste. Cassian dragged a hand up her back, over her spine. Down again. Mapped her like parchment, pressed her to feel her heart hammer against his ribs. They moved with the kind of urgency that wasn't clumsy, just overdue, like two people who danced around it too long and had finally shut up about it. When she sank onto him, it wasn't a sigh or a gasp. It was this rough, shaky exhale, like something between them had clicked into place. Cassian's hands gripped at her hips tight, too tight maybe. He didn't think she minded. Her mouth found his again. He buried his face in her neck and lost track of everything else. They soon found a rhythm. Her body shook and Cassian caught it. One arm around her back, the other tangled in her hair as she bit down hard on his shoulder. He held even tighter, followed her over the edge a breath later. They stayed like that for a while. He kissed her hair. Her head stayed tucked against his shoulder. "All right," he said, after a minute. She hummed. He smiled. Proper answer. That? Stop babbling. Above them, the sky shifted. The aurora thickened, light flickering like it was breathing. Cassian tilted his head to watch, cheek resting against her. "I am putting this in the diary," he said. She snorted. Unit 3, Magical Thermodynamics and Strategic Nudity. "If you write that down, I will set your bed on fire." "Joke's on you. I sleep in yours." She pinched his side. He yelped. "See," she said, thermodynamics. Asterisk, 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 they spent a week in Iceland. Long enough to soak the chill out of their bones. Not long enough for Cassian to forget his family. The water stayed hot, the skies stayed green, and Bathsheba stayed. They returned to Hogwarts before the break ended. Professors weren't allowed the luxury of full holidays unless they fancied a mountain of neglected essays when they got back. Christmas break still had a week to go. Decorations were already sprouting across the halls. House elves strung up enchanted mistletoe in places that felt suspiciously strategic. The day after they got back, Cassian stared at the envelope on his desk. The usual message inside, though he didn't have to open it to know. "Be here, or you are disowned." Sealed with a dark red wax stamp, pressed deep with the rosier crest. Classic rosier hospitality. He dropped it in the fireplace. Then he cast Sinus Amisa. The ashes swirled, folding in on themselves, so he burned it again. This way, no one could bring the cursed letter back to life. Spending Christmas locked in a room with half the Wizengamot's most pompous egotists? No, thanks. He would take ghosts and enchanted mistletoe over Lucian's dead-eyed smile any day, and the castle had Bathsheba. Instant win. He got Bathsheba and the other professors little gifts. Nothing too grand. Thoughtful, yes. Vaguely useful, maybe. Just the kind that said, "I acknowledge your existence and am not actively trying to curse you." Even Snape got one. Though Cassian doubted he'd appreciate the gesture, the Muggle shampoo bottle had a cheery label that read, "Eliminates oily scalp from the first wash." It was neon green. Cassian debated, wrapping it in ribbon, but figured the insult landed cleaner unadorned. When Snape opened it, stared, then looked up with a glare like he'd just bitten into a lemon wearing Cassian's face. "You are welcome," Cassian said brightly, already walking off before Snape could reach for his wand. Only Bathsheba's was a bit pricier. Not because he was trying to win points. Well, maybe a little he hunted down an antique rune compass. Real one. Brass casing, obsidian dial, runes etched so fine, they needed a magnifying charm to read properly. Pre-classical? Maybe late Achaemenid. Bathsheba unwrapped it with that careful, narrow-eyed look she saved for old spells and suspicious essays. Then she looked up and said, "You got me a cursed object for Christmas?" Cassian nodded. Surprise. She loved it. Asterisk, 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 the last week of break ended too fast. 1 minute the castle was quiet, almost perfect. And the next it was loud again, stuffed full of overexcited kids who came back well-fed, well-rested, and absolutely ready to cause every kind of mayhem imaginable. A few of the younger ones returned even earlier. Something about their parents needing space. September was pregnant with good news. Cassian was on a hunt during that week. He already marked every bloody mistletoe in the castle. Sadly, there was no spell for that. But with the boredom of a man who had better things to do and chose not to, he managed. Every corridor, every archway. So, whenever he chanced upon one with Bathsheba, it was a miracle of divine coincidence. "Again?" she said flatly as they stepped under one for 7th time today. He looked up, mock surprised. Well, would you look at that, mistletoe? Bathsheba didn't move, neither did the plant. Cassian leaned slightly closer, all charm and no shame. You realize this is magically binding, he said. If we don't kiss, the entire enchantment wing gets cursed. She raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that for my benefit or yours? Cassian considered. Bit of both. Mostly theirs. She gave him a look that could strip paint but kissed him anyway. Then she carried on walking without waiting for a reaction. Cassian grinned after her, catching up in 3 lazy strides. Right then, he said. I reckon the next one's by the charms corridor. You reckon wrong. Oh, I hex that one. He blinked. You hex the mistletoe? I hex the spot you keep standing under. Cassian laughed. God, I adore you. Bathsheba didn't answer, but her smirk tugged a little at the corner of her mouth. Break ended. Classes kicked off again, and the chaos returned right on cue. Tonks Experim helping resumed like they'd never stopped. She was improving. Slow, but solid. Every session fixed another twitch, another hesitation. Most evenings, she would crash into Cassian's office like a sentient hurricane of complaints, then leave a few hours later, pale and shaky, but one step closer to not turning green randomly. By the end of January, Tonks managed a full transformation into her mother, mid-Polyjuice. Without screaming, she sat slumped in a chair afterwards. Face glistened with sweat, hair half morphed into some kind of tragic lavender mullet. Cassian handed her a cloth. Well done. You look horrifying. Thanks, she muttered. Feels like I swallowed a snake made of glass. That is the spirit. Bathsheba didn't even look up. Don't vomit on the carpet. That is a very old carpet. Cassian pointed at her. Exactly. We are trying to preserve history here. So if you must expel something, use Dumbledore's gargoyle. Tonks groaned, wiped her mouth, and staggered toward the washroom. She missed the doorframe by an inch, cursed for almost kissing it, and shuffled through. Cassian leaned back in his chair. Well, we made a little metamorphmagus cry. Shall we celebrate? Bathsheba finally looked up from her stack of essays. There is stale shortbread in the drawer. That is the limit of celebration budget. He made a thoughtful noise, digging through the bottom drawer like a man with low standards and high hopes, and came up with a dented can that looked like it survived 2 wars. Oh, beans! Treasure! He sing-songed, shaking it like it might jingle. Bathsheba looked up from her notes, already unimpressed. We are sleeping separately. He frowned at the label. Bit harsh. You fart when you eat beans. Cassian huffed, cracking the can open with a tap and setting it beside the nearest stack of ungraded essays. Not really sure which one wins, honestly. On one hand, beans. On the other, hugging you feels good. He dug a spoon out from somewhere. He had a drawer full of questionable cutlery, none of it matching, all of it cleanish, and took a bite. Chewed. Grimaced. All right, that might be poison, but I am committed now. You always are, she murmured, especially to poor decisions. Marvelous. I will put that on my tombstone. Died as he lived, full of beans and terrible plans. Do not open. She flicked a glance his way. You won't need a tombstone if you keep eating like that. I will just tell the elves to compost you. He held up a finger, still chewing. That is very green of you. Cycling is important. Cassian made a sound halfway between a scoff and a laugh, then dropped onto the couch. He let out a long, slow fizzle that echoed off the room. Bathsheba didn't even glance up, just drew her wand and flicked it, a shimmer of blue springing up around her. You're getting too comfortable, she muttered. He smirked, arms behind his head. This is love, darling. I love you so much I can fart near you. She narrowed her eyes at him over the top of her quill. Romance truly is dead. No, it is alive and well. Just a bit pungent. She shook her head, muttering something that probably wasn't in Latin but carried the energy of a hex. He yawned, cracking his knuckles one by one. Tell me something, he said. Still not moving. Why do students think handing in an essay written in sparkly ink will make me less likely to set it on fire? Because one thing you love more than setting things on fire is sparkles, she replied flatly. scribbling a note in red across the top of a parchment. I don't set things on fire. That was once, he said. Okay, 3 times, but only one was my fault. The Potions Through the Ages essay you incinerated last week because it said Gamp invented cauldrons. Cassian didn't look remotely sorry. That was self-defense. You don't read something like that and walk away the same. Bathsheba flipped a page. You are distracting. Good. I am bored. Mark your own pile, he groaned. But yours has the good ones. They are all terrible. He made a noise of agreement. Yeah, but yours are color-coded terrible. Mine is a bin fire with citations. He dragged a parchment off his own stack, blinked at the title, then held it up. This one just says, Big Fire Good. No author, no subject, just Big Fire. Good. Bathsheba didn't look up. 5th year, Hufflepuff. How did you know? She tapped her head with her quill. I have seen things. In the end, he got her laughing, and they tumbled onto the bed. She accused him of ruining her essay stack. He accused her of having too many. It ended with her sock in his mouth, and both of them out of breath, for reasons neither wanted to explain if someone knocked. All for Love. Chapter 44. It was mid-January when Marius Vale, freshly appointed defense against the dark arts professor and walking midlife crisis, bolted down the main staircase with no clothes, no dignity, and no intention of explaining himself. Eureka, he shouted, though not the jubilant sort. This was the kind you screamed when you'd just seen your own spleen crawling across the ceiling. A magical blur trailed behind him, covering his whatnots. Not a spell, more like a hasty cleanup squad, probably conjured by Hogwarts' preservation instinct. Or McGonagall, possibly Dumbledore. Maybe all 3. By the time he hit the front doors, the blur had wrapped him in what looked suspiciously like a tablecloth. Then he was gone. Vanished into the snow like a ghost no one had requested. Cassian, having witnessed all this from the upper staircase, biscuit halfway to his mouth. Right then. He bit into his biscuit maybe 10 minutes later. This place is nuts. Not the best wording, probably. Turned out, as Cassian predicted, Vale had been trying to lift the curse on the defense against the dark arts position. Thought he could brute, force it, crack the enchantment with a hybrid ritual/breakdown. He went barking before the spell broke. Ran through the halls with all the confidence of a man whose brain had started leaking out from the ear naked. It was a miracle. All of it happening late at night, with no student around to bear witness. Rumor had it Dumbledore contacted an old student, Olivia Green. Used to be sharp, top of her class. Disappeared into the Department of Mysteries straight after graduation. Most of the staff hadn't heard her name in years. Now she was called back. Apparently, she said yes without blinking. The announcement came down 2 days after Vale's flashy exit. McGonagall gathered them in the staff room, face pinched tighter than Snape's budget for conditioner. No one had the nerve to ask, but Cassian would have bet half a chocolate frog. She already downed a bottle of fire whiskey beforehand. McGonagall asked if anyone wanted to hold the post until a new professor arrived. Predictably, the room responded with the sort of silence usually reserved for funerals. Snape raised a hand. He didn't look at anyone, just sort of hovered there. His eyes were fixed on the opposite wall, probably imagining all the curses he could teach first years, if given a week of freedom and no supervision. Cassian watched Dumbledore from the corner of his eye. The old man just sipped his tea, smiled vaguely, and said no, and that was that. 2 days of no class. Students roamed the corridors with the kind of gleeful chaos that made Cassian consider investing in tranquilizer charms. Some were convinced they'd been cursed by Vale's leftover madness. One third-year named Tom claimed his mirror was whispering marvels and riddles. Cassian told him that was puberty. The new professor arrived on the 3rd day, walked in just before breakfast, dragging a battered trunk behind her. She parked it by the staff table, then turned and surveyed the great hall. Snape didn't even wait until pudding. He was scowling by the time the butter hit her plate. She introduced herself to the students by first name only. Olivia, said she would hex anyone who called her professor or Green. Either she hated the name or the concept of hierarchy. That was the highlight of the 2nd semester. The rest unfolded exactly as it should have. Quiet, by Hogwarts standards. which meant barely one fire a week and no confirmed fatalities. Cassian carried on in his usual way, which involved scaring first years half to death with unscheduled quizzes and correcting centuries, old textbooks with petty footnotes. He still ran his classroom like a cross between a spell library and a poorly supervised museum exhibit. Students didn't always understand him, but they remembered his teaching, which, really, was half the job done. He pushed them to think like cursor breakers instead of parrots, and, in the process, earn himself another mastery, and maybe unlock a forgotten charm or two. Not bad for a man juggling a classroom, a traumatized metamorphmagus, and a girlfriend who used sarcasm as a breakfast condiment. That is how he got Apertus Oculus. It wasn't flashy, no divine thunder or ghosts whispering secrets into his ear. It happened on Valentine's Day. The corridor outside was half flooded because someone had enchanted the suits of armor to cry every time they heard a love song. Inside, Cassian was elbow deep in the curriculum, eyes halfway closed as he scribbled notes and tried to figure out if it was worth getting in a fight with the Ministry over their insistence on rewriting the Troll Wars to make the wizards look heroic. The memory came without warning. One moment he was staring at the page, the next, the world flickered. By the time it ended, he was drenched in sweat, eyes bloodshot. He sat on the floor, staring at the ceiling. Ignorance, he realized more than ever, was often a blessing, and some things were forgotten for a reason. Text rushed across his vision. Ancient variant, unlocked. Apertus Oculus condition met. Apertus Oculus. Older unlocking charm. Affects magical concealment. Forces passage by disrupting both enchantment and obfuscation layers. This spell wasn't an unlocking charm. Oh no, it was not. It was an unveiling. Peered through the curtain and yanked it down if you stared long enough. When the year wrapped, Slytherin banners were decorating the Great Hall again. Snape looked smug. Not that it was new. Under Charlie Weasley's leadership, Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup but lost the House Cup. Cassian didn't bother grumbling about it. He hardly cared. Slytherin played the long game. Shady study groups, suspiciously successful duels, and a frankly impressive ability to avoid getting caught mid-prank. They deserved the win, probably. Still, didn't mean he enjoyed seeing Odette's smirk reflected in every corner. After the feast, Tonks hugged them both like she was trying to break something. Tight around the ribs, head shoved into Cassian's chest. Arms looped round Bathsheda's side like she wasn't quite ready to let go. She cried a bit, not ugly sobbing, more like the kind of dignified leak. Cassian patted her head with one hand, the other still holding his tea. "You gonna be fine, kiddo." She made a wet snort into his shoulder. "I still feel like my bones are itchy." "Sign of progress," he said. "Also possibly internal bleeding. Either way, very magical." She groaned and didn't let go. "Hey," he muttered, nudging her with his knuckles. "You are not dying. You are graduating. That is worse. No, worse is coming back here as staff. We would be colleagues." That got a grunt from somewhere near his ribs. "I would poison your tea." He nodded, proud. She finally stepped back, wiping her face with the sleeve of her jumper. Red nose, blotchy cheeks, a half-melted mascara streak across one eye. "Try not to miss me too much," she said, sniffling. Cassian tilted his head. "We will try, but I make no promises on mocking your dramatic exits." Tonks sniffed again, rubbed her eyes. "I am serious. You are Nymphadora. Always have been." She hissed like a kettle. "You absolute bastard." Cassian beamed. "She is back." Bathsheba leaned over and pulled Tonks into another quick hug. "Less spine-breaking this time, more swinging. You will be fine. I sent some letters to my friends," she said quietly. She thanked them, then left without another word. Cassian didn't watch her go. He just stood there a moment, rubbing his palm along his jaw. "All right," he said. "Now I feel old." "You are," Bathsheba muttered, already returning to her notes. "You are a fossil, a sarcastic one, a relic," he said. "Very valuable, probably cursed. No, probably about it." The staff dinner arrived. Cassian showed up 10 minutes early. Cassian slid into the chair beside Bathsheba, muttered, "You look nice," and nicked a bread roll from McGonagall's side plate when she blinked. Most of the night passed in dull chatter. Something about new ministry guidelines, something else about Hogsmeade zoning. Cassian nodded along, eyes dropping. Midway through pudding, Dumbledore clinked a spoon against his glass. The table stilled. He stood, twinkle mildly weaponized. "Another year gone," he said, smiling over his half-moon spectacles. "And one, I think, we can call educational," Cassian whispered. "Streaking." Bathsheba kicked him under the table. "And of course," Dumbledore went on, "a warm goodbye to Professor Olivia Green, who, despite her wishes, will be addressed formally at least once a year by contract and tradition." Well, Smartlass signed her resignation before the year ended, lest she was struck by lightning. Turned out, that was an effective method to dodge the curse. A rare success story in a position that ate more professors than Peeves ate sugar quills. She cleared out before the end of year feast, didn't even take the pudding. Left behind a single note on the staff room notice board, survived, not returning, don't send flowers. Cassian framed it. Bathsheba caught him with it a few days later, trying to find the right spot over his desk. She didn't ask, just gave him a look that said, "You are unbelievable," and went back to her academic stack. He added a tiny garland around it, festive. With Olivia gone, the post opened again. Dumbledore, in all his glitter-dusted wisdom, didn't fill it right away, claimed he had candidates. Didn't say from where, didn't say when. Knowing him, probably kept them in a jar somewhere until the term turned interesting. Chapter 45. Year ended, and Cassian returned to Rosier Manor the same way anyone returns to a place they can't openly loathe in the Daily Prophet. Quiet, grim, and mildly suspicious of every window. Bathsheba apparated them just beyond the wards. Her coat rustled when he pulled her into a hug. Arms looped tight like she might vanish if he blinked too slow, which she very well might. A crow cawed somewhere overhead. The universe really had no sense of timing. "I will see you in a week," he said, pressing a kiss to her forehead. She nodded. "Yeah," hugging him back. "You sure you want to join me again?" He chuckled, arms still around her. "Wouldn't miss it for the world." Bathsheba slapped his chest lightly. "You just want to see China and get away from your family." Cassian gasped. No. "I want to be with you, but also see China and get away from my family." She huffed a laugh and stepped back, tugging her coat tighter, hopeless, tragically. He winked, then glanced over his shoulder at the silhouette of the manor. "Go before they send my mother." She vanished with a pop. Cassian sighed, adjusted his coat, and turned to the gates. The next few days dragged. Magnus spent an entire breakfast lecturing Lucian on international policy, using phrases like stability through control and familial expectations with the same tone most men used for lawn care. Cassian stirred his porridge and tried not to hallucinate. His mother, Ophelia, had developed a new habit of sighing whenever he entered the room. Not subtle sighs, either. These were the kind that came with pinched brows and a teacup held just so. Cassian started entering rooms backwards, just to hear it without seeing the face. Regulus tried to get him alone twice. Cassian dodged both with vague mutterings about updating field notes and post-term evaluations. The man could wait, or spontaneously combust. Either worked. Luckily, the manor was a warren of corridors and preening relatives, perfect cover for a practice dodger with no patience for father-son theatrics. By the fourth evening, he had gone full hermit. Curtains drawn, books cracked open. He was halfway through retranslating a Byzantine hex manuscript when someone knocked. He opened the door to find Selena. Cassian grinned. "You are not short anymore," she shrugged. "It is called growth." "Ah, good choice. I tried tea once. Didn't work." She didn't smile, but her mouth twitched. "You see me every day in the school." "That is school, Selena. Not home, Selena." He stepped aside, let her in. She moved like someone checking for traps. Careful, spine straight, eyes flicking around the room, like it might rearrange itself while she wasn't looking. Cassian gestured to the chair by the desk tea. "No thanks." He poured himself a cup anyway, waited. She didn't speak straight off, just stared out the window. "Is this about school?" he asked, sipping. She nodded, arms folded. Last year was rather enjoyable in history of magic classes. I know your approach is different from Bin's, but still, teaching through application helps a lot. Cassian scratched the back of his neck with a little shrug. That is why I do it. Dead wizards aren't great conversationalists. You want them to stick, make them move. Selena rolled her eyes. I know what you are doing. I know Uncle wants you to sway students, pull them away from Dumbledore's version of inclusivity. And I know you are pretending to go along with it. Her gaze didn't waver. But deep down, you are teaching neither. You are teaching them to think for themselves. Cassian let out a chuckle, eyes narrowing as he stirred his tea. You were always the clever one. Not that I am hiding it. Bit obvious, isn't it? He took a sip. And I am sure you won't be running to Daddy or Granddaddy to tattle. She smirked, leaned back. How do you know that? He opened his arms. Because you don't care. Out of all my cousins, you are the most beautiful, most brilliant. Selena raised a hand, not looking up. If this is your way of buttering up, continue. I like it. Add best spell creator. Cassian blinked. Oh, bloody hell, that sounded like me. Is this a rosier defect, born with extra ego and a craving for validation? She laughed lightly. Cassian coughed, sat forward in the chair. Well, you are not a worthy rosier either. That made her look, not angry, not insulted. If anything, there was a flicker of satisfaction, like he'd just given her a badge she hadn't asked for but wouldn't return. A worthy rosier, after all, was supposed to be half god, half Polish to boot, traditionalist, pure-blooded, arrogant with Latin in one hand and a wand in the other. They didn't question, they didn't innovate, and they definitely didn't invent spells just to see what would happen. You are right, she said. I would rather die than spend my life quoting great-grandfathers dueling logs and reciting bloodlines like scripture. He smiled into his cup. Cheers to that. Though I would pay to see Magnus twitch if he heard you say it out loud. Magnus would twitch if the soup wasn't the right shade of aristocratic beige, she muttered. Very delicate constitution. That one, he nodded. One off, note, and he looks like someone farted on the rosier crest. Selena chuckled, shifting in her chair. You staying in the family line after graduation? Apprenticeship first. Master Goshawk is taking me under her wing. She didn't say it like she was bragging. Just stating it. Of course she is. You had her wrapped around your finger back at Owl's. Selena didn't bother hiding the eye roll. It wasn't like that. Sure, it wasn't. He let out a low whistle. Very rosier of you, though. She didn't deny it, just gave a mischievous smile. Can't seem to shake all the family traits. Well done, he said, tipping his mug in salute. So while I was freezing my arse off in Norway, you were already charming the ministry's deadliest librarian. Selena nodded. We'll do so this summer as well. He tilted his head. You are ahead of the curve. I try. She glanced sideways then. Are you heading anywhere? He jerked his chin east. Yeah, China, she blinked. China. Yeah, Bathsheba's off for research. I am tagging along for tea curses and a break from the Ancestral Ghost Club. Selena gave a nod, filing that somewhere between mildly mad and predictably on brand. You traveling for work or trauma avoidance? Both, he said, rubbing his jaw, though the trauma bit is more scenic. Also, I am the pack mule. So what is in China? Ancient scrolls, forbidden archives, some cursed relic you are not supposed to find but will anyway? Yes, he said, far too quickly. And dumplings, the real kind, the ones that burn your mouth and soul in equal measure. Didn't think you would be traveling together again. Cassian shrugged. She hasn't hexed me yet? Figured that counts as a green light. More like she tolerates you. With enthusiasm, I will let you know. He puffed his chest. And I am a delight. She gave him a dry look. All right, fine, he amended. A tolerable, warm-bodied nuisance with good taste in cursed objects and breakfast. What are you working on? She looked at the spread scrolls, half a dozen open books. Trying to translate this lovely collection of Byzantine hexes that reads like someone spilled wine on a prophecy and tried to pass it off as academic. She reached over and nudged one of the loose scrolls. You do this for fun. For magic, he corrected. Also because it stops me from plotting Magnus's slow, subtle downfall. You ever think about just cutting ties? Cassian looked over. From Magnus. From the family. He considered that, rubbing his thumb along the side of his cup, every day ending in Y. Then why stay? Because I am still useful to them, he said, matter of fact. And I am more useful to myself while they think that. Besides, someone has to make sure the next generation doesn't come out quoting blood purity pamphlets and dueling with all the grace of a stun badger. Selena hummed again. Not agreement, not disagreement either. She knew family secured his job, and they could take it as easily. He glanced her way. Why? Planning a rebellion. If I were, she said, I wouldn't tell you, ouch, you talk. I do, he admitted, loudly, and often with excellent effect. She stood then, brushing an invisible crease from her sleeve. I should go. Cassian didn't stop her, just stood as well, stepping around the desk. Tell Goshawk I said hello. Selena rolled her eyes. Number, worth a try. She reached the door, hand on the handle before pausing. You don't fool them, by the way. Cassian raised a brow. Them, Magnus, Regulus. They know you are playing your own game. Good. She glanced over her shoulder. Not sure if that is safe. He gave her a smile, all teeth. Safety is for ministry interns. She didn't answer that. Just nodded and pulled the door open. As she slipped out into the hallway, Cassian leaned against the doorframe for a moment, listening to the soft sound of her footsteps fading into the manor's long corridors. Then he shut the door again and locked it. Back at the desk, the scroll waited like a test. He tapped it once with his wand, watched the ink glow faintly before settling back into unreadable loops. Ancient magic always had a flair for the theatrical. Why can't I find any of the runes, Ursa? What are you hiding? He didn't go back to it straight away. Instead, he turned to the side cupboard, rifled through a drawer, and pulled out a small leather-bound notebook. Black, worn, corners softened by travel and time. His own notes. Not Hogwarts syllabus junk, but the real stuff. Spells that didn't exist yet. Runes too complex for the school books. Names no longer found on any register. He flipped it open to the last page and added a note. Selena Rosier. Goshawk apprentice confirmed. Probably an ally. Maybe a liability. Too clever for her own good? Trust her? Maybe. Trust her bloodline? Never. Cassian stared at the note a beat too long. Then he tapped his wand against the parchment. The words shimmered, then faded to blank. He turned to another page and tapped his wand again. Ink spread across the parchment, lines and curves stitching themselves into place. Shapes bloomed into existence. Not runes, but his own rough sketches of them. Half-finished, fragmented. What he remembered and what he didn't. He shut the book, slid it back in the drawer, and reached for the Byzantine scroll again, back to work. Chapter 46. Cassian stood outside King's Cross with hands in his coat pockets and a bag looped over his shoulder. The Muggle train schedule was glowing faintly above him, like it was urging him to jump. He ignored it. He checked his watch. She wasn't very late, just the perfect amount to annoy him. A group of teenagers drifted by, all Doc Martens and overplucked eyebrows. One of them balancing a Walkman on his shoulder for attention. Cassian resisted the urge to hex the batteries. Barely. He craned slightly to peer past the archway. Still, no sign. She is not coming, he muttered, mostly to himself. I was abandoned for a better-funded research partner. Probably one who doesn't leave their wand in the bread tin. Footsteps clicked behind him. Cassian didn't turn, just said, You are late? She pulled him in by the coat, kissed him like she meant it, then murmured against his mouth, I would never abandon you, especially because you leave your wand in the bread tin. Cassian chuckled, kissed her back, and flicked a look over her shoulder at the group of teens gawking from the other side of the station. One of them elbowed the tall one, who looked away fast, ears red. Cassian grinned. Poor sods think we are film stars, he whispered, brushing her curls off her cheek. Bet one of them is writing a punk love song about you already. She rolled her eyes. Leading them away? He let out a low whistle and shifted the bag higher on his shoulder. All right, Professor. Shall we go register ourselves like responsible magical citizens? Or shall we hop straight to smuggling dark artifacts across 5 borders? She gave him a look. We're registering. I prefer paperwork to prison. Fair. Also rude. But mostly fair. They crossed the street just like any other pair of academics on summer leave. Cassian with his coat open and one boot untied. Bathsheba tidy enough to make up for both of them. She had her hair half up, bag slung over one shoulder, wand tucked into a leather holster under her coat. Not obvious, but easy to reach. She looked like someone who read curses for breakfast and filed her socks by etymology. Cassian was eating an ice lolly in the sun. Juvenile, absolutely. They passed a calf with wobbly tables and one bloke loudly arguing about Thatcher. Cassian held the lolly out without looking. Bathsheba took a bite, muttered something about it being too lemony, and handed it back. The ministry's London entrance was hidden behind a bin and a phone box that hadn't worked since '81. Cassian shouldered the door open. Bathsheba adjusted her coat collar. No jokes. I wasn't going to joke. You always joke at the entrance. He stepped inside, eyes already flicking across the wards, checking for changes. That is slander. Sometimes I keep it internal. They registered at the International Porky office in 5.5 minutes. The clerk didn't even glance up, just waved her wand as if she'd seen 100 rosiers and couldn't care less. The Porky wasn't a briefcase or a sock this time. It was a chipped spoon Progress. One loud tug and they landed in Italy. Not Rome. Somewhere flatter. Warmer. Cassian checked for limbs, then for pants, then for Bathsheba. She was unflappable as always. Hair windswept, already pulling her compass from her bag. 10 out of 10, Cassian muttered. Would spoon again. She gave him a look and walked ahead. They didn't linger. A half hour in a local travel node, then another Porky out. This one was a train ticket. Cassian held it at arm's distance, half expecting it to bite. Summoner at the ministry has taste. Bathsheba gave him a slow blink. It is a Turkish relic, 17th century, enchanted to resist wear. Still, he said, flipping it. Very nostalgic. Might keep it. They landed in Turkey next. Ankara outskirts, judging by the buildings. The heat hit them like a brick wrapped in spice. Cassian peeled his coat off his arms, swearing under his breath. He stuffed it into his bag while Bathsheba muttered something in Turkish and started to argue with the guide. She turned to him, brushing sweat off her brow with the back of her hand. Seems like we need to rest a day. Consecutive porkying is regulated now. Cassian frowned at that, but didn't argue. Really? Since when? Last September. Typical, he muttered. Miss one ministry update, and suddenly you are a danger to national health. He glanced around. Heat clung to the city, simmering off concrete, rising off parked cars, slipping through cracked windows. He'd never been to Turkey before, and the place didn't waste time trying to impress. Spice and car exhaust filled their nostrils. Everything too bright or too faded. A market buzzed a street away. Someone shouting about lemons. Someone else about prayer rugs. He stretched his neck, squinting at a mosque's dome peeking over a block of flats. All right, we can walk around. Maybe see some history that hasn't been dug up and stuffed in a textbook or displayed in museums. Then his head tilted. Wait, can we kiss in the streets here? The guy didn't even blink, shrugged like he was asked about the weather. Public won't like it. No law against it, though. If you don't mind stares and the occasional heckle, go ahead. Cassian turned to Bathsheba with a grin halfway up his face. Romance with an audience. Tempting. She gave him a flat look. Not on my research day. Cassian sighed. Tragic. They followed the guide into a guest house tucked between a bakery and a crumbling post office. No name, just a chipped blue door and a row of planters out front with herbs, fighting for space. Inside, the ceiling fan wobbled, and the room smelled like cardamom and old rugs. Cassian dropped his bag onto the low-slung bed and sprawled without asking. If I die of heat stroke, tell Hogwarts I went down a scholar. You are not dying, Bathsheba said, kicking off her boots and heading to the wash basin. You are whining. Say me difference. He lay there for a few minutes, staring at the cracked ceiling while distant honks and the shout of children floated in. Eventually, he sat up and peeled off his overshirt, leaving his vest clinging to damp skin. Bathsheba tossed him a cloth. Try not to collapse before dinner. We are meeting a contact near the mosque. Cassian wiped his face, muttering something. If the contact isn't bringing iced tea and answers, I am not interested. They left just before sunset. The streets were quieter, painted in burnt orange and gold. Cassian rolled his sleeves, shirt half open. The guide led them through narrow alleyways, the kind you wouldn't find on a map unless you bled on it first. Their contact was a woman with calloused hands and a limp, seated on a folding chair outside a shop that sold copper lanterns. She didn't bother standing. "You are early," she said in English, then switched to Turkish. Bathsheba replied smoothly, exchanging something. Names, places, or curses, Cassian couldn't tell. He caught one word, archive. Sounded similar in Turkish, apparently. The woman pointed west. Then up. He climbed after Bathsheba, huffing at every step. At the top, a courtyard spread out, ringed with archways and shadows. Pigeons burst into the air as they entered. The woman led them through a door so narrow Cassian had to turn sideways. Inside, shelves, hundreds of them. Scrolls, loose parchment, bound books tied with strips of silk. The air smelled like dried ink and dust that hadn't been disturbed since the Ottoman Empire. Cassian stepped in with the reverence of someone about to rob a church. Now that is what I am talking about. Bathsheba didn't answer already, scanning the shelves, eyes narrowing at every symbol she didn't immediately recognize. He joined her, fingers trailing over a row of brittle papers. He pulled one, unrolled it partway, then whistled. Found a treat. Six-pointed sigil, layered runes, some pre-Islamic geometry, bit Babylonian round the edges. She leaned over his shoulder. Protection spell? Looks like it. Or maybe containment. Depends on the translation. The woman from the lantern shop didn't follow them in, just stayed by the door, humming to herself and smoking something that smelled of old cloves. Cassian turned back to the shelf. "You think these are indexed?" Bathsheba snorted. "You think this is a library? Touche?" They worked through the stack in silence for over an hour. Cassian found 3 spells he never heard of before. One curse that made his hair stand on end just reading it, and a fragment of a journal that might have been written by a Roman wizard with a drinking problem. He copied that one. Purely academic reasons, of course. By the time the sun dipped past the horizon, their guide tapped the door. Time to go. As they settled in for the night, Cassian was half tempted to apparate south. Göbekli Tepe was only a few cities away, still partially buried, still anonymous to the rest of the world. In his past life, he'd only seen it through screens, drooling behind a university desk while his grant applications were ghosted. And the dig went to some bloke with better connections and shinier boots. Here and now, in 1991, no one had touched it. Not even a whisper. He could go, right now, unearth it, study it. All by himself, he sat on the edge of the bed, shirt clinging to his back, a half-warm cup of Turkish tea balanced on one knee. Across the room, Bathsheba was folding her notes. Oblivious to the absolute historical goldmine her current geography was taunting him with, he rubbed his eyes. Imagine a whole site to myself. No funding reports, no peer reviews, just good old-fashioned dirt and mystery. "Talking to yourself again?" she asked, not looking up. If someone were to, say, apparate south for a few hours, maybe poke around a hill no one's cataloged yet, her quill stopped midline. "Don't even think about it." Cassian raised a brow, lips twitching. "I haven't said anything incriminating." "You don't need to." She glanced at him now. Southern Anatolia and northern Mesopotamia are historical gold mines. Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, Hittites, entire magical lineages rose and fell here long before Hogwarts was even a dream. Half the region is soaked in enchantments older than written language, the other half still warded by Ottoman cursebreakers who didn't trust anyone to touch their tombs. He smirked faintly. "So what you are saying is, there is something worth seeing." "What I am saying," she said evenly, is that if you so much as breathe too loud in that region, Ankara's Magical Enforcement Bureau will sense it and bust you before you even finished your first incantation. They monitor cross-border magic like hawks. This isn't a playground, Cass. It is a powder keg with centuries of bureaucracy piled on top. He leaned back, sighing theatrically. You ruin all my fun. Good, she said, pinning him with a look. Samanan has to keep you from starting a diplomatic incident. She didn't comment further. She looked done for the day, socks off, hair unpinned, one hand absently massaging her temple while the other scribbled in the margin of a rune index. Chapter 47. Cassian stood, stretched, then collapsed back onto the mattress. Limbs spread. Kebab-induced coma was a real ailment. Remind me why we are not chasing forbidden temples instead of drinking overpriced tea and sweating through our robes? Because the temples are cursed. He crawled across the rug like someone trying to seduce a carpet merchant and flopped onto her lap, heat-stunned, and wrapped both arms around her waist. Ever made love in 45 degrees on a Turkish carpet? She didn't flinch, just glanced down, unimpressed. Yes, Cassian blinked up at her, eyes watering. You did. She smacked his arm. You know I didn't. Right, he grinned. Just checking. Want to change that? Bathsheba didn't dignify that with an answer. She shoved him sideways with her knee. He rolled off, flopped onto his back with a groan, and stared at the ceiling fan juddering loose. Fine, he grumbled. No carpet romance. She stepped over him to grab her bag. Pack up. We leave before sunrise. Where to? Pit of despair or hidden archive of long-dead lunatics? Iran. Cassian sat up. Ah, good. From one furnace to another. She tossed him his shirt. Dress like a researcher, not a wandering cultist. He caught it. Rude. She was already at the door. He cast a spell to chill the fabric and yanked it over his head. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, they porkied just past dawn, arrival spot. A rock shelf 20 feet above a dried-out riverbed. Cassian staggered, hands on knees. Bathsheba was scanning the horizon with her compass out, and her boots sinking slightly in the cracked earth. Their local contact, a weathered man in a coat 2 sizes too large, joined them 20 minutes later. He didn't say much, just handed over a parchment wrapped in goatskin and waved vaguely toward the hills. Bathsheba unwrapped it. Old map. Cassian leaned over her shoulder. That is definitely not modern Farsi. He could read and speak a bit of modern Farsi, and he could grasp the general meaning of the classical form as well. The markings on the map, however, were not modern. They followed the path outlined. Up the ridge, down the other side. Then around a slope. 3 hours in, the heat hit new levels. His shirt stuck to his back. His tongue felt powdered. Still think Turkey was too humid? Bathsheba asked. He glared sideways. Yes, humid I can survive. This is me evaporating. They stopped at a shaded rock, drank from a canteen, charmed to stay cool. He drank 3, then refilled them with aguamenti. He then pulled out a small box, flipped it open, and offered her a toffee. She took one. Where did you get this? Stole it from Dumbledore's desk, she stared. Fine, it is from the Hogwarts staff stash, but imagining it as contraband adds flavor. They found the next porky soon enough, a wooden tray, chipped at one edge and scorched in the middle. They grabbed hold. The landing platform was set into the side of a ministry outpost, carved from polished white stone and guarded by 2 men in dark robes with stern eyebrows and no discernible humor. Bathsheba dusted off her coat, stepped forward before either of the guards could ask. She flicked open a slim folder, parchment stamped and sealed. Master Bathsheba babbling, registered entry under academic exemption. This is Cassian Rosier, attached as historian and linguistic assistant. Cassian flashed his best grin, mostly carry books and offend local ghosts. The taller guard squinted at him, then back at the paper. Purpose of visit? Research, Bathsheba said. I've been invited by the Ministry of Magical China to co-research a newly discovered monastery, along with the study of pre-Qin rune systems and potential cross-regional migration patterns of glyph-based protective magics. Neither of the guards blinked. One nodded, turned to his clipboard, scribbled something, then waved them. Wand Registry is on the 3rd floor. First on the right. Cassian gave him a mock salute. Cheers, lads. Try not to scowl yourselves into early retirement. They passed through the checkpoint. The marble inside was polished, the building filled with wards. Bathsheba was climbing the stairs without waiting. He had to trot to keep up. 3rd floor, first on the right. The Wand Registry was a long room with high ceilings, stacks of parchment piled like unstable ruins on every available surface, and 3 witches hunched over ledgers. The one at the front said, "Wands on the scale." Cassian slid his across, then leaned on the counter. "Be gentle, she is temperamental." The witch scribbled something, then waved him off with a terse flick. Bathsheba followed, her wand registering with a softer ping. The moment it was done, she turned to leave. "Right then," Cassian said, catching up again. "Paperwork is done. Registry got our sticks. When do we start poking around? Today." "I thought we could rest a day. But since we were kept in Turkey, we have to start now." She started to drag him away before he could press a hand to the giant statue's kneecap. Cassian cast the statue a mournful glance. "I just wanted to see if it twitched. Looked like the sort that twitches." She didn't slow. "If it twitches, it is cursed. If it is cursed, we are behind schedule again." Very clinical. "I miss when you used to flirt before dragging me into tombs." "You mistook passive tolerance for flirting." He grinned and skipped after her. Ahead, mountains curled around each other, and somewhere between the peaks lay the next breadcrumb. It wasn't raining, but the sky looked like it might change its mind. "So, which ruin are we pillaging today?" Bathsheba pulled a folded page from her coat. It was creased and smudged. "The locals think it is a monastery. Carvings suggest pre-dynastic worship structure, maybe converted and sealed. Possibly earlier. Always a good sign when someone seals a place and doesn't come back." She handed him the map without looking. "You're kind of good." They hiked past a field of low stones, then the trail narrowed. The fog crept closer. "Bit morbid in it," he murmured. Bathsheba didn't answer. She was squinting up ahead. An hour in, they reached the edge of the forest. The trees weren't tall, but they were old. Black trunks, pale leaves. Cassian slowed, then stopped, sniffing the air. "Smells of mold and moonshine." "That is the resin," Bathsheba said. Sap got alchemical uses, hallucinogenic in large doses. Cassian raised a brow. "Brilliant. Let's inhale deeply and go spelunking." They pressed through the undergrowth. The map grew less helpful by the minute, squiggles pretending to be directions, old landmarks marked by X and not here. Cassian turned it sideways, frowned, then tried upside down. "It is not a painting, Cass. It might as well be. The man who drew this had a vendetta against common sense." Then the trees opened, and they finally saw it. The monastery wasn't grand. Well, not after thousands of years. The stonework had slouched, walls bowed inward, roof long since caved. Moss had claimed the gaps. Roots grew between bricks like they were keeping the whole thing upright. But the runes, those were untouched. Lines carved with too much care to be casual. Still, glowing, faintly, still warded. Cassian exhaled. "All right, I take it back. That is lovely." There were people buzzing around already. A big red tent hogged the middle like a flag. Smaller ones clustered around it in a mess of blue, green, and gray. The Chinese had clearly decided everyone needed reminding who was leading the show. Cassian didn't mind. He liked knowing where the ego was parked. He snickered. So subtle. A few ministry types milled about. Robes sharp, boots cleaner than the terrain deserved. One of them was sketching something onto a clipboard with a self-inking quill. A local wizard in a green jacket waved them through without a word. Cassian gave him a nod, then eyed the tents ahead. "Reckon they will have tea in there or just 1,000 forms to fill." "Bath," Bathsheba said. "But tea first. That is protocol here." He perked up. "Now that is civilized." The red tent looked bigger up close. Someone had charmed the canvas to shimmer faintly. Inside was cooler, slapped with a cooling charm along the top seam. A squat woman with half-moon glasses looked up from behind a table stacked with files. Names! Bathsheba slid a folder across the table. Master babbling. This is Professor Rosier. Cassian gave a small wave. Historian, occasional translator. Sometimes bait. The woman didn't smile. Didn't glance up either. Just cracked the folder open, gave it a once-over, then pulled a stamp out of the air and slammed it down. Blue light flickered across the parchment. Welcome, Master Babbling. She didn't even blink at Cassian. Not a nod, not a word. He scratched his jaw, mildly amused. Fair enough. Bathsheba got her invite through actual credentials. He came by persuasion and strategic loitering. Difference was noted. Bathsheba gave a sharp nod. When do we start? The woman pointed to a corner where a row of low stools circled a copper samovar. Her smile was polite. Take a rest. Try the hongcha. Expedition begins once all preparations are confirmed. She gave a nod. Cassian was already eyeing the samovar. He raised an eyebrow at Bathsheba. You hear that? We've been politely told to go sit down and behave. Bathsheba had already turned. Briefing after tea. Come on. Someone handed them clay cups. Oh, bloody hell. That is decent. Cassian had no problem drinking tea while the serious people sorted serious things. Honestly, the longer they took, the better. The brew was strong with an inch of bitterness, and it made his spine tingle in that pleasant, might be laced with minor stimulants way. He was on his second cup when someone with a clipboard and unfortunate eyebrows called them over. Bathsheba stood before the woman finished speaking. Cassian took a final sip, made a face, then followed her out. Outside, the fog had thinned, but only a little. Someone nearby was arguing in Mandarin about the logistics of artifact containment. At least, if his Chinese wasn't too rusty. They were led past a string of carts loaded with magical sensors and survey gear, then down a stone path half sunk into the mountain slope. The ground grew uneven. The air turned colder, denser. They crossed into the tree line again, this time heading for the exposed ribs of the ruined monastery itself. Their escort stopped beside a collapsed arch. From here, we proceed without external magical tools, no detection charms, no shielding wards, no familiars. They entered through what had once been the main hall, pillars carved with layered text, half of it eroded by rain, the other half flickering under a preservation spell that had either aged badly or developed a sense of irony. The ceiling had long since caved, but light barely reached the floor. Cassian ducked under a broken beam and stopped in the middle of the room, nose wrinkling. Smells of stale incense and sandalwood, number, agarwood, rare stuff. He frowned. Really rare. Chapter 48. Smells of stale incense and sandalwood, number, agarwood, rare stuff. He frowned. Really rare. The guide glanced over, squinting at him. You have a sharp nose. Cassian gave the air another sniff. Not really. It is just stuck in the stone. Burn that much resin. It will outlive the roof. He turned in a slow circle, eyes dragging over the cracks, the pillars, the strange slope of the floor. This isn't a monastery. Taoists, Buddhists. They don't use agarwood. It is too expensive. Bathsheba was already crouching near a half-crumbled altar. Her hand was at the edge of an engraved bowl. Cassian walked further in, boots crunching softly against debris. This was sealed. Yeah, properly locked up. Their escort gave a nod. Since the Shanlong era, older by centuries though, no official record before that. Cassian hummed under his breath, kneeling by a wall etched top to bottom in what looked like someone's attempt at 4 overlapping writing systems. Of course there isn't. No one writes down the embarrassing bits, especially not. We buried someone important in a fake temple so the ancestors wouldn't throw a fit. He ran a thumb over a glyph that shimmered faintly under touch. This is a tomb. Bathsheba straightened. You sure? Too much perfume, too many protective layers. He tapped the floor with his feet. The sound came back flat. And this pitiful echo chamber underneath. Big one. You don't hollow out half a mountain just to store tea and scrolls. she shifted, eyes narrowing on a slanted groove that ran between the floor slabs. Drainage. Exactly. They embalmed someone in here, and they didn't want the mess leaking out. He stood, brushing dust from his knees. Question is, why the theater? The fake monastery? The excess wards? The incense? Whoever it was, they were either venerated or very, very cursed. The guide shifted uneasily, didn't speak. Cassian noticed. Something you are not saying. The man shook his head. Old stories, ghost talk. Nothing serious. Ghost talk in a place built on top of a sarcophagus big enough to host a political summit doesn't feel like nothing. Bathsheba stepped to his side, gaze flicking to the runes carved into the archway. These aren't just wards. Some of them are spatial markers. Cassian turned, already pulling his notebook from the side of his coat. For what? She pointed at a triangular series near the edge. Maze spells? Locked pathways? It is meant to shift. He paused. Oh, I do love a good architectural insult to safety. Their guide, now visibly sweating despite the cold air, took a step back. You shouldn't go further without the approval team. There is protocol. Cassian raised both brows. Has protocol ever unearthed a hidden chamber without breaking into an existential crisis? Bathsheba ignored both of them, already pressing her hand to a carved dial near the base of the wall. The stone made a clicking noise. Runes crawled across the surface like something was waking up. The guide pulled his wand and pointed squarely at them. Step back. Cassian raised both hands, slow and easy, like he was trying not to startle a very twitchy cat. He shifted a step away from Bathsheba, eyes on the man, not even pretending to look worried. You invited a master runnist from the islands to trace your way through a hedge maze, but not the truth. That it? The guide didn't answer, jaw tight, fingers white around the wand. Cassian tilted his head. That is what this is, isn't it? You want a clever finger to point at the right dial, but gods forbid anyone actually say what is under the floor. Bathsheba didn't speak. She hadn't moved since activating the wall. Her hand was still hovering near the wall. The guide's wand didn't waver. We follow protocol. Of course you do. Cassian took a step sideways, hand still raised. And what does protocol say about bringing in outside experts, then threatening to hex them when they notice you've built your expedition tent on a bloody tomb? Bathsheba finally glanced at him. The wall behind her was still humming. Runes alive, magic moving under it. The whole place was breathing. When Cassian took another step away from Bathsheba, she moved in the opposite direction. Closer to the wall, closer to the dial, still humming. The guide's eyes flicked to her, wand moving somewhere in between. Cassian didn't hesitate. Expelliarmus. The spell cracked through the chamber. The wand jerked out of the man's hand, mid-cast, flipped, and landed neat in Cassian's palm. He was teaching the spell at Hogwarts for 2 years now. No ancient variant popped its head up yet, but that didn't matter. Cassian had dried every inch of mastery out of it, so when the second wand snapped into his free hand, it felt less like luck and more like habit. Across the chamber, Bathsheba moved too, pulling her wand. She didn't look at the man, just said, "Let's go out. No need to start a diplomatic scandal." Cassian nodded, pressing the man's own wand gently against his ribs. "Let's walk. Time to break it to the other rune masters you brought in, that we are not specialists. We are sacrifices." The guy didn't answer, just turned and walked stiffly out, hands up, face set like stone. Humiliation had teeth, and Cassian had just kicked him square in the gums. Cassian followed, tossing the spare wand in the air once before tucking it into his belt. They pushed through the archway into the open ruins, back into the clearing where the red tent still loomed. "Gather round, he called loud, as a bell and twice as annoying. "Public service announcement. This bastard tried to kill us." Shocker, I know. A few heads turned. A couple of ministry officials paused. The ones closer to the tents looked up from their clipboards. Cassian knew he was poking the lion now, but a noisy disruption was better than a clean execution behind a privacy ward. He couldn't afford the confusion of allies while enemies were prepared. The guard he disarmed stiffened. "Shut your mouth!" Cassian ignored him. Just to clarify for the back row, This wasn't an archaeological dig, it was a bloody trap. Fancy one. Probably funded by 3 departments and signed off by someone who thought murder sounded sexier in Mandarin. Bathsheba was already moving, calmly veering left, towards the camp's edge where their bags were dumped earlier, likely half-rifled. 2 robed witches flanked the red tent's flap. One of them raised her wand. Cassian clocked it. Ah, and now we are doing the part where you try to silence me before I ruin your lovely sacrificial ritual with evidence and logic. Chinese officials didn't like being caught out. Not in front of their own staff, and definitely not by some foreign wizard with messy hair and a loud mouth. They moved quickly, 3 wands up before Cassian even dropped his grin. A ring of them circled. Scholars, aurors, maybe even a few ministry plants pretending to be researchers, all drawn wands and frowning. No one cast. Yet, they were still gauging whether to silence him with paperwork or a stunning spell. Meanwhile, the foreign delegates started drifting in from the edges. Indian, Nigerian, French, German, a Spaniard with half an eyebrow singed off, sticking together like nervous sheep. A Frenchman near the front stepped forward. Broad nose, thick glasses, robes that screamed old money. "What is going on?" he asked. Cassian jabbed his wand into the man's back. "This is not a monastery. I know it looks like one, bless the paint and incense, but there is a royal tomb under it, cursed up to the rafters. We were brought in to find the way through safely. Take the risk, map the route, so they can clear it and help themselves to whatever is locked inside." The Frenchman looked horrified. One of the archivists beside him looked less surprised than he should have. Cassian glanced back at the red tent. "Tell me I am wrong. Go on. Would love to be wrong." A murmur passed through the crowd. Someone translated, someone else swore. A Japanese rune master said something sharp to the man beside her. The Chinese officials didn't answer. They just narrowed the circle. Bathsheba came next to him. Her eyes flicked to Cassian, then the forest. The message was clear. "Make space. Get moving. Too late." The first spell came from the left. Silent. Fast, meant to disarm. Cassian ducked. The air cracked above his shoulder. "Right," he muttered. "So we've dropped the scholarly pretense then." Bathsheba dragged him back by the elbow before the next spell could fly. A shimmering wall snapped up around them, hard and high. The foreigners had formed a massive Protego shield, locked shoulder to shoulder, some still panting from the effort. "Right then," Cassian called. "How about we all forget there is a nice ancient tomb under our boots and you lot drop your wands?" No one moved. A few hands tightened on grips, a few robes fluttered. Wands stayed up. He pointed at the red tent with his wand. "International incident? Oh, it will happen. But this way, no one has to explain why 3 foreign researchers dropped dead in a blessed monastery." One of the ministry witches scowled. "Don't step over the line," Cassian snorted. "You orchestrated a scheme that would treat dozens of international researchers and rune masters as mere fodder to force open the path. They are already writing statements. That Japanese rune master got better shorthand than a court scribe." The Frenchman stepped into the open. "He is correct. We were not informed this was a burial ground." One of the Chinese aurors muttered something sharp. Cassian didn't catch it, but from the way the Spaniard's brows jumped, it wasn't a compliment. The guide he disarmed made a sharp move, reaching for his wand, any wand. Cassian shifted, flicked his wrist away from him. Ah, still mine," he said, flashing teeth. "You try to hex us in a cursed ruin, you don't get your toys back." One of the Chinese officials barked something over his shoulder. 2 aurors turned and rushed away. Cassian caught one of the Chinese witches muttering sharply in Mandarin. He picked out, "Fetch help." His tone got colder. "All I am asking is you stop pointing sticks and we pretend this didn't end with half your team in the obituaries." Bathsheba raised her wand higher, eyes fixed on the auror to their left. "Lower it." The standoff was tense, but slowly a wand dipped. Then another. Cassian grabbed Bathsheba's wrist just as she shook her head. "Anti-porky, anti-apparition wards." He hissed something ugly under his breath. "Of course there are. Because why not ruin my day completely?" A sharp crack cut him off. The air folded in on itself and spat out a man. He didn't fall. He didn't wobble. He just appeared, like the world had decided he'd always been standing there. Chapter 49. The air folded in on itself and spat out a man. His eyebrows were so long they reached his temples. His hair was thick and flowed smoothly down his back. His mustache and beard were long and full, hanging low enough to nearly rest on his waist. His robes were blue-black silk, patterned in what looked like clouds fighting dragons, and losing. He raised a single hand. Cassian felt a chill crawl down his spine the instant he saw the stranger, as though the man had reached into the marrow of his bones and pulled. His throat tightened. Instinct screamed at him to call on Lumos Noctis, the one spell he swore he would never use unless there was no other choice. From the moment he had awakened it, he had felt an uncanny revulsion toward that power. It clung to him like a shadow with teeth, promising strength and promising consequences he dared not name. He had convinced himself that to use it was to invite a debt he could never repay. And yet, as the man's presence pressed heavier on the clearing, the dread of not casting it was beginning to outweigh the dread of casting it. His fingers twitched toward his wand, despite himself. The sensation was like standing on the edge of a chasm and realizing that, one way or another, he was about to fall. Every wand in the clearing dropped like someone had flipped a switch. Even Cassian's, halfway to some very creative retaliation, smacked into the dirt with a thump. "Please," the man said, voice like lullaby, "calm down." Cassian bent, snatched his wand up, and muttered, "Well, that is terrifying." Then louder, "What the hell is going on?" Bathsheba leaned in, lips by his ear. "That is Ji Wenchang." Cassian blinked. "That's supposed to mean something?" She gave him a look. "He is their Dumbledore." Cassian's jaw dropped open, trying to form a word, failing. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Why is it always the Bairdy ones with school headmaster energy and terrifying magical reach?" Ji Wenchang stepped forward. Everyone stepped aside without being asked. Juan stayed on the ground, except Cassian, who had no idea who the man was. Others did not dare to make a move. Cassian glanced across the field. The Aurors had dropped their stance, but they hadn't relaxed. Nobody had. A few tried, halfway into a bow or something polite, but Wenchang didn't seem to care. His eyes drifted over the crowd like he was taking attendance and deciding who might need a stern note home. "Whose expedition is this?" he asked. His tone was so soft it could have been a weather query. One of the Chinese witches in front of the red tent stepped forward. "Madam Li, lead researcher." Wenchang's gaze slid to her. "Explain, please." Her mouth twitched. "We discovered signs of pre-imperial burial architecture." "Explain the threat," he cut in. She hesitated, then gestured to Cassian and Bathsheba. Foreign assistance was secured to parse the warding system. They overreacted. Cassian raised a hand. "Hello, historian/linguist. Would like to clarify that overacted in this context means noticed you tried to kill us." Wenchang's eyes moved to him, dark and deep. "Not judging, just watching. Is that true?" Bathsheba spoke before Cassian could. "Master Ji, there are tomb signs under the structure, multiple curses, spatial wards. Someone built a trap, not a monastery." Wenchang held her gaze for a moment, then looked to Cassian. "I am the idiot who found out the truth," Cassian said. "Turns out some people don't like that." Wenchang smiled, warm enough that the fog seemed to thin. "Number they wouldn't." He turned from Cassian and Bathsheba, faced the crowd, and bowed. Deep, unhurried, full spine, dipped like a man greeting old friends, not an audience of suspicious strangers. "I am sorry that you faced such injustice." That stopped the courtyard cold, as if they'd just seen something incomprehensible. The Frenchman made a noise that might have been a gasp or a heart attack. "Master Ji, please rise." "This is..." Others echoed him in panicked exclaims. Someone dropped a scroll. One of the local archivists looked like she might faint, hand hovering over her mouth like she wasn't sure if she was allowed to breathe. Ji Wenchang straightened slowly. "If apology shakes your view of power, Perhaps your view was too fragile to begin with. Cassian leaned slightly towards Bathsheba. Okay, so he is not just Dumbledore. He is terrifying Dumbledore with charisma and working knees. Wenchang didn't wait for the muttering to die. He raised one hand again. Summon Madame Lee. The witch from before dashed off and came back within 2 minutes. Cassian wasn't sure if Madame Lee had been hiding nearby, or if simply hearing Master G's name was enough to bend time and bring her to the clearing so quickly. Come forward. She did, but not quickly. The walk across the open ground dragged, like she was afraid to complete that walk. You led this expedition, Wenqiang asked. Yes, Master G. You authorized the team, she nodded, with full clearance and documentation. He tilted his head. Including contingency planning for magical casualties? Her throat bobbed. I asked, Wenqiang said again, if your paperwork included risk assessments for foreign researchers being used as live sacrifice. No, she said, voice flat now. It did not. Cassian grinned. All he needed now was popcorn and a front row seat. Wenqiang looked at the Aurors flanking the red tent. Retrieve her documents. Full set. Expedition charter. Team roster. All copies. They didn't hesitate. Off they went. He turned back to Madame Lee. Until this is verified, your role is suspended. You will surrender your wand and remain within the boundary wards. She didn't argue. Just removed her wand and handed it to one of the officials without a word. Her face had gone pale, mouth clamped tight. Thank you, Wenqiang said simply. Then to the crowd, any other members of her coordination staff may step back now. No formal action will be taken against anyone who leaves the operation willingly. A few did, 3 from the side tent, 1 of the sketch artists. Nobody from the red one, either loyal or trapped. Hard to tell. Wenqiang waited until the last foot scuffed the grass. Then he turned back to Cassian and Bathsheba. I apologize again. You were not informed. You were not protected. Cassian gave a nod. Well, we are used to being the least loved at the party. Wenqiang's eyes crinkled. Then allow me to offer something better. He gestured to the ruins. I will remain in charge of this site until the work is finished. There will be no further unannounced rituals, no use of unauthorized magic, and no sealed tombs opened without proper review. Cassian folded his arms, and the bit where we were nearly hexed for pointing it out, accounted for. Wenqiang glanced to the side. Sanctions will follow, quietly but thoroughly. Bathsheba gave him a nod. Appreciated. He returned it. Your work is vital. The magic here predates record, and with proper care may reshape what we understand of protection glyph systems. Cassian sighed through his nose. Right. So you still want us to work? Wenqiang smiled softly. I am asking you to stay. Both of you. Continue as you intended. This site is now under full academic protection. Cassian looked at Bathsheba. She was already nodding. Of course she was. Fine, but I want better tea in the mess tent. None of that dusty leaf brew the archivists pretend is tradition. Wenqiang chuckled softly. I will see to it. The Frenchman stepped forward again, visibly less likely to faint now. Will the ward map be shared with all parties? It will, Wenqiang said. No more compartmentalization. Murmurs again, relieved. Ji Wenqiang stepped aside, motioned to the cleared path by the ruined hall. Now, you may proceed, and if there is danger, speak it. I will not allow more silence to bury this work. Cassian looked down at the cracked stone underfoot. A whole dead dynasty probably rotting beneath his boots. Lovely, he muttered, with no one trying to use them as live sacrifices anymore. Things crawled. Apparently, when you weren't chucking interns into cursed hallways to see which one lit up red, identifying ancient ward systems became painstakingly slow. Most of the original plan, Cassian realized, had been just that. Send a body in, note the screams, adjust accordingly. Fortunately for everyone still breathing, he and Bathsheba had caught the rot before it started. They uncovered the tomb markers tucked between fake monastery trappings, translated the fun little glyphs warning, do not enter unless you fancy bleeding from your soul, and pointed out politely enough that maybe hexing your consultants wasn't good research etiquette. Now, They were leading the expedition, or rather, Bathsheba was. Cassian just added running commentary and the occasional reminder not to touch anything unless you wanted to see your ancestors prematurely. Once Master G discovered how Cassian had identified the royal tomb by scent alone, he was visibly delighted. That small triumph gave them a kind of social credit. Enough that the other researchers began to listen when Cassian spoke. He might not have been as well read in runes as the rest, but his historical insights still managed to leave them impressed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I swear this sigil just moved, Cassian muttered on the third day, squinting at a knot of spiraling lines half buried under decades of grime. It didn't, Bathsheba said without looking up. Convincing, except I saw it. You are hallucinating from heat and arrogance, both well-documented causes? Yes. He knelt and scraped away some of the moss. Still think this is directional. See this groove? Matches the orientation of that collapsed arch to the south. Cass, I am not touching it. He paused. Yet, the upper chamber wasn't deep, not by usual tomb standards, but it was wide and round. The walls were alive with etchings, thousands of them, layered over each other, some faint as breath, others branded into the stone. Master G had given them full access. No red tape, no babysitters, just instructions to proceed carefully and, if possible, not start any global conflicts. The others, French, Spanish, Japanese, a couple of Iranians, mostly kept to their corners. Everyone wanted a piece of the tomb, but no one wanted to die for it. And since Cassian and Bathsheba had survived their first brush, the rest were happy to follow their lead, or at least stay close enough to yell if something exploded. Bathsheba called out from a low alcove, "Bring your notes. This isn't mirrored text." He walked over, brushing dust off his trousers. Not mirrored, layered, possibly. Cassian crouched beside her, leaning close to the stone. Left to right, then top to bottom. Very neat, very misleading. She didn't answer, already halfway through sketching the translation. He read over her shoulder. Lovely. Mentions judgment. Purification. Oh, and spiritual fragmentation. Always a hit at parties. Bathsheba clicked her tongue. It is a warning. Strong one. He traced the final glyph lightly with the tip of his pen. Says anyone who breaches the seal uninvited will be divided. Could mean soul splitting. Could mean limb by limb. These old dynasties weren't subtle. They worked like that for hours. No glory. Just ink, dirt, sweat, and magic so dense it clung to your lungs. They sketched the first ring, then moved inward, identifying structural failsafes, mapped glyph clusters designed to confuse rather than protect. Cassian nearly walked into one, a recursive rune designed to loop spatial memory. You would think you were walking forward, but you would circle the same 3 meters until your legs gave out. It became obvious to Cassian this expedition was going to drag into months. Maybe half a year, if they were lucky and nobody got eaten by runes. He and Bathsheba weren't sticking around for the finish. Too many obligations, too little time. But if they worked quick, maybe they would reach the tomb before the bureaucrats turned it into a restricted site wrapped in red tape and mandatory tea breaks. Chapter 50. The next 2 weeks passed in a crawl. Not time-wise. Time sped by, but the work was slower than a snail on tranquilizers. They marked out 3 corridors pretending to be 4. No, really. It was some 4th-dimensional maze Cassian couldn't make sense of. Mapped every cursed tile that tried to send their thoughts sideways, and accidentally triggered one glyph that translated to something that would read, "Hope you weren't attached to your sense of direction?" Cassian spent half a day thinking he was left-handed. The tomb didn't fight them outright. No sudden walls collapsing or banshee screeches in the dark. Just silence. Old and watchful, waiting to see if they'd earned entry. By the 3rd week, Cassian had a permanent ink smear on his left thumb and a working theory about 3 different warding systems braided together. The corridors spiraled inward, but not neatly. Paths shifted. Sometimes rooms they marked vanished for a day and reappeared 2 chambers over like a shy cat. One afternoon, he stood in front of a wall covered in hexagonal sigils, each pulsing faintly. If I had a galleon for every time an ancient architect decided mazes were a good idea, I would still be poor, but at least I would have a theme. Bathsheba, crouched nearby, didn't look up. Cass! What? He paused, then added, Oh, okay. I might have been thinking about touching it. She flicked chalk at his boot. You are lucky you are cute. Cassian grinned. Is that flirting I hear? No, she muttered. It is resignation. They hit their first real break at the end of that week, behind a sloped corridor lined in mirrored stone. Real mirrors, not decorative nonsense. They found a chamber that wasn't on any of the original mapping scrolls. Triangular ceiling, crushed marble floor, mostly empty, just air that tasted old. Cassian stepped in, wand raised. Smells like iron and bad times. Bathsheba followed. Slower? Preservation charm. More like stasis. Look. He pointed at a spider web in the corner, untouched. No spider. Just the web, frozen mid-vibration. Time is weird in here. She adjusted the band at her wrist, runes flaring. 5 minutes, then out. They circled slowly. Nothing obvious. No traps, no glyphs, no bones. Thankfully, Cassian tapped the floor with the tip of his wand. It was hollow. They quickly checked, left before 5 minutes was up. 5 minutes later, back in camp, they laid out their findings, inked up new diagrams. Nights were quiet. Fog never left. They slept in spells more than tense. One cast over the bedroll, woven to keep the damp out and the curious spirits from hovering too close. Cassian got used to the sounds. Rustling parchment, low arguments in Mandarin, the distant hum of preservation magic failing one line at a time. A month in, someone triggered a trap. Not them. A young rune scholar from Marseille, keen-eyed and overeager, stepped over a line of faded chalk and set off a cascade of illusions. Smoke poured out of the cracks. Screams filled the air, none of them real. Just noise, echoes. Cassian dragged the girl back by the collar, one arm shielding his head as the walls flickered with ghost fire. Next time, he shouted. Wait your bloody turn! She sobbed in apology. He didn't answer, just dropped her outside the corridor and told a nearby medic to get her some tea strong enough to knock sense into a dragon. The trap reset itself after 2 days. It was a message. Bathsheba translated it. Leave the dead where they rest? Cassian snorted. Bit late for that. Next month passed by. Every inch further into the tomb brought a new problem. Runes that flared when one got close, staircases that looped back on themselves, sigils that changed positions just to be petty. The deeper they got, the more the whole place acted like it didn't want them there. Bathsheba raised a brow. Still want to touch things. Not unless I want to end up in a dimension where vowels don't exist. They marked it on the sketch. A red cross with a note. Absolutely not. Cassian underlined it twice. Most of the other researchers had started keeping their distance. The younger ones clung to the outer chambers, triple-checking translation work and pretending they weren't watching Cassian for when to flinch. The French kept arguing about rune syntax. The Iranians were mapping astral alignments in chalk. Everyone else looked ready to pack up and run if the tomb so much as sighed. Only a few dared the inner paths anymore, and those few stuck close to Cassian and Bathsheba. Not that he minded. He liked the space. The quiet. The fact that the tomb's silence had turned from threatening to annoying. Bathsheba, of course, thrived. She hadn't stopped since the day Ji Wenchang told her to take lead. She worked through breakfast, lunch, tea, dinner, and the bits in between where sleep was optional and coffee was mandatory. Her notes multiplied like cursed rabbits. Cassian had to add another tent to theirs just to keep up with the scroll count. When August crawled to its sorry end, the tomb was nearly within reach. Nearly. Same as every other maddening ancient site Cassian had ever drooled over from behind a locked museum case, it refused to play nice. They were 2 chambers away. Maybe 1, depending on how metaphorically you defined sealed inner sanctum of cursed monarch. But the walls were shifting again. The sigils twitchier than usual, and a newly sprouted curse was threatening to rot through any poor sod who stepped on the wrong flagstone. Bathsheba had stared at the freshest ward for a full minute before saying, "Haste will waste all our efforts. Let's end it here." Cassian, who was halfway through sketching what looked suspiciously like an evil smiley face into the margin of their latest ward map, looked up. "You sure?" She didn't answer straight away. Walked over, pinched the bridge of her nose, then dropped into his arms. "I want to see it too," she said, muffled against his shoulder. But alas, time is not on our side. "Tragic," he muttered, and didn't let go. Ji Wen-chong promised to pause everything till next year. Fair play to him. That beard stroke didn't look like it lied. But Bathsheba said, and Cassian would bet a bottle of smuggled elf wine she was right, they would probably accidentally breach the tomb during a midnight stroll before the freeze could be enforced. Someone always poked the wrong rune, or leaned on a pillar that wasn't actually a pillar, and poof, surprise soul curse forcing them to push further. He asked, only half joking, serious enough to stay if she said yes. "Want to skip Hogwarts this year?" "We could move in, marry the tomb, get cursed together." She pulled back, gave him a look. Number, so they packed. They didn't drag it out, just rolled up scrolls, folded diagrams, and told the others where not to die while they were gone. Cassian slipped the Marseille scholar a charm bracelet before they left. "Nothing fancy, just a warded loop that would glow if a curse tried to singe her face off." She cried. It took a full day to untangle themselves from the sight. The new liaison kept fluttering between tents, begging for last-minute advice and ward assessments. Bathsheba gave the schedule. Cassian offered an annotated copy of his notes, which included such gems as, "Do not lick this stone, and this symbol hates you personally." By nightfall, they packed every scrap of equipment they weren't leaving behind. The porkyback was easier. No stomach-churning lurch, no rogue sparks, just a clean tug, and then they were back on British soil, standing in the middle of an abandoned ministry transfer room. Cassian looked around. Ah, the magic of home. Bathsheba pulled out a comb and tried to fix her hair. "We have 2 days before term. Still time to break into a museum or two." She didn't dignify that with a reply. She apparated him straight to Rosier Manor, gave a quick kiss like she just delivered a parcel, then vanished with a pop, walking in. Towel met him just past the foyer, with a flustered little bow and a frantic shuffle of parchment in his oversized hands. Probably something about dinner placements or illegal artifact shipments being delivered a week early. As he stepped into the main hall, something that froze Cassian from head to toe happened. Both Magnus and Regulus stood up. As in, they stopped their act of sitting. Not glanced up, not nodded from their velvet thrones like reluctant monarchs humbling themselves for the prodigal embarrassment. Actually stood up, together. A matched set carved out of cold air and sharper opinions. He blinked. That wasn't right. Regulus, refined as ever, with his immaculately pressed robe. Magnus, statuesque and carved from pure judgment, hands clasped behind his back. It was clear to him that the rest of the family had been standing there for minutes. Cassian paused halfway to the sitting room threshold, stared, not sure what to make of it. "Have I died?" he asked, too amused for his own good. "Is this purgatory? Is there an even worse Cassian here who gets actual affection from his family?" Regulus gave him the look. That quiet, disdain-soaked glance that meant he was already regretting his choices and probably mentally deleting Cassian from the family tree again. "Sit," Magnus said at last. Cassian narrowed his eyes. Others seated too quickly, loose in posture but straight-backed. "Should I be worried? This is an ambush?" he asked, looking around. "There is expensive tea. Aunties aren't throwing curses. Not even Damien pretending to be clever." Lucian sat by the window, arms folded. Aunt Viola had her chin tilted in that vague expression of, "I already know you are going to embarrass us, but go on." Catherine's mouth was pinched so tight it could have snapped steel. Ophelia, of course, didn't even glance up from her teacup. Cassian walked over and dropped into the seat. "If this is an intervention, I already got 3 exit plans and a porky keyed to a yak farm in Nepal." "It is not an intervention," Magnus said. "Shame." Towel appeared with a tray of documents. He offered them to Magnus with both hands. Cassian caught a flash of ministry seal and something else. "Ah, Am I being drafted? He asked. Is this where we pretend I am a war asset now? Magnus ignored that. He took the top sheet, turned it over, then handed it to Regulus. Regulus skimmed it. He looked completely lost now. Cassian saw the twitch in Magnus's jaw. Whatever this was, it wasn't punishment. It was worse. It was opportunity. Regulus's brows tugged in, eyes flicking back to Cassian like he was trying to make sense of some badly written riddle. Except the answer wasn't 42. It was, Cassian did something right, and that short-circuited about half his brain. Chapter 51. Cassian stared, suspicious, and utterly confused, like he missed an entire chapter and was hoping someone had the good sense to summarize it. It didn't last, though. Raising an eyebrow, he leaned back into the chair. Well, he said, teeth flashing, I assume I am being knighted. Lucian scoffed from the window. You are being paraded. Regulus coughed lightly, as if the words scraped his throat. You did well in China? He tilted his head. Did I? Regulus looked at him the way one might regard a confused duck. Yes, he said, very reluctant, as if spitting out a bone. You did. Cassian froze, frowning slightly. That is concerning. Regulus ignored it. Master G praised your work. Both of you. Repeatedly. Cassian's brows went up. He did. Magnus made a sound like a very old book being shut. You've no idea, do you? Cassian blinked. Which part? The T. The praise. The looming sense that I've stepped into someone else's life and they've yet to notice. Lucian didn't wait. He sent letters to Hogwarts. Cassian rolled his eyes. Brilliant. You will have to narrow that down. He is a headmaster, Lucian. Of course he sends letters to Hogwarts. Lucian continued. Master G sent Hogwarts letters to ask if Dumbledore was willing to allow you and that witch. Cassian's eye sharpened. Choose your next few words very carefully, brother. Lucian actually gulped. What in the frozen hells was going on? Lucian never gulped. Lucian could face down wand-wielding maniacs with a smirk and a half-raised eyebrow. The man probably had dual stances carved into his bones. But right now, he looked like he just stepped on a rune and didn't know which limb it was going to explode. Clenching his teeth, Lucian powered through it. He asked for you, and Professor babbling to teach in Fenghuang School of Mystic Arts. Dumbledore refused repeatedly. Wait, you are serious? Cassian laughed, full-body jaw-aching ugly laugh that nearly had him sliding off the chair. He wheezed once, wheezed again, slapped his knee for dramatic effect. He didn't even say, "This is interesting." That would have been a kindness. This was comedy. Lucian looked deeply uncomfortable. Catherine pinched her lips so tightly they'd gone white. Magnus didn't flinch, didn't so much as twitch a gray eyebrow. Cassian took a deep breath to calm himself, wiping at his eye. Oh, that is rich. You mean to tell me Ji Wenchong, Beard Supreme, magical godfather of the East, terrifyingly capable, wrote to Hogwarts to ask for me. Lucian gave a stiff nod, to ask for me and Bathsheba to teach at his school? Another nod, very stiff, might have cracked something in his neck, and Dumbledore refused? Repeatedly? Cassian's grin stretched wide. So, let me get this straight. I nearly get cursed 6 ways to Sunday in a tomb older than iron tools in Britain, dodge international sabotage, decode glyphs while hallucinating temporal loops, and somehow end up with China's headmaster Dumbledore sending fan mail. Regulus cleared his throat. They don't call it fan mail. This explained the family's faces, tight-lipped, twitchy-eyed, like someone had replaced their whiskey with vinegar. He was a big shot now, not just a novelty act at Hogwarts or the family's pity hire. A proper, globally recognized scholar, praised by G. Bloody Wenchong, and not in passing either. Actual letters, actual signatures, actual impact. Cassian sank in the chair, arms folded, soaking in the silence. Oh, Lucian must be furious. The throne he'd been polishing for years, with his polished dueling boots and his ministry smugness, now wobbling under the weight of someone he never even considered competition. Worse. Someone he and Regulus had spent half a lifetime trying to shove into usefulness, just to stop the family name dragging through the dirt. Cassian, the reluctant project, the liability. Now he was the bloody Banner. He didn't say any of that aloud. Too much fun watching them squirm. Regulus still held the parchment like it might curse him. His mouth had thinned into a line Cassian hadn't seen since the day he brought home a grade lower than a D, no less. "You are sure this isn't a misprint?" Viola asked. "No," Lucian said, each word like pulling a tooth. Dumbledore confirmed it, twice. Apparently Master G is insistent. Cassian couldn't stop the grin. "Must be the beard. Makes people assertive. Regulus didn't rise to the bait. That alone was suspicious." "Enough," Magnus said, cutting through the tension like a goblin blade through taffeta. "This is a good thing." That was so strange. No one knew what to do with their ears. Because it was, that word, good, in the same room as Cassian. That hadn't happened since he once correctly identified a basilisk skull as a garden ornament during a family duel when he was 16. Magnus didn't blink. "I am proud of you, Cassian." The silence that followed could have curdled milk. Even the furniture seemed unsure what to do with itself. "You did well out there," Magnus continued. "Earning Master G's recognition is no easy feat. He is powerful and respected, revered, in places that still matter." Cassian squinted at him. "Thanks." Magnus gave the tiniest nod. "If you wish to return to China, teach. Work with their scholars. We will arrange it." He said it like one might offer the family vault. They placed him at Hogwarts after all. If Cassian wanted to, they could arrange his leave. That was why Cassian was putting up with them. Despite earning recognition at school, he remained at the cursed Rosier Manor because he knew Magnus and Regulus still held enough influence to drag him back, just as they had arranged his position in the first place. Cassian opened his mouth, then closed it again. "Right," he said finally. "So just to clarify, because I had one too many close calls with possessed sarcophagi this summer, this isn't a prank? You are not going to clap and say, 'Just kidding,' and then push me into a pit of bog-standard Rosier disdain. Well, that is unusual." Viola made a scoffing noise like she was trying to inhale a sneeze. Let's not get carried away. One commendation doesn't erase a lifetime of mediocrity. Cassian smiled brightly. "Nor does one career plateau change the fact you retired before they could fire you." She bristled. Regulus cleared his throat, ending the fight before it could even begin. Cassian got up and stretched, arms overhead, daring someone to call it unprofessional. "Right then," he said. "I will be staying at Hogwarts." "Thanks for the offer, Grandpa." Magnus gave a nod. Ignoring the word Grandpa, Cassian was already walking out, whistling something that might have been a funeral march. He smiled at Viola on the way past. She didn't smile back. Her expression stayed locked in that tight, lemon-sucking disapproval. She wore like jewelry. By the time he reached his door, Towel was waiting with his coat. Poor thing looked like he'd aged 10 years during the meeting. "Shall I have dinner prepared, Master Cassian?" the elf asked. Cassian tapped his chin. "Did you learn how to make yogurt?" Towel's ears perked. "I did, Master Cassian. Even created a few recipes." He reached over, gave the elf a light pat on the head. "Good job. Fix me something sweet, but no sugar. Use dates, banana paste, cinnamon, a tablespoon cacao, bit of yogurt, blueberries on top. Some walnuts too. Oh, add walnuts after cooling. Gets bitter otherwise." Towel beamed like he'd been handed a wand and a vote. "Right away, Master Cassian." He vanished with a crack. Cassian dropped into the nearest armchair and let his head fall back. He had no idea about the Ji Wenchang Dumbledore correspondence while he was trapped in Tuma Monastery. It wasn't bad, not remotely. If anything, it was one of the few things in his life that had gone right without his knowledge or intervention. It meant he couldn't be binned from teaching as easily anymore. That used to be the leash, the quiet threat. Do as the family says, or they would whisper in the right ears, pull the funding, lean on connections until Dumbledore politely found someone more traditional. But now, even if the Rosiers withdrew every galleon and sent a howler laced with threats, Dumbledore wouldn't flinch. And even if he did, if he lost Hogwarts tomorrow, there were offers. Ji Wenchang had made sure of that. One owl from him and Cassian could land in any magical institution from Kyoto to Montreal. He could teach in robes, in research labs, in temples older than some bloodlines. He was a tool. Then a nuisance. Then an embarrassment. Now he was leverage. Ji Wenchang didn't need anything from them. He saw Cassian, chose him. That rewrote the board. He heard Towel's small feet scurry past the door. Something clinked on a tray. That elf was faster than fear when praised. He entered and placed the bowl in front of him, like it was a tribute to some minor dessert god. Cassian stared, then blinked, then shed a single silent tear. The good kind. The kind that said someone finally understood. It reminded him, unfortunately, of his own disaster bowl back at his past life. The one he made almost every day and refused to admit was, at best, good. It wasn't even close to this. This was art. Towel watched with hopeful eyes, swaying slightly on his toes like a very proud sous chef who killed for this moment. Cassian took a bite. He sighed through his nose, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. Mother of all flavor? That is insane. Towel made a squeaky hiccup of joy and vanished on the spot, either overwhelmed or off to write down the recipe for the next war effort. Cassian kept eating. Slowly. The yogurt was cold, perfect with banana and cocoa to not feel cloying. The cinnamon had a little bite. The nuts were roasted. The blueberries hadn't died in vain. This was amazing. I seriously make this recipe almost every day. It is not the best, but it is healthy and delicious. So, maybe try it. Base mixture: mash the banana with a fork. Mash the softened dates. After soaking in hot water as well, and add them to the banana, add cocoa 1/2 tablespoon, plus milk, 3 tablespoons, plus cinnamon, and mix until smooth. No blender needed, a fork is enough. Yogurt layer in a separate bowl, whisk the yogurt. I use 4 or 5 tablespoons, gently swirl it with the banana cocoa mixture to create a veined marble effect. Don't overmix. Optional, add chia seeds for extra texture. Sprinkle blueberries on top. Let it rest in the fridge, 30 minutes to 1 hour. Break walnuts into large chunks and add them on top before serving. Chapter 52. Cassian walked beside Bathsheba, their fingers linked, hands swinging slightly with no rhythm or reason, like two students who hadn't figured out if they were showing off or just being smug about having someone to hold. Bathsheba let out a sigh, her 5th, maybe 6th. Cassian had stopped counting after 3. This one, at least, came with a smile. So? She said, bumping her shoulder lightly against his. Anything changed after Master Ji praised you? Cassian squinted up at the castle. Bit more fan mail. Probably a statue being carved somewhere. You? She gave a short laugh. Not much. I was an established rune master before, too. He clicked his tongue. Ouch. And here I thought we were having a moment. She grinned. You are catching up, though. Good for you, little Cass. He stopped walking to squeeze her hand. There is nothing little about me. That earned a slight blush. Then, quieter, true that? Peeves drifted out of a chandelier with a bucket and a grin. Hand-holding? In a school? Scandal. Peeves, Cassian said. Pour that and I'll assign you homework. Homework? Peeves sneered, then brightened. Exploding homework? Bathsheba flicked her wrist. The bucket sealed itself with a neat click. Peeves booed. Teachers these days, no sense of humor. He somersaulted away, scattering confetti that smelled faintly of vinegar. Cassian watched it settle. He is getting thematic. What is the theme? Sticky disappointment. The staff room was already half full. McGonagall stood by the hearth, arms folded and lips pinched. She was probably willing the meeting to be shorter by sheer willpower. Sprout was chatting with Sinistra about soil types again. Snape was rooted in his usual corner, arms crossed, eyes narrowed at nothing in particular. Cassian's gaze skated across the room and then stopped. Quirinus Quirrell was seated near the far wall, tucked into himself. Something about him looked off, not wrong in the obvious sense, just skewed. Like a painting hung 2 degrees crooked. His robes were darker, his skin paler. The usual tired energy was there, but turned into something else. He looked nervous, jittery even. Still, his eyes flicked up when Cassian approached. Cassian squinted at him, then grinned. Back from sabbatical already? Quirrell blinked, then nodded, a twitchy stutter following. Yes. Good to see you, Cassian. Cassian paused. His grin faded. He frowned, glanced at Bathsheba beside him, then back at Quirrell. What happened? Quirrell twitched, didn't answer. Kettleburn, from his seat beside Flitwick, let out a long sigh. Probably he'd been waiting for someone to ask. He ran into some vampires. Cassian blinked. Right, he waited for a follow-up. There wasn't one. No dramatic flair. No mention of battle or escape or how many pints of blood were involved. Just vampires. The way one might say misplaced his hat. Cassian glanced around the room. No one looked surprised. Sinistra even nodded, like vampire encounter was part of the sabbatical package. That was Hogwarts for you. A man could come back with stutter, and as long as he was on time for meetings, nobody asked questions. Well, that explained the smell of garlic at least. Up close, Cassian caught the details. A thread of garlic stitched into Quirrell's cuff. A faint iron tang, old and unhealed. Under the sour of tonic, a bandage line just visible at the throat. Chocolate? Cassian offered, holding out a square. Quirrell flinched, then shook his head too fast. Oh, no, Day, thank you. Cassian looked up to the new face at the far end of the table. Brown hair, mild beard. That air of someone who hadn't yet figured out whether this job would ruin or reinvent him. Did Aerith leave? Cassian asked. McGonagall gave a nod. Yes, sadly, Professor Skander stepped down before the summer ended. She adjusted her spectacles. Professor Warren. Muggle studies. Cassian nodded and offered the man a smile. Welcome to Hogwarts. And good luck. Warren smiled back, grateful and a bit stiff. Thank you. Cassian meant it. Always had a soft spot for the Muggle studies crowd. The only ones in this castle who actually understood the rest of the world didn't run on gobstones and exploding teapots. Bathsheba nudged his foot under the table. Be nice. I am nice, he muttered. That was a compliment. You should see me with people I don't like. She gave him a look. Somewhere between exasperation and fondness. Probably more the latter than she would admit in front of a full room of coworkers. Warren leaned forward, clearly trying to get his bearings. I am looking forward to collaborating. I've read your papers on linguistic preservation you published recently. Cassian stared, one eyebrow climbing. Wait, you read those? Flitwick laughed from his seat. It seems you are not aware of your new fame, Professor Rosier. Cassian sighed. Right, that. He leaned forward, chin propped on his knuckles. Well, it was only a matter of time before I shone. Snape snorted with a force gust straight from his sinuses. The papers in front of him fluttered from the force. Cassian gave him a lazy glance. Careful, Severus. You will dislodge something. Snape smirked. I am not sure whether you fell into that tomb headfirst or simply rambled yourself senseless, but either way, it is comforting to know some minds remain impervious to actual academic rigor. Severus. Cassian looked up from his tea with an airy tone. Is that jealousy I detect? Or just the usual bile fermented from never having a fulfilling holiday? Snape didn't flinch, just an observation. If I wanted to indulge fantasy in the classroom, I would let Trelawney guest lecture. Across the table, Sibyl blinked, teacup halfway to her mouth. I've been invited. No, Snape said. Cassian grinned. See, that is where we differ. You confuse logic with bitterness and call it academic restraint. I prefer reality with color, context, and the occasional accurate footnote. Snape's mouth twitched, barely. Probably weighing hexes versus professional decorum. Enough, McGonagall cut through, lifting her hand without raising her voice. It worked better than most spells. Cassian leaned back in his chair, mildly disappointed. He had at least one more jab lined up involving cauldrons and chronic loneliness. I gathered this meeting to announce, McGonagall continued, that Harry Potter? Yes, that Harry Potter will be joining Hogwarts this year. He is on the train right now. Chairs shifted. A few gasps. Cassian froze. Harry Potter, right? That name. He knew it. Sort of. Like someone might know the theme tune to a sitcom they never watched, heard it, seen it plastered on book covers in his old world. He had never seen the movies, though. Not once. Never read the books either. His interest never pointed that way. Back in his old life, his mates droned on about it often enough, gushing over wands, houses, and whatever house elf scandal was trending, but he tuned most of it out. Probably replaced it with actual history or lunch plans. The few scraps that clung were vague. Something about a tournament, someone named Voldemort, and a title that sounded more like a tax form than a fantasy. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Whatever. Potter? Glasses, maybe? Lightning scar? Something with a snake? He couldn't remember properly. Something about being the chosen one. Famous. Magical messiah, probably. Supposed to be dead, but wasn't. Or maybe the other way round. But no clear image. No personality. The name was all he had, and over the years in this new life, he picked up the bare minimum just by osmosis, survived a murder spell, beat the dark wizard, walked away with a headline, big fanfare, instant myth. That part made no sense. Why disappear after that? Why wasn't he being carted around like the boy who branded Britain? Unless someone hid him. Probably did. Easier to control a legend if you tucked him in a small house and fed him vague answers. Cassian's gaze flicked towards Snape. That face. That was not the face of someone thrilled to welcome a child hero back into the fold. If anything, he looked like someone had slipped dragon dung in his tea, or perhaps spilled it over his tenure plan to never interact with a Potter again. Cassian tilted his head, curious. Does he hate Potter? The question wasn't even fully formed before something stirred in his head. Not his thoughts. Old Cassian. Not much came from that part these days. Scattered memories, moods, the occasional craving for wine. But this one dropped in sharp. His first year, 7th year Snape, hunched under his robe, surrounded by taunting laughter. And James Potter. Wand in one hand, smugness in both shoulders, doing something flashy with a charm while his mates egged him on. Interesting. So the famous James Potter had been a prat. Cassian smiled slightly. Explains a lot. Snape didn't look at anyone. He rarely did, but this was different. His eyes weren't narrowed. They were locked inward, like he'd seen a ghost and it had dared to walk through his classroom door. Or maybe two ghosts, the father's shadow, the son's arrival. Interesting. The meeting wrapped not long after. McGonagall stepped out with her usual battle march to go greet the first years. Chairs scraped. Robes rustled. Cassian followed, hands tucked into his robe pockets, wand somewhere in a pocket he would forget about later. The corridor to the great hall buzzed with sound. Feet, chatter, the general scent of candles and teenage nerves. The great hall had dressed itself for starting ceremony. Soft candlelight, floating like lazy stars overhead, gold gleaming on the house banners, and a long line of polished plates glinting down the tables. Students were already pouring in, second years jostling for elbow room, older years taking seats with the casual tyranny of experience. Chapter 53. Cassian slid into his usual seat halfway down the staff table. Bathsheba landed beside him. He picked up a napkin and started folding it into something vaguely pyramid-shaped. Bathsheba glanced sideways. Bored already? Moderately. He flicked the napkin to topple it. Dumbledore appeared without anyone noticing him, which was a trick he must have practiced for centuries. One blink, and he was seated, hands steepled, awkwardness not applying to him in the least. Evening all, he said lightly, smile brushing the corners of his beard. I trust your summers were productive. A few polite coughs, nods. Cassian raised a brow. Nearly got soul split in China. 10 out of 10. Would do it again. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Yes, I've heard. Wonderful work. Professor babbling as well. Master G couldn't stop praising you. Lucian would choke if he heard that. Cassian leaned a little toward Dumbledore. Tell me, Headmaster, he said in an almost conspiratorial murmur, do you happen to keep the letters still? Dumbledore's eyes flicked sideways, twinkle intact. Some correspondence deserves safekeeping. Cassian tilted his head with a wide smile. So you do. Bathsheba caught his sleeve, tugging him back against the chair. Not now, Cass, she said under her breath. He spread his hands, mock innocent, only asking. History ought to be kept tidy. Then sweep later, she muttered. Dumbledore chuckled softly, beard trembling. Can copy if you want. Cassian smirked. With his free hand, he made a small set of gestures under the table. Later, Bathsheba's heel nudged his boot under the table. The doors opened. The first years arrived. McGonagall led them in. A neat column of children followed, some upright and stiff, others already wobbling under the weight of their own nerves. A few whispered. One was trying not to cry. Cassian scanned the faces, not sure what he was looking for. He couldn't see a scar. Wasn't about to squint for one either. If the kid was here, breathing, and not setting anyone on fire, that was good enough. The first years bunched in front of the staff table, waiting to be sorted or sacrificed, depending on perspective. None of them looked particularly cursed. Yet, McGonagall stepped forward, roll of parchment in hand. She didn't wait for silence. She was silence. Abbot Hannah? A blonde girl stumbled up, nearly tripping over her robes. Hat dropped. Hufflepuff, Cassian glanced at Bathsheba. 10 Sickles says she gets lost between towers before October. Not betting against you, she murmured. You rigged the odds. He gasped, scandalized as McGonagall called, Bones, Susan. Another Hufflepuff? Sprout clapped politely. Cassian turned to her with a grin, starting strong. Clearly bribed the hat. Sprout didn't bother replying, just gave him a look that said, behave, and returned to watching her pile of future badgers. The names kept coming. Davis, Tracy, Slytherin, Finch, Fletchley Justin. The hat paused, mumbled something. Then, Hufflepuff, Greengrass Daphne, Slytherin, Goldstein, Anthony Ravenclaw. Cassian twitched a brow. Ravens are building an army. Bathsheba raised one finger. 6 so far. Granger, Hermione. The girl all but sprinted to the stool, hair frizzing with nerves. The hat took a moment with her, then yelled, Gryffindor! A few cheers. Some enthusiastic clapping from the table. Cassian watched her go with mild interest. Name sounded familiar. Cassian leaned sideways, chin almost on Bathsheba's shoulder. Is she famous? No, she said, eyes on her chart. Never heard the last name either. Probably a muggle-born. He sat back, tapping the side of his goblet, which meant the name was from before. His before. Probably adjacent to someone important. Close enough to catch splash damage in plot, if not at the center of it. Longbottom, Neville. That one earned a pause. The boy practically oozed nerves, sweaty palms, wide eyes, like he'd been dared into this by a ghost. Cassian watched him shuffle up to the hat and nearly fall backwards when it called, Gryffindor! Poor sod, he muttered. Looks like he has just realized what house comes with heroic sacrifices in the brochure. Bathsheba didn't look up. He is from an old family. Longbottoms were respected once. Still are, Sprout said behind her teacup. Cassian blinked. Didn't mean to offend. He just looks like he is one strong wind away from fainting. He is Frank and Alice's son, Bathsheba added. Ah, Cassian said, remembering the Gryffindor 7th-year pair. Malfoy, Draco. That one made an entrance, blonde, preened, walking like the room had been built around him. Hat barely touched his head before screaming Slytherin, Cassian snorted. Well, that was predictable. Snape's lips twitched. Parkinson, Pansy, Slytherin. And a very pleased one at that. Walked like she already had opinions about everyone at the table. Patil, Padma, Ravenclaw, Patil, Parvati, Gryffindor. Cassian raised a brow. Split the twins. That will go well. Bathsheba agreed with a nod. Curious separation. Usually Hat keeps them together. Maybe it liked one more. Potter, Harry. And just like that, the room shifted. The name pulled every head around. Whispers broke out, necks craning to see better. That boy walked forward with his shoulders hunched and face half hidden behind messy hair and oversized glasses. He looked smaller than Cassian expected. Quieter. Not the conquering sort. More forgotten at the table. Cassian leaned forward. That is him. Bathsheba nodded. Scar is under the fringe. Hat took its time with him. Not long, but longer than it should have. Then, finally it shouted, Gryffindor. Gryffindor table erupted. Twins slapped the table. The bushy-haired girl clapped too hard. Cassian just watched. That wasn't what he expected. No hero's glow. No crackling aura of Chosen One energy. Just a quiet kid, walking fast like he didn't want anyone to look too closely. Weasley, Ronald. Predictably, the hat didn't hesitate. Gryffindor, Cassian rubbed his face. Weasley stock is not exactly diverse, is it? He looked down at the table, then back at Harry Potter as Weasley sat next to him. Harry was fiddling with a napkin, laughing quietly at something the redhead said. He didn't remember much from his past life's Potter lore, but he knew enough to sense when something didn't fit. That wasn't the face of a boy raised on praise and stories. That was someone who'd never been told he mattered. Dumbledore stood. Welcome, he began, voice echoed through the hall. Some first years grimaced. To another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, Dumbledore went on, voice far too cheerful. I would like to say a few words, and here they are, Nitwit. Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Cassian turned to Bathsheba deadpan. Aren't those elves? She rolled her eyes. Yeah, he rotates them, pretends he is senile, just calls elves to fill the plates. And true to form, the tables were full before the sound of his last syllable faded. Roast chicken, platters of pies, cauldrons of mash, treacle tart, blood pudding, roast potatoes, suspiciously enthusiastic gravy. Hogwarts hospitality, abundant as ever. Before anyone had even looked up properly, the youngest Weasley had already chomped halfway through 2 drumsticks like he'd been starved in transit. Sauce down his chin, mouth full, grin plastered on like hunger was the funniest thing he'd survived this week. Is he eating for all of Gryffindor? Or just making up for a tragic childhood? Bathsheba stabbed a sausage. Could be both. The noise in the hall was growing. Chatter rising in waves as plates clinked and goblets sloshed. Students already swapping stories about holidays. New robes who fell off the train. Cassian chewed a roast carrot. Harry Potter sat quietly. Ron chattered beside him, mouth full, not seeming to notice. Harry wasn't saying much. The bushy-haired girl Granger was already in full lecture mode, gesturing and trying to explain something with her elbows. Cassian tilted his goblet and muttered, That is not a boy used to being the center of anything. Bathsheba followed his gaze, then nodded. He didn't even know how to hold the cutlery right. Maybe he was raised by wolves. Wolves would have done better. At least they feed their pups. That seemed to be true. He was thin. Not in the way most 11-year-olds were. Lanky, growing too fast, legs like broomsticks. No, this was different. Starved, nearly. Wrists a bit too bony. Face sunken in the soft parts. His glasses were bent and scuffed. And the slouch. Shoulders curled in. He was trying to fold himself small enough not to be seen. This wasn't what you expected when you heard the phrase, defeated the Dark Lord. Not that Cassian had been picturing some golden-haired paladin riding a broom into the sun, but still, there should have been presence. Something in the spine. A kid with a headline like his ought to stand like the world owed him sweets. Harry sat as if he was apologizing for breathing. No one else seemed to notice. Or maybe they just thought he was shy. First-year nerves and all that, easy to miss in a room full of hungry teenagers and floating puddings. Cassian reached for a steak. That boy was neglected. She followed his gaze. Yeah, doesn't move like a boy who got hugged much, Cassian said finally. Bathsheba sighed. That is none of our business. Course not, he said. Just inconveniently obvious and odd. It wasn't the first time Hogwarts had taken in a half-raised child and called it charity. They were good at that. Scooping up stray legacies and tossing them into the Great Hall with a hat and a prayer. But Potter wasn't just another orphan. He was a symbol. A myth on legs, and no one thought to feed him properly. Dumbledore was doing his usual circuit of eye contact and vague benevolence, eyes twinkling. Snape wasn't even pretending to eat. Just sat with his arms folded, glaring somewhere between the gravy boat and existential despair. probably working out how many detentions he could assign before Christmas. Cassian leaned over slightly. Snape is gonna have a hell of a time with that one. Potter. He hates James, right? She frowned, then blinked like something clicked. Right, she said, a touch distant. Saw it a few times back then. Potter and his lot. Potter and Black mostly, going after Snape. Chapter 54. Saw it a few times. Back then? Potter and his lot, Potter and Black mostly, going after Snape. Bathsheba was a few years ahead of Cassian at school. Saw things he didn't. She wasn't close to either Cassian or Snape at the time, but she'd seen enough from across corridors and classrooms. Back then, Cassian was too young, tucked safely in lower years. Watching older students bully Snape at every turn, Cassian glanced at her. Like pranking? Not pranks, she said quietly. Humiliations didn't always end in curses, but it wasn't subtle. Most professors looked the other way. Makes sense, he muttered, popping a bit of roast parsnip in his mouth. Nothing fuels grudge like being mocked with impunity. She nodded. No argument. James could be charming when he wanted to be, but he often chose not to. He had that hair. Cassian gestured vaguely, then mimed a toss. Didn't trust him the moment I saw it. Looked like the sort who would start a war and win just to get the front page photo. Bathsheba didn't smile. They hexed Snape in public more than a couple of times. Once during lunch. Of course they did, Cassian muttered, jabbing his roast potato. Can't think of a better time to humiliate someone than when they are trying not to spill soup. He never reported it. Not once. Cassian looked toward the end of the table where Snape sat, motionless, staring at a bit of untouched shepherd's pie with grudge. Yeah, he said. Doesn't strike me as the sort who asks for help. Bathsheba sipped her drink. I think he believed he deserved it. He hummed, didn't think on it long. Trying to untangle Snape's reasons would be like guessing which rune would explode first, pointless until it happened. But he was sure about one thing. Snape hated Harry Potter. Not mildly, not the way he frowned at slow cauldron stirrers or sighed at badly bottled potions. No, this had weight. It was the kind of disdain that simmered behind the eyes and curdled in the throat. The kind that didn't need logic. It wasn't about Harry, not really. The boy was too quiet, too unsure. He didn't have the arrogance needed to earn a grown man's loathing. But he had the wrong name. Walked in a face Snape couldn't forgive. Cassian watched him a moment longer. Potter had a chicken leg in one hand, mostly untouched. His eyes flicked from plate to plate like food might disappear if he blinked. The boy ate with the caution of someone who learned to hide hunger. Cassian had seen that in children of his past life before. The kind shuffled through orphanages, made polite by force, grateful by habit. His lips pressed together. That wasn't normal, and none of these staff seemed to care. He leaned sideways. Did you figure out where the boy's been all these years? Bathsheba shook her head, still watching the great hall. Number never mentioned. No records in the books. Just dropped off. Dropped off, Cassian repeated, raising an eyebrow, as in bundled like a parcel and left to ferment in anonymity. That seems oddly convenient. It is Dumbledore, she said, not quite defending, not quite accusing. He has his reasons. Cassian clicked his tongue. Of course. The old man deals in reasons like the rest of us do socks. Some of us wear matching ones. I live to disappoint. She fixed her gaze on him, voice stern. Cass, promise me you'll step out of this. The headmaster's plans aren't something we can meddle with freely. Cassian held her stare, a storm of defiance and doubt turning inside him. He almost despised the words as they left his mouth. Fine, but only if it doesn't go too far. By the time dessert floated in, floating tart platters, and a violent custard that splashed itself into bowls with too much enthusiasm, the students had already loosened into the buzz of familiarity. First years clumped together like sheep. Older ones started sorting themselves by noise level and house pecking order. Someone already started a betting pool on who would cry before midnight. Twins did it. It was them. Cassian didn't touch the tart. He stuffed himself stupid already. Instead, he leaned back and caught Flitwick's eye across the table. "Tell me we upgraded the textbook list this year," he said, raising his goblet in mock despair. "I can't take another term of wizards and their wands, a patriotic history." Flitwick cackled. "We added supplemental readings. I convinced Minerva to approve curses through the ages." "Ooh," Cassian grinned. "That one has illustrations. You can practically smell the hexes off the page." Bathsheba looked up. "You mean the 3rd edition?" Cassian pointed at her with his spoon. "Yes, the one where the author had that affair with the Banshee scholar and rewrote the entire chapter on vocal-based hexes out of spite." "Iconic," she agreed. They clinked spoons. Snape, from the far end of the table, made a faint noise of disgust. After the feast ended and plates sat cluttered with the aftermath of gluttony, Dumbledore rose again. "Now that we are all watered and fed," he said, smiling, "a few announcements." A soft collective groan rippled through the tables. Cassian mouthed, "Here we go!" at Bathsheba. "We are pleased to welcome Professor Warren to our staff," Dumbledore said, tilting his head toward the Muggle Studies end of the table. "He will be taking over from Professor Skander." A smattering of polite applause. Warren gave a nod, smiling politely. Dumbledore's voice cut on. "Professor Quirrell has returned from his travels." Cassian looked over in time to see Quirrell flinch at his own name. "He will be teaching defense against the dark arts this year," Dumbledore finished. Cassian frowned slightly. "That is bold," he murmured, surprised. He had assumed Quirrell and Warren would divide Muggle studies, never imagining Quirrell would take over defense against the dark arts instead, especially with the curse on the position. He'd been there when Mulford had nearly succumbed to the curse, and before that too. Bathsheba didn't look up. He requested it. I bet he did. Man gets chomped by a vampire and comes back for seconds. Quirrell's smile barely held together under the weight of attention. The man looked as if he was 3 blinks away from fainting. Dumbledore didn't pause. Lastly, a reminder. The Forbidden Forest is, as its name suggests, forbidden. Half the Gryffindor table sniggered, and Dumbledore smiled softly. "And finally," he said, "I must inform you that this year, the 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." Cassian paused. "Right," he muttered. "Lovely start of term messaging. Nothing motivates children like threat of death." Bathsheba arched an eyebrow. "Did he say painful?" "Very painful," Cassian confirmed. "Wonderfully specific." Gryffindors perked up like someone had offered extra credit for trespassing. Hufflepuff stiffened. A few Ravenclaws started whispering already, probably guessing what was there and if the riddle was worth solving. Slytherins just glanced at each other like they were placing bets on who would crack it first. Prefects called names, herding their flocks toward common rooms. Half of them looked half asleep already. The rest buzzed with sugar and gossip. Cassian stood with the rest of the staff. Dumbledore already left, off to whatever he did after feasts, probably writing his next opening speech. Cassian entered his room and went straight to sorting. Cloak off, folded, books aligned by size, then subject, then publication date. He liked knowing where they were without looking. His writing desk had its own rhythm, fresh parchment to the back, quills in rows, ink bottles uncapped for tomorrow's lessons, pens at the front. His underwear, however, had no system. He held a pair in one hand, about to decide whether they deserved a drawer or exile to the sock basket, when someone knocked. He opened the door, still holding them like a white flag. Flitwick stood there, smiling. "Good evening, Professor Rosier." "Good evening, Professor. Anything I can do for you?" Cassian raised the briefs. "Can't imagine my underwear is relevant, but they are yours if you insist." Flitwick chuckled. "Thanks for the offer, but I rather you don't." Cassian shrugged, dropped the undies back onto the bed. "So," Flitwick gestured toward the wardrobe, "put those away first. Headmaster wants to see you." Cassian didn't ask what for. Flitwick wasn't one for dramatic pauses or cryptic scrolls, so it had to be business. He made his way through the castle. Flitwick led him to the winding stair. The door opened before they knocked. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled. McGonagall stood to his right, arms crossed. Snape leaned against a bookshelf. Sprout stood near the window. Quirrell hunched in a corner chair, fiddling with his sleeves. Professor Rosier, Dumbledore greeted. Cassian gave them a once-over and scratched back of his head. Anything I can help with? Seems like househeads plus Quirrell and me. Either I am being promoted or you all collectively lost a bet. Dumbledore smiled, looked humored with the joke. Thank you for coming. This will be brief. McGonagall looked over her glasses. She doubted that. Dumbledore folded his hands. As you heard during the feast, the third-floor corridor is now off-limits. That is not decorative. Cassian drummed his fingers on the armrest. You mean the one you just told a hall of children might kill them? Quirrell twitched. That is the one, Dumbledore said, cheerfully unbothered. We are securing something in that corridor. It will be warded. Locked, of course. And there will be protections. Cassian glanced around. No one else was reacting. So we are safeguarding something, and you are telling the entire school where it is. McGonagall stepped in. The warning is enough. No student would dare challenge that. Cassian snorted through his nose. The international sound of "Are you sure?" You clearly haven't met Fred and George. Sprout muttered. They will poke anything if it looks forbidden. Which is why we are placing safeguards, Dumbledore said again. Each of you, if willing, will contribute something. A measure of deterrence. Magical, of course. Nothing extreme. Define nothing extreme, Cassian said, still watching Dumbledore. Think more. Obstacle course. Less execution chamber. McGonagall gave him a sharp look. Albus. Minerva, I trust our staff to use sense. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Sprout. Pomona, I trust you can arrange something with your collection. Sprout nodded. I have a few plants that bite. Nothing lethal, McGonagall added. Mine will be mental. Cassian squinted at her. That sounds terrifying. I mean, puzzles, Mr. Rosier. Still terrifying. Snape didn't speak. If anyone was going to use something that looked like a cauldron exploded and cursed its own shadow, it would be him. Dumbledore looked to him. Severus, I have something in mind. Cassian raised a hand. Just to clarify, we are placing defenses for an object none of us are being told about, but we are told to treat it like it is worth fortifying with magic, riddles, and potentially carnivorous shrubbery? Yes, Dumbledore said, smile not fading. Brilliant. I shall supply a series of animated insults and a particularly aggressive door handle. Dumbledore chuckled. I trust you'll come up with something more suitable. Chapter 55. Cassian scratched his chin, looking at the gathered professors. Right. So everyone here is placing something with their subjects. Should I just drop a history textbook and ask the intruder to memorize it? McGonagall gave him a sharp look. But Dumbledore was already nodding, with that mild, cryptic thing he called a smile. Only if the penalty for failure is being forced to cite footnotes under pressure, he said. Cassian clicked his tongue. Oof, that is worse than fire, Dumbledore chuckled. I trust your expertise, Professor Rosier. But remember, we are not looking to injure. These protections should delay, dissuade, confuse, not maim. Cassian raised a brow. Cognitive bruises, not broken bones. Plausible deniability, got it. Snape didn't bother looking up. Perhaps if history offered something useful, you would have more to contribute. Cassian turned, expression perfectly bland. Oh, we do. Your blood pressure spikes every time I open my mouth. That is historically consistent. McGonagall sighed through her nose. Dumbledore raised a hand before anyone could start throwing hexes. He then turned to the room, hands clasped. We are, all of us, the first line. This item, this matter, must be kept secure through the year, quietly. Your contributions will be layered and distinct, difficult, but not impossible. Cassian got up and lazily waved. Got it. We'll think of something fitting. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore's voice caught him. Professor Rosier, this matter is too sensitive. I would ask that you not share it with Professor Babbling. Cassian stopped mid-step, turning slowly, brow already rising. Right? Well, that is a bit late, isn't it? Dumbledore tilted his head. I should have warned you earlier, and I apologize for that. But still, I ask, you will have to do better than ask, Headmaster. Cassian didn't raise his voice, but it was clear he was irritated. You see, I don't hide things from Bathsheba, not even the sensitive sort. Makes partnerships easier. Bit less betrayal, bit more actual conversation. McGonagall looked like she was deciding whether to interrupt or combust. Dumbledore remained still. I understand that, and I commend it truly, but I still ask that you don't. Cassian stared at him. You commend it, he said slowly, as if tasting the word and finding it faintly ridiculous. You commend honesty, but want secrecy. That is rich. Snape shifted near the shelf, like he had something to say, but didn't want to be accused of agreeing with Cassian. Or, Cassian added, you are welcome to obliviate me. Cleaner that way. Saves us the awkward silences. Dumbledore paused, studying him for a few seconds, then said, you must see, Professor Rosier. Secrets protect more than people. They preserve perception. Cassian shrugged. Sorry, I am not comfortable with what you are asking, especially not when it involves someone who knows where I sleep and once cursed an entire forest for calling her handwriting sloppy. Seeing his stubborn face, Cassian sighed. Fine, I will throw you a bone, he said. You have to tell her that. Next time you see her, you tell her that I kept something from her because you asked. Make it clear it wasn't my idea, because I won't lie to her, but I will shut up, if you want that badly enough. Your loyalty does you credit, Dumbledore said. But sorry, Headmaster, Cassian said. I am trying not to lose the only person in this castle who doesn't think I am either expendable or a court jester. Snape's mouth curled, faintly. Debatable. Cassian didn't even glance his way. Feel free to add me to the list of people who don't care about your opinions, Severus. If you find a space, that is. Dumbledore raised a hand. Very well. I will speak with her. Cassian gave a nod. Good. She is smarter than all of us anyway. Might have figured it out before I said anything. Then it is settled. For now. He turned again, hand briefly brushing the doorframe. And Headmaster? If whatever you are hiding ends with anyone bleeding in the hallways, I am not sticking around to say, told you so. Dumbledore gave a quiet hum. Noted. Next morning, over toast and a cup of whatever passed for orange juice in Hogwarts. Cassian had his suspicions. Cassian took another spoonful of yogurt, freshly made by the house elves. Thank you very much. Bathsheba slid into the bench beside him and passed the butter without asking. I know, she said, casual. Whatever it is Dumbledore told you not to share. It is fine. Cassian looked up, catching something new in her face. Oh, so Dumbledore had mentioned the whole bit. Cassian refusing to keep secrets, demanding Dumbledore say it himself. That stubborn streak wasn't exactly private knowledge. The look she gave him now. Fondness, sure, but also something else. He was getting lucky. Damn pretty soon at that. Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk after breakfast. Cassian made his way to first class of the year, third-year Gryffindors, and Ravenclaws, which meant the twins, Lee Jordan, Kenneth Towler. Brilliant. Cassian stepped into the classroom with the kind of caution usually reserved for cursed tombs. The room was already half full, students milling, chatting. Cassian dropped his bag beside the desk, took the chalk, War Runes, and the Curse of Bellatrix the Unwashed. Is that a real name? Cassian spun the chalk back into its tray. Absolutely, though history's been kind enough to shave off the unwashed in most formal records. More than she ever did in her life, apparently. I prefer honesty. The Weasley twins slid into their seats like a matched pair of smug cats, muttering apologies for being late. Lee Jordan behind them, already passing a folded note to Angelina. Cassian caught it midair with 2 fingers and set it on his desk without looking at it. Save it for after class, or frame it if it is poetic. George leaned forward. What if it is rude? Then definitely frame it. Hogwarts needs more creativity on the walls. They laughed. It usually came before interest. And history, contrary to popular belief, was rarely boring if told right. Especially the parts with curses and lunatics. Cassian leaned against the desk. Right? War Runes. Now, before we dive in, quick poll. How many of you know what a rune actually does? a few hesitant hands. Some confident ones. He checked the hands and nodded. Right. Rune class is elective from 3rd year onward. Some of you are probably taking it already. The rest went with easier options. Less homework, simpler exams, and maybe a few less exploding eyebrows. No shame, just lower ambitions. Angelina raised her brow. Cassian pointed lazily toward her scroll. Not judging, just observing. He pushed off the desk and started pacing in front of the blackboard. Now, war runes, he gestured broadly. Not the polite sort, not the kind you etch on family crests or waggle at doors for security. These are the old ones, pre-Merlin, pre-language in some cases. The kind you would carve into bone before storming someone's village. Kenneth frowned. Into bone? Like a chicken bone. Cassian nodded. Bone holds magic better than bark, especially human. Don't worry, we are not doing samples today. Fred whispered something to George. George grinned. Cassian didn't look. And no, Weasley, you may not volunteer your brother's tibia. Save the jokes for someone who hasn't taught twins before. Fred raised both hands in mock surrender. So Bellatrix, why do we care? He waved his wand. The writing on the board was shaped into a crude stick figure riding what might have been a bear. Because Bellatrix was mad. Not the fun sort, not the danced with fairies and declared herself queen of the creek sort. She believed her magic could make armies invisible, and it sort of did. Once for 10 minutes, then it made their teeth explode. That earned a few snorts. Roger Davies looked up from whatever diagram he was mentally sketching. She worked with war runes the way you might juggle basilisk eggs. Sometimes brilliant, sometimes fatal. Today, we are looking at one of her surviving designs. He flicked his wand again. A rune sketched itself onto the board in harsh, jagged strokes. The symbol had teeth. Angular, so sharp, it could gouge the wood behind the chalk. Lee Jordan leaned forward. That doesn't look safe. Good eye. Cassian pointed at the top arc. This loop. She thought it would bend light around a shield wall. Did briefly. Until it caught fire. This line here meant to blind enemies, but when drawn upside down, it gives everyone within 10 feet migraines and spontaneous nosebleeds. Now. He clapped. We are not learning how to inscribe. Don't even pretend to. This one is on the banned list unless you are certified and prepared to lose an eyebrow. Are you certified? Angelina asked, a challenge in her tone. He chuckled. Course not. And that is not even a real rune. If runes worked just by drawing them, every idiot with a wand and a crayon could call themselves a war mage. A few students blinked. Alicia stopped mid-scroll scribble. Cassian stepped away from the board, tapping it with his wand. The chalk lines fizzled out in a soft puff. Runes only mean something when you charge them, he said. Magic, intent, context. Scribble that in your notes, Davies. Intent matters. Especially with runes. Otherwise, you are just decorating bones. Lee raised a cautious hand. So, how did Bellatrix charge hers? With spells? Cassian tilted his head. Number blood. Mostly her own. Sometimes others. War was generous like that. That earned a pause. Even the twins looked less cheeky now. She believed the rune had to be fed, he went on, stepping between rows. Not metaphorically. She would cut her palm, let it drip onto the bone, then chant something that probably sounded like a seagull choking on a pipe. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. Once she lost 3 fingers and her voice for a week. Still called it a win. Lee muttered. Mad? Cassian raised a brow. Historically, the line between madness and genius is just whichever one writes the records. Angelina raised her hand slowly. So, why are we learning about her? He glanced over, impressed. Good question. Because she made history messy. And history is mostly made by lunatics with enough magic and not enough supervision. A few laughed. Fred scribbled something in George's notebook, and George grinned wide. Chapter 56. History is mostly made by lunatics with enough magic and not enough supervision. No one remembers the sensible hedge witch who healed toes and minded her cauldron. Cassian continued, watching their horrified faces for a second. "But they will etch Bellatrix's rune into prison walls for 3 centuries. That is influence. Terrible, bloody influence. But it sticks." He paused beside Kenneth. "Which is why you are learning it. Not to use it, obviously, but to know it. Because one day, some bright-eyed anarchist will carve it into a bathroom stall and call it a revolution. And I would rather you recognize the shape before it is carved into your classroom door." Lee Jordan raised his hand, brows drawn together. "But you showed us the rune, told us how to charge it, and even what to use? Isn't that a bit dangerous?" Cassian tilted his head with a smile. "That is a genuinely good question, Mr. Jordan. Naive, but good." He raised his wand, and with a wave, dozens of runes blinked into existence, suspended midair like ghost scripts etched on glass. "Now," Cassian said, stepping back, palms open like a stage magician about to ruin someone's dinner. "Common misconception, so don't take it personally. People think runes are just drawings." He gestured to the floating symbols. They pulsed lightly in the dim classroom light. Rows of hooks, slashes, jagged spirals stacked like an angry alphabet. "That," he said, nodding at them, "is your first mistake." A few students leaned forward, eyes wide open. From their conception to completion, the runes have to be crafted properly. Precise conditions. No exceptions. Same as a spell. You don't just flail your wand and mutter, Lumiso, hoping it turns into light, do you? George opened his mouth. Cassian jabbed a finger at him. "Don't answer that." He paced a few steps. "You need the whole set. Gesture, intent, mental image. Magic. Miss one and best case. It fizzles. Worst case. Your eyebrows end up on your knees." Alicia stared hard at the air, tracing the lines with her eyes. "Runes are trickier," Cassian added, "because people assume they are passive. Scribble a few lines, plead a bit. Job done. Yeah. Number." He stopped in front of the board, tapping his wand against it. "Doesn't matter how fancy your carving is, how calligraphy ready your script looks. If you don't know how it works underneath, it is nothing. Useless. Worse than useless. Actually, you have to know how each node connects, where the charge flows, which angle shifts what effect, else the whole thing falls apart. Or, worse, you end up with a fire in your lungs and your teeth explode." George grinned, elbowing Fred. "Sounds like fun." "Seriously," Cassian went on, "they're not decor, they're machinery. They aren't like those silly glowing stones you stick on a bracelet and pretend make your luck better. They are circuits, intent channels. You muck it up. Well, could make your door swing open at the wrong word. Could make your bones hum when someone lies." Angelina raised an eyebrow. "That is specific," he pointed at her. "Because it happened. Some idiot in 1483 tattooed a truth rune on his ribs and couldn't go to market without confessing every time he overcharged someone for bread." Kenneth squinted. "Wait, so why use them at all?" Cassian grinned. "Because when they work, they are brilliant. You can carve one rune into stone and make it hold a spell for 10 years. You can layer 3 into a shield and make it ignore flame, curse, and sound. And if you are Bellatrix the Unwashed, you can try to vanish an entire battalion and instead give them spontaneous combustion every time they sneeze. Roger Davies had that look Ravenclaw's got." Curious, already replaying half the explanation in his head. But if they are unstable, how did anyone use them in war? Cassian waved his wand, and the runes hanging in the air twisted. In a blink, the floating glyphs morphed into something altogether different. Angular lines collapsed into a long cartridge, a brass casing, a tapered tip. One by one, it assembled until it hovered there in the middle of the classroom like a conjured warning. "This," he said, tapping the air just behind it, "is a bullet. Muggle invention. Uses mundane materials, metal, powder, pressure. When excited, he flicked the casing and it spun. It explodes. Very exciting. Fires a chunk of metal fast enough to ruin someone's week." Kenneth leaned forward, eyes squinting at the ghostly shape. "Is that magic?" Cassian tilted his head, not even slightly. He gestured again, and the bullet expanded, rotating. Inside, layers appeared. The tip, the powder, the casing, a thin rim of primer. Each section lit up in turn. For years, the powder was used solely for fireworks until a brilliant man, bit of a maniac, probably decided it could do more. You know, damage. Very dramatic. His name doesn't matter. He died in his own house when he mishandled a prototype. So Muggles invented runes, George said, mock serious. Cassian gave him a look. No, they invented death in small packaging. Different achievement. He raised his hand before they could derail into something worse. What I am trying to say is, this little creation here, he pointed at the suspended bullet. Volatile as sin, but it is the foundation of Muggle warfare now. They make them by the million. Some countries sell them by the bucket. And like runes, most people who fire them don't know what they are made of. Just point, pull, hope. A few faces twitched at that. Roger looked faintly horrified. Angelina just narrowed her eyes like she was deciding whether this counted as part of the syllabus. Cassian let the bullet vanish with a casual swipe of his wand. So, just because something is dangerous doesn't mean it is useless. The point of this isn't don't touch. It is learn how not to get yourself turned inside out while handling it. He took a few steps, then dropped a palm flat on the desk. Rune masters, real ones, not the sort who write a book and suddenly start calling themselves experts. Learn thousands of these symbols. Thousands, each with its own structure, its own limit. They know where every node is, how much charge a line can hold before it cracks. Seeing their amazed faces and glowing eyes, he grinned. He checked his watch. Right then, we will carry on with Bellatrix the Unwashed next week. Off you go, before one of you tries to charge a rune with sheer belief. There was the usual rustle of scrolls and ink pots and half-tied shoelaces. Fred tripped on his own robe and somehow blamed George. Cassian watched them file out like a group of migrating owls, noisy, scattered, mostly upright. Angelina paused at the door. Professor, did she actually lose her fingers? Cassian smiled without teeth. Only the left 3. Never stopped her. Used to stir cauldrons with her elbow after that. Angelina blinked, then nodded like she expected nothing less. When the last of them vanished into the corridor, Cassian dropped into his chair and laced his fingers together like a cartoon villain, grinning at the empty room. He said to no one, "Oh, my foolish love! You thought you were free of the Weasley twins." He leaned back, tapping his thumbs together. Watch now. Watch how I make them curious about ancient runes. Watch how they take your class. Unravel your notes, ask questions at dinner. A pause. Mahahaha. That night, Cassian was on the floor, hunched over a mess of parchment and books like a raccoon, dissecting a crime scene. There was ink on his sleeve, tea cooling on the desk, and 3 failed diagrams of a logic ward balled up near the bin. Dumbledore had asked for a non-violent deterrent that narrowed it down to riddles, bureaucratic paperwork, or mild haunting. He was halfway through sketching a charm that rearranged cardinal directions when Bathsheba came in, just walked straight in, coat still on, holding a folded bit of parchment like it had personally offended her. Cassian glanced up. If that is another invitation to the staff gala, I am faking a coma. She dropped the paper on his notes. Why, she said, are third-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws suddenly obsessed with my class? Cassian looked at it. List of names, neat columns, familiar ones. Jordan, Spinnet. Both Weasleys, naturally. Someone had even added a doodle of what looked like a rune sneezing. He looked away, hands up. No idea. She was on him before the words even landed. Ink bottle went flying, quills clattered, and parchment crumpled under her knees. You bastard, she growled, shoving his shoulder hard enough to tip him sideways. You are a terrible liar, and they had class with you today. You convinced them how amazing runes are, right? Cassian caught her wrist, twisted, rolled, pinned her clean to the mess of parchment. Damn right I did. You laughed at me when I was reading their essays. Now we suffer together. She narrowed her eyes, then twisted beneath him, then flipped him clean over. She straddled him, palms flat against his chest. "I am going to kill you." "Bold claim," he said, grinning up at her. "You need me alive for their detention slips. I will forge your handwriting." He let his head thump back against the rug. "Fair." The parchment dug into his back. A broken quill jabbed his ribs, and she leaned down until her nose almost touched his. Then they started to roll for another reason. The parchment didn't stand a chance. Half the diagrams got crumpled into the rug. Quills snapped. One of them elbowed the ink pot and sent it crawling towards the diagrams. Cassian grabbed for it, missed, and promptly forgot about it when Bathsheba bit his shoulder. A chorus of voices, a good deal of cursing too. Like a particularly profane opera, they spent enough time in the field to know how to make things efficient. But somehow, the floor got involved. Then the desk. Then the back of his knees gave out, and they ended up tangled in a way that made him question the structural integrity of the carpet. At some point, he might have shouted, "Oh, gods!" But whether it was over the way she bit him or the fact that she cracked a rune pun midway through was still up for interpretation. Later, much later, she lay sprawled half on top of him, the skin of her back warm under his hand and her breath slow against his throat. "You realize," she said eventually, "you are the worst." "I thought that was the point." She nipped his ear in answer, then rolled off him with the grace of a cat that had just decided the room belonged to her. Cassian stared at the ceiling, chest heaving, legs numb, brain mostly in restart mode. He could already feel ink drying somewhere inappropriate. "Brilliant," he muttered, dragging a hand down his face. "That was very educational." She stretched beside him, arm over her eyes. "Very." He pointed a finger in the air, completely serious. "We should set a worded essay subject. Describe the ritual properties of horizontal positioning," she snorted. "You would get fired. Only if they read it." Chapter 57. Next morning, Cassian sat on the rug, stared at the remains of what had once been the single greatest logic, activated defense, Ward Hogwarts had seen since ever, and made a long guttural noise that probably translated to, "Why? God. Parchment. Ruined. Ink everywhere." One diagram looked like someone had summoned a jellyfish into a meat grinder. Another had a faint boot print over the delicate curvature of a rune that was supposed to control directional tethering. He grabbed the most intact sheet and held it up with reverence. "No," he whispered, heartbroken. His hair was sticking in 6 different directions. No, it was the best plan in the world. The parchment sagged in agreement. I was going to turn a whole corridor into a recursive false reality loop with semantic triggers and a conditional memory fog. But new woo! He stabbed a finger at the floor. Now it smelled of sweat, ink, and pure betrayal. Bathsheba padded in, half wrapped in one of his cloaks, very smug. She glanced at the mess, picked up a singed pen with 2 fingers, and let it drop again. Cassian held up the page like it was a dead pet. She sipped his leftover tea. Didn't even blink. "I mourn it," he said solemnly. "You will live," she said, already walking off to Bath. "I will not," he called after her. "I am artistically destroyed, a victim of my own lust." He rubbed at his temple. There was ink on his cheek. He wiped it, then made it worse, then sat back and sighed. Dramatic as hell. Fantastic. A masterpiece in failure. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He eventually cleaned it up. Sort of. Gathered the wreckage into a stack that leaned like a guilty secret and nudged it toward the bin with his foot. The ruined ink smeared across his palm as he carried the parchment over. Dark and sticky. He paused halfway, stared at the bin, then shoved the stack onto the nearest bookshelf instead. Between How Not to Wake What Sleeps and a cursed copy of Wandless Wonders, a study in hubris. He turned to leave and promptly tripped on a loose bootless, swore violently, kicked the table leg. The table, innocent as a nun, retaliated by spilling a half-dried rune plate across the floor. Cassian stopped, took a breath, and let the self-anger settle. "All right," he said aloud to no one. "We are calling this a teaching moment. Don't ward spell drunk on lust, or at all, apparently." Asterisk, 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 Thursday brought the first years. Gryffindor and Slytherin. Brilliant bunch for a slow, civilized morning. Cassian stood outside the classroom, flicking through his register and sipping tea that had somehow gone cold despite the self-warming charm. Hogwarts air did that. Sucked the warmth out of everything. He was curious, not because of the clash of houses or the shiny, wide-eyed optimism most first years dragged in by the cauldron. No, it was one boy in particular, black hair, skinny frame. Lightning bolt. Name, everyone whispered like he sneezed gold. Harry Potter. Cassian had a vague cultural memory of a scarred orphan and a dark lord with fashion issues, but no real opinion. Now, seeing the boy in person, yeah, looked small, not fragile, just young. Okay, maybe fragile too, and very lost in the crowd of oversized robes and pointy hats. He let them settle first, watching them pour in, half tripping over bags, half fighting for seats. Malfoy sauntered in like he owned the place already. Potter shuffled in 2 steps behind, flanked by the Weasley boy with the hair like sunset vomit, and a girl whose bag looked heavier than her spine. No one spoke. Cassian set his tea down on the desk, pulled out his wand, pointed to the board. The chalk flew up and scratched out 2 lines. Hogwarts, a history. He walked the aisle like a general reviewing a battalion of badly disguised puppies. I am Professor Cassian Rosier, he said, pausing halfway down. You can call me Professor Rosier. From the back, Malfoy jabbed the thick-shouldered bloke beside him, grinning like he'd just discovered sarcasm. The third boy laughed too loud. Cassian didn't slow. Mudblood and Squiblover weren't words that would fly unpunished in his class. He flicked his wand toward them before the last syllable had died. 3 sharp pops cracked the air, like corks pulled from stubborn bottles. All 3 boys clutched their throats. Silence. Their mouths moved. Nothing came out. Cassian, still walking, caught the 3 floating puffs of light that had risen from their throats, each faint and buzzing like a trapped fly. He dragged them to his palm, split them apart, and pulled 3 glass bottles from his coat, like he was laying out condiments. Pop, pop, pop. 1 bottled voice per troublemaker. He placed the jars neatly on his desk, as neatly as prized potions. Right then. I have your voices, he said, spinning one with a finger. Try not to need them before supper. He looked at the trio, faces pale, eyes wide, and gave them a bright teacherly smile. Be respectful in my classes, or I may keep them indefinitely. I am quite the collector. He awakened the ancient variant of Silencio 2 days ago. Amphora Vox. Nasty piece of work if you didn't know what you were doing, and even nastier if you did. It bottled the target's voice, literally. Cassian had been teaching Silencio for 2 years now, watching it hover at the edge of his interface, like a moth pacing a flame. Knew it was going to happen sooner or later. The second repeater session with older students had done it. Right, Cassian said, tapping the board. We will start with a bit of introduction. Hogwarts, its history, a few ugly secrets, and some flattering lies, standard issue. The bushy-haired girl near the front, Granger if he remembered right, was practically vibrating. She already had a quill in hand, parchment rolled flat, eyes locked on him like he might start reciting from scripture. Brilliant. Hogwarts, he began, was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 people who couldn't agree on wallpaper, let alone the curriculum. Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. You heard of them. Big names, statues, bad fashion sense. Some of them laughed. He tilted his head. Ever wondered how all their first names and surnames start with the same letter? Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor. Bit tidy, isn't it? Sounds fake. Granger gasped, hand flying to her mouth as if he slapped a library. She looked genuinely wounded. Cassian held up both hands. I am not saying they weren't real. Just, look. You expect me to believe 4 founders with matching initials and dramatic flair met in a swamp and built a school. Either fate got a punchline, or the ministry's been sanitizing history harder than a purebloods vault audit. No one moved, but they all wore the same expression, already brainwashed, ready to defend their house's founder with their lives. Cassian dropped into his chair, one arm slung across the backrest. All right, settle. The shiny story in Hogwarts, a history. The one where they all held hands and sang Unity while laying bricks is absolute tosh. They fought. Loudly, repeatedly. And someone definitely tried to hex someone else's livestock during the planning stages. Seamus blinked. Wait, livestock. Don't act like you never seen a wizard duel involving goats. Lavender leaned forward. You are saying the founders didn't get along, Cassian snorted. Of course not. He flicked his wand in a wide arc. Light danced in the air, curling like smoke before taking shape. 4 figures formed in the air, shimmering shapes that sharpened as the glow settled. Godric Gryffindor came first, tall and broad. His sword was strapped across his back, face set like he was already itching for a fight. Next, Salazar Slytherin, posture perfect. Rowena Ravenclaw hovered behind them, eyes needle sharp. Last came Helga Hufflepuff, shorter, warmer, with kind eyes and a practical braid. Looked like she could hug you or hex you depending on what mood she was in. The 4 of them were rowing. The boat rocked wildly as Gryffindor stood to shout over Ravenclaw. Cassian gestured lazily, and the illusion tilted, sending imaginary water lapping over. Then, casually added, I am making most of this up, by the way. That earned more than a few raised brows. Real history rarely talks about the day-to-day, he continued, gesturing at the founders now rowing in increasingly uncoordinated rhythms. You get dates, wars, inventions, bloodlines. You don't get arguments over boat paddles or spatial charm ratios, or whose idea was to drag goats into the planning meetings. Only hint of them in the subtext. He tapped the side of his head, but trust me, if 4 overpowered idealists built a school in the middle of nowhere, they definitely fought over everything from wall colors to how many towers counted as too many. Longbottom leaned forward. So none of this is real. Cassian shrugged. The broad strokes are true. The rest? Well, let's just say history leaves gaps. I fill them with informed nonsense. He paused, then added with a grin. When you read books, keep in mind, whoever wrote it was probably as generous as me. A few students laughed. One looked horrified. Cassian winked. Welcome to critical thinking. He let them sit with it, then continued. According to the cleaned-up version, Cassian said, nodding toward the scene. They met under a shooting star, shared a vision, and rowed to the shore with unity in their hearts and purpose in their eyes. He turned back to the class. In reality, Godric forgot the paddles. Salazar tried to make the boat fly. Rowena kept arguing about spatial ratios, and Helga had to stop them from drowning twice. He then shrugged. Well, we will get back to that. With a flick, he split the illusion straight down the middle. Another twitch of the wand and the thing evaporated. Students looked like he sliced the scene in half and hid the ending under his desk. He didn't care. Cliffhangers built character. Chapter 58. Cassian perched on the desk, kicked one leg over the side, and aimed his attention straight at the girl practically vibrating out of her seat. Miss Granger, he said, you are Muggle-born, correct? She blinked like he asked if she breathed air. Yes, sir. Lovely. Can you tell me why you are using a quill? Hermione hesitated, glancing at her parchment. The quill in her hand, then back at him. Because, it is traditional? That is a polite way of saying, we are doing it because someone dead said we should. He dove a hand into his coat pocket and pulled out a pen. Actual pen. Biro. Blue ink. Plastic so cheap it squeaked if you flexed it. Held it up like a wand. Do you know why magics use quills to write? Hermione blinked, straightened. Her brain made that little whirring sound it did before a fact came flying out like shrapnel. Hogwarts, a history, page 76. Quills are magically conductive. They allow passive enchantments to interact with the script as it is being written. Cassian nodded. Very good memorization, she smiled. He sighed. Then why do you think I use a muggle pen? She paused. A second passed. Then another. Her hand twitched like it wanted to reach for a book, which was useless. No book would explain it. He turned to the others. Can anyone guess? Half the room blinked. Tracy Davis bit the end of her quill, squinting at the pen in his hand. Dean leaned forward, clearly itching to guess but not quite confident enough to risk it. Seamus, of course, had no such reservations. Because you are a muggle lover, he said, grinning. Cassian snapped a finger at him. Wrong. I mean, I do love them, but not the reason. Millicent scoffed. Because you are lazy. Ooh, Cassian winced. Clauser. Hermione hesitated again. He didn't look at her. Let her stew. Let the answer itch at her temple. The rest sat quiet. None of you? Cassian asked, looking mildly insulted. Come on. Thought this was supposed to be the clever year. He tossed the pen in the air and caught it behind his back. The twins from Gryffindor would have applauded, but none of these Slytherins were in the mood. Neither was Hermione, who looked like the internal debate between speak and don't be that student was actively causing her pain. Cassian looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, any guess? Harry raised his head, eyes flicking to the board, then back to Cassian, weighing whether answering would be a trap. Because writing with quills is a pain in the back, he said. And we don't need magical conductivity in History of Magic. Cassian clapped slowly but loudly. 10 points to Gryffindor. A few heads snapped towards Harry. Ron looked like someone had just announced his rat could do algebra. Granger whipped round to stare at Harry as if he'd started speaking Parseltongue. Magic doesn't automatically flow into your homework, Miss Granger, Cassian added, pacing past her desk. Even when it is drowning in citations? Especially then, in fact. She looked ready to argue. Probably would have, if her parchment hadn't been halfway to exploding under how hard she was writing. Cassian swung back to the front. The reason I use a pen is very simple. It works. No blotting, no charm needed to keep the ink from running, and if it explodes, it is probably the user's fault. Quills are a fashion statement. Pens are tools. Neville raised a hand. What happens if you write a spell with one? Cassian scratched his jaw. Nothing, unless you enchant the ink. Which is a bad idea, by the way. Leads to screaming letters, exploding pens, and the occasional demon contract if you are not careful. Dean snickered. A few also hid their laugh behind their hands. He then sighed, long and theatrical. Right then. How many of you have ever actually experienced Muggle culture? Not just walked past a telly in a shop window? Proper, hands-on experience. Microwaves, buses, awkward conversations with people who don't believe dragons are real. A few hands went up. Hermione's, obviously. Dean Thomas, too. Harry, surprisingly. Cassian raised an eyebrow at that one. He would think on that later. So, he went on, you lot know they are not living in huts, scrawling on cave walls. Yeah, don't let your textbooks convince you otherwise. The Muggle world is a nightmare of traffic, capitalism, and fast food, but it is clever as hell. Give them a few decades and they will accidentally invent a thermonuclear kettle. Hermione made a noise. It wasn't a gasp, but it had the energy of someone watching a bookshelf being set on fire. Her hand shot up before he even finished. Yes, Miss Granger. She stood up. Stood up like this was court. Are you saying that books? Books? Her nose crinkled. She looked like she licked something sour and wanted to blame the ink. That books are wrong. Cassian stared at her, then gave a low whistle. Blasphemy, I know. Heresy in parchment form. He crossed his arms. All mock gravity. But answer me this. If I wrote a book, me, personally, and filled it cover to cover with lies, half-truths, and a wildly flattering portrait of myself riding a griffin, claiming I tackled a werewolf, pinned it with one hand, pressed my wand to its neck, and then turned it back into a human. Would that be true or flattering fiction? Hermione's mouth opened. Nothing came out. He grinned. Exactly. She sat back down hard. Books, he continued, pacing again, are written by people, and people are messy. They get things wrong, they lie. They twist stories to make themselves look heroic or clever or slightly less racist. History is full of it. You know how many kings died mysteriously, and right after their nephews disappeared? We call that natural causes in the official records. Neville blinked. But isn't Hogwarts a history written by someone who was here? Cassian turned to him, nodded solemnly. Yep. And she left out the bit where a hippogriff got loose in the second-floor corridor and started stealing everyone's shoes. Whole year of barefoot students. Not a word about it. Cassian grabbed a piece of chalk, stabbing it at the board. Here's the thing. And pay attention because it will come up again. Knowledge isn't truth. Not by default. It is memory, rewritten by bias, fear, power, and someone with a quill deciding which bits get remembered. He turned back to them. The founders didn't like each other. That whole united front story? Rubbish. Salazar tried to hex Helga's badger once. Rowena threatened to move the entire school to the sky because she got bored of the lake. And Godric? Well, Godric challenged a ghost to a drinking contest and lost. Blaze raised a hand. But ghosts can't drink. Cassian pointed at him. Exactly. The room went quiet for a second. Then Parvati giggled. That set off Lavender. They were all true, or maybe not. He read them in a book from the forbidden section. Who knew if the author was pulling them from his back or was actually there? History, he said, letting the words sit for a moment, isn't a list of dates and facts. It is a battleground. People fighting over what gets remembered, and in this castle, it is practically a war zone. He paced to the back of the room again and leaned over Malfoy's desk, making the poor boy flinch. Right, an exercise from last year. He didn't wait for interest to rise. 30 points to whoever manages to get their name into this cup. That got their attention. He pulled his wand and flicked. A pale blue ring flared and hovered around the cup. This, Cassian said, is an age line. Prevents you from stepping in unless you are of a certain age. He folded his arms, eyeing the class. What do you do? Harry blinked at the glowing line. Goyle leaned in, fascinated. Hermione raised her hand so fast she nearly hit Parvati in the nose. Ron half raised his hand. Cassian waved him off. Mr. Weasley, you are not to open your mouth. I know your brothers spoke about it non-stop. The boy deflated, watching the others intently, as if trying to pass his knowledge to his fellow Gryffindors telepathically. Yes, Miss Granger. Let's have the obvious answer. Break the ward, she said, already speaking before he even finished. Cassian nodded slowly. All right, bold, brute force. Sure, try that, and enjoy the magical backlash rearranging your face. Not recommended. Malfoy raised his hand, scowling like he was about to say something nasty too bad. Nothing came out. He scowled harder, pointed at his throat, glared at Cassian. Cassian didn't even bother looking up. What? Malfoy dropped his hand, jaw clenched. Goyle gave him a helpless shrug. Cassian tapped the glass jar nearest him. I will give you your voices, but behave. I am not above keeping one as a souvenir. He didn't wait for a response, just waved his wand, and the jars popped open with a hiss. 3 bubbles floated like fairies. Their voices returned. Malfoy made a sound halfway between a cough and a curse. Cassian waved his hand. You are welcome. You find the caster, Malfoy finally said, and get them to lift the ward. Cassian tilted his head. Cheap by authority, very Slytherin. Unfortunately not always an option in the real world. Imagine needing to raid a tomb and asking the dead for permission. Draco opened his mouth again. Cassian moved on. Tracy Davis crossed her arms. Get someone older to do it for you? Delegation, Cassian said. Smart, lazy, might work. Might also get you caught and both expelled. Hogwarts loves shared punishment. Builds unity. Neville looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him. He eyed the ring warily, like it might leap up and bite him. Dean Thomas raised a tentative hand. Go in under an invisibility cloak. Cassian blinked. To trick a magical field that sees your age as a metaphysical constant. Dean lowered his hand without a word. You are all approaching it like it is a wall, Cassian said. But it is not. It is a filter. Age, in this context, is just a trigger. Magic doesn't care about birthdays. It reads maturity, magical development, body signature, not squinted. So, get older? Brilliant, Cassian said. Wait 10 years. Easy points. Hermione raised her hand again. What about potions? Something to increase age temporarily? Bit dangerous, he said. And you would have to brew it yourself, which is already a death sentence for half of you. He flicked his wand again, and a second circle appeared around the first, fainter. Then a third. Concentric rings, each one humming differently. Here is the twist, he said. Each ring reads something else. Age, intention, magical stability. You might cross one, 2 if you are clever, but all 3. He stepped back. So, how do you do it? Harry raised his hand. Cassian spotted the crumpled scrap of parchment in his grip and raised an eyebrow. He smirked. "Come forward, Mr. Potter. Show us how it is done." Harry stood up. Hesitant, the class was half waiting for him to get hexed. He stood outside the rings, paper still clutched in his hand, and stared down at the 3 concentric wards like they might start hissing. Cassian gestured. "Any time now. No pressure. Just your academic dignity on the line." Taking a deep breath, Harry tossed the crumpled bit of parchment from outside the ring. It hit the rim of the cup, then dropped straight into the tea with a soft plunk. The whole class watched like he'd just thrown a coin into a cursed well. Cassian leaned his ear. "Right, Mr. Potter. What was that?" Harry gave a shrug, quiet. "Said to get it in the cup. Didn't say you had to walk it in." Another 30 points to Gryffindor. "Sit back." Harry rubbed the back of his head and shuffled back to his seat, ears tinged pink. Cassian stepped to the front, arms stretched out like a preacher about to baptize a room full of chaos. "Never lose your imagination. Never lose your ability to question authority. Never lose your clever ideas." He glanced across the room, eyes dragging across the house colors. Books, school, teachers, endless essays. All lovely, sure. But they will try to shape you into themselves, into systems, into people who nod politely when asked to swallow absolute bollocks. Don't fall for it. Don't bend yourself to fit into someone else's bloody filing cabinet. His tone got louder, sharper. Done with pretending the world made sense. You are not here to become a copy of someone who came before. You are not here to impress ghosts. He took another step, getting closer. We came into this world different. Different shapes, different colors, different voices. Some of you are loud, some quiet. Some of you already think in spells. Some of you still can't charm a feather without it catching fire. Yes, Mr. Finnegan, I heard. Seamus scratched his nose and looked pointedly at the floor. He waved his wand. The chalk sprang up again, scribbled a new phrase across the board. Think, question. Never blindly obey. You lot, he said, pointing loosely at them. Make this world interesting. Not because you are clever, though some of you are. Not because you are powerful, though half of you will probably end up in detention for accidentally hexing yourselves. Number, because you still got that lovely, dangerous thing called curiosity. Hermione looked like she was either going to cry or tattoo the quote on her arm. Dean leaned back in his seat, grinning. Malfoy scowled harder. All right, before I start getting sappy and someone reports me for emotional damage. Homework. A chorus of groans rose. He raised one brow. You thought you would get away without it? Adorable? Half a scroll, Cassian said, on a magical invention or spell you think was either a brilliant accident or an utter disaster. Doesn't have to be in the curriculum. Impress me. Bonus points if I haven't heard of it before. Negative points if you copy out of magical mishaps and mayhem. Seamus raised a tentative hand. Can we write about that ghost with the exploding teapot? You can, but if it is not properly sourced, I will assume you made it up and dock house points. Or worse, invite the ghost. Seamus looked delighted and vaguely alarmed. Cassian glanced at the clock. 5 minutes left. Enough time to cause a minor existential crisis. He leaned both hands on the desk. Now one more thing before I kick you out. He pointed at the board again. A single word appeared. Why, that is it, he said. Why, that is the question. You ask it enough times, you find the roots of anything. Why was Hogwarts founded? Why were those 4 allowed to build it? Why are some spells legal and some not? Why do we teach children to make things explode before we teach them how to think? He crossed his arms. Start asking why and you will scare people, especially adults, especially ones in power. They like it when you memorize. Not so much when you ask where the memory came from. He heard Weasley whisper to Potter, "We are bloody 11." But he ignored it. Cassian pushed off the desk. Right then. That is enough life-altering perspective for one morning. Out. There was the usual chaos of bags and feet and someone knocking over an ink pot. Homework due next Tuesday. Cassian called over the noise. Don't insult me with excuses. Once they all spilled out, Cassian dropped back into his chair, leaning back. He rubbed his temple, wondering how long it would take for Potter to start mimicking the others. when the messy thinking would be scraped out of him by too many points, too many eyes, too many people trying to shape him into something useful. 3 months, he muttered. Maybe 2 if he joins a club. Chapter 59. After learning Hogwarts itself was basically one enormous contraceptive charm, Cassian made his way to the library like a man on a mission. For science, of course. If the castle was wired to snuff out accidents with built-in wardcraft, then the restricted section was the obvious next stop. Where else did they keep the real filth? Cassian was snickering, imagining all the juicy gossips when Madame Pince materialized. She didn't walk out of the shadows so much as condense from them. Cardigan weaponized. No food, no laughter, she said tersely. And if you crease a spine, Professor Rosier, I'll bind yours. Cassian raised his pen in solemn salute. My spine is grateful for your vigilance, Madame Pince. She sniffed, adjusted her spectacles, and retreated without turning her back. A tactical withdrawal, not a retreat. The shelves waited. Cassian always imagined the restricted section differently when he was a student. A forbidden vault of dark curses, spines shrieking when opened, secrets coiled like serpents now. The books purred. No, really. Cassian looked around, nervously. The shelves vibrated faintly when he walked past. Stop flattering me, he muttered. The vibration grew warmer. Oh, that is not weird at all. He tugged down the first of his quarry, the Charter of Four, a comparative paleography by Euphemia Scribner. The weight nearly dislocated his wrist. 1,000 pages of medieval scrawl dissected with diagrams. The thing smelled of chalk dust and academic despair. Riveting, he muttered, sliding it under his arm. Next came Founding Fables for Young Witches and Wizards. Glossy, cheerful, aggressively wholesome. He flipped it open to a color plate of Salazar Slytherin, grinning like a kindly uncle while handing sweets to children. Cassian squinted. Then he added it to the stack. Book 3, On Elitism and the Education of the Magical Child. Author anonymous. Cassian smirked. Nothing better than watching long-dead administrators argue with their own texts. 4th, he pulled Rooms That Remember. Protean Architecture at Hogwarts by Persephone Twigg. Now this was fun. Speculation. Sketches of staircases changing mid-step. A theory about hallways that sulked. He opened at random to a section titled The Seventh Corridor that wasn't there yesterday. He closed it immediately and slid it into his coat. If a corridor moves, I am following. Last, he spotted Autoscript and The Scribe. Self-writing quills through the ages by Quirinus Fletch. Cassian flipped a few pages. Smug footnotes. Entire chapter on ergonomic quill design. He hated it instantly. Perfect addition. He settled at a table. Cassian knew better than to trust the neatness of archives. History wasn't neutral. It was a battlefield. The founders hadn't been drinking buddies. They'd been egos with wands, arguing their way into a school. Every book here chose a side. Polished one truth, buried another. He set the pen against the first page of Scribner's tome, rolling his shoulders. All right, Cassian muttered. Let's see which lies you lot picked. The Charter of Four, a comparative paleography. Cassian tapped the margin with his pen. Euphemia, love, no one is seducing anyone with a serif. He closed the heavy tome, checking the next. He ran his thumb along on elitism and the education of the magical child, not expecting much, but the prologue. Oh, the prologue was something else. Flowery, hagiographic nonsense. It lionized Salazar as the wise shepherd who discerned the wolf among the lambs. And then, like an afterthought at the bottom of the page, the author tossed in a parenthetical anecdote. One must not judge a statesman by rustic failings, as when he hexed a badger in jest. Cassian froze, eyes narrowing. I am sorry. What? He read it again, slower, and clear as day. Salazar Slytherin, dignified founder, hardliner on blood purity, reduced in the opening paragraphs to a bloke who once hexed a badger. Cassian got up, not caring that the shelves purred after him like they were in heat. You didn't drop a line like Salazar hexed a badger and expect him to sit calmly with his annotated tea. He scoured the adjacent cases first. not even bothering to check if any of the books fit. Magical minorities of the 10th century, on beasts and blunders, epistolary exchanges of the early Hogwarts faculty. Nothing, nothing. Brief lives of the founders had promise. He flipped to the index, skimmed under Slytherin, Salazar. See also, founding conflicts, early discipline records, petty hexes. Oh, come on, he muttered. Please be real. 15 minutes and 20 books later, he found it. Even his detractors admitted Salazar's wit was quick, though occasionally misapplied. A tavern broadside of the time cruelly alleged he once hexed Helga's tame badger during a dispute. The beast, unimpressed, continued to eat his bootlaces. Cassian blinked, then blinked again. Oh, absolutely yes, he murmured. That is going in the lecture slides. He turned the book sideways, checked for sources. Of course, there were none, just a footnote, recounted in W. Alehouse Satires and the wands that wrote them, circa 1134. He scribbled a quick note, cursed the lack of proper citations, then dove into the next promising stack. He needed triangulation, multiple sources. This couldn't be a one-joke pamphlet. Back at the table, he tossed aside the sugary founding fables for young witches and wizards in favor of the Charter of Four. Dry, diagram heavy, but near the back, an appendix on behavioral notes regarding founder handwriting. Most of it was tripe. But then, Slytherin's minuscule fluctuates significantly in post-argument missives, particularly notable in the weeks following an internal dispute regarding the classification of magical fauna. One letter, C folio 11b, contains a marginal scrawl that reads simply, "She keeps pets. I keep policies." Cassian snorted. That was close enough to a confession, by historical standards. And petty as hell. He liked it. He cracked on elitism and the education of the magical child again. The marginalia was rabid in its defense of Salazar, but the original text was trying too hard. One phrase stood out, and yet, in all public controversies, his restraint was unmatched. Excepting, of course, the regrettable incident with the creature, of which much has been exaggerated. Cassian underlined the creature, then, beneath it, wrote, "Oh, I bet." He sat back, tapping the pen to his chin. 3 sources now. He glanced toward the purring shelves. One more. Just one more to verify. He saw a citation earlier. Restricted section. Shelf 7B, row 4, volume the 3rd. Bestiary of elusive beasts. He moved like he was being hunted. He turned pages, letting the illustrations flicker past. A gnarl biting its own tail. A manticore in full opera attire until he hit Badger. There were 2 full pages. One text, one illustration. The badger's eyes were squinty and unimpressed, commonly associated with Helga Hufflepuff. The badger is a creature of low posture and formidable stubbornness. One anecdote, considered apocryphal, but repeated in 3 12th century tavern songs, recounts that Salazar Slytherin once attempted to hex Hufflepuff's personal badger during a heated discussion on colors. The creature was reportedly unaffected and resumed chewing his boots. Slytherin's remarks afterward were not preserved, but several minor scrolls cite a week of cancelled meals and slammed doors. Cassian stared. "Well," he said aloud, "I'll be damned." The badger blinked, he blinked back, he shut the book. Carefully, reverently, and slid it into the growing stack. He wasn't sure whether it was satire, sabotage, or sincerity. He didn't care. He had what he needed. Chapter 60. Cassian was upside down on Bathsheda's couch when she walked in. Feet draped over the back, book balanced against his chest. He didn't move when the door clicked shut behind her. "Did you know," he said, "that Godric Gryffindor once lost a drinking contest to a ghost?" Bathsheda dropped her satchel on the nearest chair and blinked. "That is not a question I was expecting." Cassian wiggled the book in his hands. Appendix D Marginalia in a Charter of Arms and Illusions. Copied from a source so old the ink tried to eat itself. Author helpfully notes, Gryffindor drank well, but not wisely. Ghost couldn't drink, thus no limit. Bathsheda raised both eyebrows. That is almost impressive. Cassian sat up too fast and immediately regretted it. He challenged a spectral baron to a mead duel. He tossed the book onto the low table, the page already marked. Cassian flicked his wand toward the center of the room. Here, let me demonstrate. A shimmer broke the air. An illusion sparked into life, vivid and ridiculous. A crude tavern, wonky benches, flickering candles, a lopsided Gryffindor flag above the hearth. Cassian conjured two figures at a table. One, a wide-shouldered man with a mane of red gold hair and a sword propped against his chair. The other, translucent, floating slightly, adorned in an ancient tunic and smugness. Bathsheba folded onto the rug, laughing. Is this historically accurate? Cassian gestured broadly. Absolutely not. But deeply educational. The Gryffindor figure raised a mug, the size of a cauldron. The ghost raised a spectral goblet, faintly glowing. They clinked, mugs passing through each other harmlessly. The first round went down in one gulp. Gryffindor slammed his empty mug down and roared. The ghost nodded politely. Round 6, Gryffindor swayed, the ghost hovered. Round 12, Gryffindor hiccuped, the ghost sipped. By round 20, the founder was flat on the floor, boots in the air, mumbling something about chivalry being overrated. Bathsheba covered her mouth, trying not to laugh too loud. Cassian smiled wide, adjusted the ghost's crown of wilted mistletoe. Oh, I am not done, he said. Apparently, there were witnesses. Helga annotated the back of a bread recipe. Note, Godric still claims he let the ghost win. Also, do not trust him to bake during hangovers. Burned the scones. Again, Bathsheba cackled. You made that up? Cassian held up another book, Founding Feasts and Magical Misfires. Footnoted, possibly embellished. Definitely hilarious. He flicked his wand again. The illusion shifted. Now Gryffindor was trying to fight a broom he thought was the ghost. The ghost just hovered nearby, deadpan. Bathsheba wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Why don't we teach this version of history? Cassian leaned back on his elbows. Indeed, why not? She hummed. Might be a better recruitment strategy. Cassian nodded solemnly. Come to Hogwarts. Lose to a ghost, catch fire, burn breakfast. They both fell into laughter again. The illusion faded as he let the magic go slack. But the grin stayed on his face. I am putting it in the lecture, he said. Bathsheba smirked. You are going to get into trouble. Even better. She picked up the fallen book, flipping through the page he'd marked. Then another, then another. Her smile turned sly. You know, she said, tapping the margin. If we ever host a staff party, we should reenact this. Cassian's eyes lit up. You, me, Sprout, judging from the corner. Snape pretending to be a wine critic. And Flitwick wins the whole thing by quietly finishing a bottle under the table. She finished. Cassian leaned over and bumped her shoulder with his. History should be proud of us. She looked sideways at him. We're going to rewrite it in sarcasm and bad illusions. Cassian chuckled. Exactly as it was lived. But then Bathsheba sobered a little. So he lost to a ghost that cannot drink. You know how that sounds, right? Cassian raised a brow. Either Gryffindor was stupendously bad at pretending, or something else is off. Bathsheba sat back against the couch, arms folded. All right, riddle time. Why does one compete with someone who can't drink? Cassian grinned. Finally, you say something romantic. She snorted. Focus. He tapped his chin. Option 1. He faked it. Godric wanted an excuse to pass out and made a show of it. Unlikely too proud. Option 2, she offered. He drank himself under to hide something. Shame? Guilt? A wager? Grief, she said quietly. Cassian looked over at her. You think he was grieving? Bathsheba reached for another book, flicked pages. Her voice was softer now. There is a half-verse in ballads from the wandering years. Mentions Gryffindor raising his cup to a flame long fled and a hearth grown cold. Some think it was a lost daughter. The records are spotty. Cassian sat up. Godric lost a child? Maybe. If it is true, it explains a lot. The ghost, that could have been a dare. a distraction. The next hour was quiet. Books shuffled across the rug. Old texts opened and closed. Cassian pulled 3 volumes that hadn't been touched in years, ones with cracked bindings and unfamiliar fonts. All of them mentioned founders, none by name, some just by epithet. The Red Knight, the Fire-Hearted, the man who vanished for winter. Others were as cryptic, the Mind with Wings, she who built in spirals, the silence between spells, the Hearthkeeper, friend to the soil and the stubborn, the hand that fed wolves, the Oathmaker, he who spoke beneath, the man who taught shadows to bow. None of it was definitive. All of it was true. Bathsheba read aloud a note scribbled in the margin of Wanfolk lore. He vanished to cry and returned with a sword. The girl had gone. The man was angry. Cassian closed his eyes. That fits. They found one more thing, a faded letter, pressed between 2 pages in first castings in the founding bonds. Unsigned. The script elegant, sharp. Brother, he won't say her name. Let him bleed it out another way. I'll make it loud. I'll make it stupid, but it will be enough. He needn't break in front of the others. Cassian traced the edge of the parchment. Salazar wrote that. Bathsheba nodded. Salazar noticed Godric's grief, but knew he wouldn't show it openly, so he dared Godric to outdrink a ghost, and Godric accepted. Played the fool. Got drunk. Passed out. Everyone laughed, and no one noticed he was crying until he slept. Cassian exhaled. Salazar carried him to bed. Let the story spread that he'd lost to a ghost. Because grief needs time, and pride needs cover. She reached out and squeezed his hand. Cassian flicked his wand once more. The illusion returned, but quieter now. The tavern dim. The ghost seated, watching. Gryffindor raising his mug to the ceiling. To the fallen, Cassian whispered. And let the mug vanish into smoke.